Chapter 1401 Void Palace 6. The four Grand Duke clans of Void Palace also lived in the main palace. To an extent, they had branches in the main palace that had direct planar connections to their main residences that were further out in the Brightmoon Principality where Void Palace was, but in reality, they weren't really branches. They were just parts of the Grand Duke estates that had been separated from their main residences by displacement phenomena, but really still existed in the main residences. It was complicated because space was twisted in a way that reality didn't seem to allow. But this was what could be achieved when so many spatial practitioners were brought together and given an environment where they could thrive. Anyway, Damien made it to the Hugo clan's branch relatively easily. He thought he'd have to find the main residence after doing so, but outside his expectations, Brontus was already there, as if waiting for him to arrive. "I knew you would come find me," he said, confirming Damien's suspicions. "You knew?" Damien echoed, "Of course. Naturally, you don't want to involve your mother in this serious affairs. I can imagine what the relationship between you and Serena is right now. As for my wife, she can be a bit troublesome to people who don't know her, but you'll eventually come to understand her kindness. I can understand what you're looking for, and if you want someone to provide it, our Hugo clan is exactly the place to go. You might not know it yet, but we generally take care of the military matters within the palace." "I see," Damien responded with a nod. "Then you are indeed who I need to look for right now." Brontus smiled. "Come with me. Let's find a private place to talk, and I'll answer all your questions." He led Damien to a room not too far away. It looked like any other in the building, but when they entered, Damien clearly felt them separating from the real plane. Interesting. To need this many protection arrays and silence arrays even after entering an alternate space. "I guess you guys don't skimp on security." "We don't have a choice," Brontus responded. "There exist many powerful figures in this world that you cannot imagine. They can peer through the very fabric of reality and see whatever they wish to see, so even if we believe we are safe, we need to make it absolutely certain." Damien frowned. He didn't think something like the fabric of reality would be so easy to pierce. But perhaps that was another thing he didn't know because of his fresh entrance to this world. 5 years isn't anywhere near enough time to learn about a place so massive. And as I expected, the realm of godhood is a vast expanse unlike anything I've seen before. It was an interesting tidbit for Damien that confirmed a lot of the thoughts he had. "But that's not what you're here for." "No," Brontus pinpointed the exact place his thoughts went next. "Yeah. I can learn more about the world as I live in it. What I need now is everything about Void Palace's internal and external situation." "Internal and external?" Brontus' eyes widened. He looked deep into the eyes of the man across the table from him, and that's when he saw it. His heart raced uncontrollably. He had high hopes for Damien. Not only because he was the son Dante went through so much trouble to raise, but because he'd heard a lot about Damien's exploits in the lower universe and the heavenly world. It was quite expensive to purchase information from the Sapientia clan. But this knowledge came to him for free. Why? He could only assume Damien did something to earn their favor. Otherwise, even Void Palace with their status and relationship would have to pay a hefty sum for anything of the sort. When Brontus saw Damien after hearing the stories that seemed to be unbelievably exaggerated, he realized that the man wasn't someone born to disappear in the annals of time. The spirit he saw from Damien was something only an emperor could possess. That aura, that gate, was exactly the reason Dante took the Lord position of Void Palace when it was created, only he had it. The rest of them simply couldn't compare. What did Dante do with that spirit? He created an influence that nobody in the world could ever touch. Yet, he disappeared when they needed him most, and by some twisting of fate, his estranged son arrived as if to fill in the void he left. With the same spirit and the same determination, he had arrived, and the first thing he did was ask a simple question: what was holding Void Palace back? His plan. Brontus could already picture it. He wants to take Void Palace to unimaginable heights, to a place only Dante had ever glimpsed. And Brontus, as a man who'd followed Dante for millions of years, he took a deep breath. "How far do you plan to go?" It was important to ask the man himself. "How far?" Damien echoed, as if he was mocking the gall of such a question. "I don't ever plan to stop. Not until Void Palace stands true again. Not until they return to their position above even the 8 great clans." Brontus grinned. "I like your ambition. I hope you can match it." "Match it?" "I'm afraid it's already too late for that." He reached into a nearby bookcase and pulled out a single book. It looked only around 1,000 pages long, but when he opened it, it expanded into a massive compendium filled with knowledge. "This is what you're looking for," Brontus continued as he flipped through it. clan structure, members, internal and external relationships, usable forces, finances, notable history and happenings, everything you could wish for is here. It is my wife's proudest work, the true written legend of Void Palace. Damien looked down at the book with genuine shock plastering his face. Did you just say written legend? That's right. It's exactly what you're thinking. Fucking hell, Damien cursed unwittingly. He genuinely couldn't believe something like that existed. Legends existed everywhere. They were the heaven's way of documenting all things. They were the ethereal form of the system, the Apeiron records, which took them and made them visible for people. Void Palace had a record, a legend, just like all other things, and somehow, Persia Solstice managed to recreate something only the elusive Apeiron records had ever managed to do. She had made a legend tangible. Damien had high expectations for Void Palace, but this was beyond his wildest dreams. If it's at this level, then maybe that will also be possible. He made plenty of realistic plans to raise Void Palace, but he also had some ambitions he thought they'd never be able to accomplish simply due to the realm of possibility that reality caged them in. Until now, he and his wives were the only ones he knew who were trying to escape those bounds, but this changed everything. Void Palace was already on the same wavelength since long ago, which meant, he couldn't help but laugh. He had to change his plans a bit. This is going to be a lot of fun. Chapter 1402 Void Palace 7. Damien and Brontes didn't have a long conversation. Since Damien received what he wanted and Brontes wasn't so free as to spend great amounts of time following his activities, the two separated not long after their meeting. Brontes returned to his clan, where he went to meet Persia, while Damien once again found himself aimlessly wandering through the palace, at least for another half an hour or so. Young lord, the voice of a young maid brought him out of his thoughts. He'd been detailing his plans after learning everything he needed to know, so he somewhat drowned out the real world for a bit. The maid was standing not far from him, but he didn't notice her at all. It was clear she'd been trying to find him for a while now from the way she was panting with her hands on her knees. Did you need something from me? Damien asked. How could I ever? The maid hurriedly replied back. The madam has tasked me with leading you to your residence. Please allow me to show you the way. My residence. Damien didn't really think about it, but it seemed there was a place waiting for him in the palace. It was convenient. To have a place all to himself, a home of his own, would make a lot of things easier. He never really considered where he'd sleep or how he'd fit into the Void Palace structure, but since it was already sorted out by his mother, his mind was set at ease. Very well, let's go. The maid bowed upon receiving his confirmation and led him through the halls of the palace, with purpose this time. They went through several planar leaps and displacements, leaving the area of the main palace Damien had already explored. They went past the room where Damien first met his mother and the rest, which was thoroughly sealed still, and eventually reached an area where the path split into only two ways. It's this way, young lord, the maid said, taking him through the path on the left. What's through the other hall? Damien asked curiously. The maid hesitated for a second. The lord's residence. Ah. Damien glanced that way. It was Dante's abode. The place where his father spent many years of his life and the place where his most important things would be. I need to go there eventually, but not now. Now wasn't the time to focus on Dante, who wasn't here. Now, he needed to keep on to Void Palace in mind. Problems with the armies, problems with the elders, problems with outside influences, problems with the 12 swords. There was a lot to solve. It would take a lot of time and effort, but Damien already had a game plan to get it all done within a few years. Luckily, these kinds of problems solve each other. As long as I deal with them in the right order, the later ones will be so easy to fix that they won't even be worth mentioning anymore. Damien nodded to himself. That should be all right. Then, firstly, young lord, we have arrived. Damien glanced up. Oh, he was expecting just a luxurious room and some space in the palace as would usually be given to a young lord, but he was wrong. First of all, he and the maid were outside, not in the main palace anymore. Second of all, this place was practically in a state of its own, with several hundreds of thousands of kilometers of land surrounding the mansion-like residence. And third of all, the place was already packed with people. Servants, chefs, guards, and anyone else relevant for the upkeep of an estate of this level was already provided, as if they'd been living here waiting for Damien's arrival for years. Damien thanked the maid and dismissed her before sending his awareness through the land. This is the place, huh? He grinned, pleasantly surprised. It's way more than I could have asked for, but I'm not one to complain about free stuff. This was a good starting point. I'll settle in here and lay low for a while. When the time is right, Damien's eyes glinted with a strange light. There were snakes in the grass, slithering and lurking. They wouldn't come out if he kept moving around, since they didn't have much power on their own. but the second he dropped his guard, they'd pounce together and bring him down. Before they could make any moves, he would slaughter them all. And for that purpose, he would wait. We need to act now. There is no more time to sit on the sidelines and pretend, but how? We do not have any power, nor have we been accepted by anyone else. We are doomed. We made the wrong choice. Just accept it. Why are you panicking? Does the appearance of a single young lord truly make you feel such fear? It's not about the young lord. Didn't you hear it yourself? The Sapientia clan denied us information on him. That either means he is someone they're protecting, or his information is worth a price we cannot handle. And what? He is the young lord of Void Palace. We always knew we were fighting an impossible fight, but we decided to fight it anyway. All of us have our own greed and reasons, but we have come together for this purpose, so it is already too late to do anything else. We must see this through to the end, or the only end for us is a dishonorable death. There were many of them, 16 to be specific, 16 people who'd been working together for the past few dozens of millennia. They were under Void Palace, but they were not loyal. No, they'd been slowly selling out their benefactors to the enemy for personal profit. Their reasons didn't need to be explained, nor did their actions for the past few millennia. In reality, none of them had the capability to do what they wished to do, but they didn't realize that until now. Because in the past, they'd been supported by the divine order. The neighboring influence aided their plans in return for their help in taking down Void Palace from the inside. The appearance of the so-called young lord ruined everything for them. Void Palace was a turtle hiding in its shell until now. Without Dante, the rest of them didn't make any special moves or try too hard to be involved in the outside world. This allowed others to take advantage of them and slowly disperse their influence. However, if the rumors about the new young lord's appearance were true, Void Palace would gain a head. With a head, Void Palace would be able to thrive. The divine order was just as aware of that as others. If not more, therefore, they gave an order to their people on the inside: find a way to kill the young lord. Otherwise, we will withdraw our support. The divine order was taking a more passive stance until they knew what the new and mysterious character they were dealing with was like, and for that purpose, they'd abandoned the 16 elders they'd been working with until now. So we have no choice. The one who spoke was called Rufus Flamedark. He was the head of this coalition of elders, the one who spoke for the rest. We must kill the young lord. If we do not try, we die. If we confess, we die. If we fail, we die. They would die if they succeeded too, but he didn't need to mention it. The divine order was their last hope. If they could be pulled out after they accomplished the task, they'd live. It was barely enough to be called a hope. It was really just a way for them to convince themselves they had hope, but regardless, they had to hold it, because it was all they had left. They felt regret, they felt despair, and they felt rage. They could blame nobody but themselves for their current predicament. So just as they entered this bullshit coup on their own terms, they would die the same way. They would accomplish something. They would kill the young lord. Chapter 1403 Void Palace 8. For the next 3 weeks, Damien secluded himself in his estate. It was the first thing he did openly after coming to Void Palace, which confused everyone. The servants in his residence were disallowed from leaving. His wives came over after a day, and other than them, only his mother could enter and exit the area as she pleased. Everyone else was barred at the gate. Whether it be Serena, his sisters, his aunt and uncle, or anyone else. It didn't matter what their position was, nor did it matter how close they were to him. For now, they couldn't see him. It started many rumors around the palace. What was the new young lord doing? This disconnected stance made it seem like he didn't want to be a part of Void Palace. It looked like the only one he cared for was his own mother. While everyone else was insignificant in his eyes, the negative rumors circulated and got blown out of context rapidly, and Damien's reputation began to fall, but the positive rumors circulated as well. Some said he was being conscious of his position, while others believed he just needed time to adapt. Since he'd only been around for a day before he secluded himself, nobody was able to make an accurate judgment on the why of the whole situation. They could only observe and try to figure it out for themselves. Unfortunately, Damien was a cautious person. From the moment he arrived, heavy protections covered the entire estate. Perception of its internal situation by any means was impossible even to gods. Making it clear that Claire had helped him set it up, people could only assume something was taking place in the estate that he didn't want people to see, and that part was the only thing they got right about the whole situation. For the last 3 weeks, Damien had been focusing on one task and one task alone. He was bringing his armies into Void Palace. How's it going? We're mostly done. The available force isn't extremely useful right now, but we can train them into a better position with this environment. The one he spoke to was Elvira, not Lynn. Lynn remained in the sanctuary, taking care of the executive duties with Lucille. Meanwhile, Elvira had a more flexible role. While she was also part of the main ruling force, she had a lot more influence in the military than the other two, and her experience as an empress allowed her to lead them properly. She was also one of the few demigods who'd been raised in the sanctuary. Along with the rest of the emperors Damien met in the 3000 Beast Mountain range, she'd come to the heavenly world to serve under Damien as one of his generals. Since we didn't really know the way forward, there are a lot of people waiting at the cusp of divinity without trying to ascend. Your women are among them. Since we now have both knowledge and environment, we should be able to raise demigods within a few months if we have the opportunity. Good, Damien responded. He was looking out at the land he now owned. It was filled with millions upon millions of troops, perhaps even billions. The weakest of them was at the entry level of 4th class, while the strongest were demigods. There were other areas where those with weaker strength were training, but they weren't counted as part of the army that could be mobilized. Rather, they were talents brought to the estate to make full use of the heavenly world's environment to boost their talent and potential. With our guidance, most of these people should be able to breeze through the 4th class. Entering divinity is a different matter, though. There were too many demigods in the heavenly world for them to even be mentioned. But that didn't mean the people here had managed to streamline the process. Each and every one of those demigods had to experience cosmic rebirth and define their divinity personally. They couldn't use another person's experience for this purpose. Luckily, the armies are still mostly made up of 4th-class soldiers. It was part of the information Damien received from Persia's compendium. In the heavenly world, practitioners in the 9 revolutions were used as common foot soldiers. Demigods would usually fight on a separate battlefield. Raising them to that level isn't a problem, but we still aren't ready for confrontation. It was a shame, but it was something that could be fixed. To go against influences with an unreal number of divinities supporting them, he needed to gain an unreal number of demigods. Some of them can be raised from this group, but the majority will be taken from Void Palace itself. Damien was not forming a personal army right now. He was preparing his army to integrate with Void Palace and form a comprehensive group that surpassed any other. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's their talent. I don't doubt that these people who were raised by the Void Library can reach divinity as long as I give them the chance, so eventually, they would become what he wanted them to be. Keep taking care of organizing. Make sure to let me know when you see someone ready to ascend. I'll take care of it from there. I'll do as you say. Elvira nodded and excused herself, returning to her duties. Meanwhile, Damien returned to his mansion. The army situation can be sorted out with time, but the other things need to be handled concurrently. He couldn't rely on this army to help him with his current problems. Instead, he would raise them while dealing with them. The first thing is the elders. They weren't all demigods, but the gods among them were smarter than to try anything so stupid. Those who'd switched sides were expendable. They knew they were expendable, so they decided to act on their greed, but that was the wrong choice. Void Palace was a family. They didn't treat people as tools or pawns even if that was the only thing they were useful for. However, were other influences the same? The Divine Order was especially cruel to its pawns. Damien couldn't understand why they chose betrayal in the first place. The situation looked bad, but Void Palace was still a great clan that wouldn't easily fall. Nevertheless, traitorous people were never meant to be understood or humanized. Not in a situation like this one, so he didn't even bother trying to discern their intentions. Around this time, those elders are probably getting desperate. Damien wasn't as kind as the rest of his family. He wouldn't have lived this long if he was a generous soul. They let the problem fester because of old feelings, but he didn't have any of those feelings from the start. I'll get rid of the filth that was left to its own devices, and from there, he would make his agenda known to the entire palace, so they could understand the path they would be treading in the future. They should be coming soon. He already set up the stage, he already gave them the justification. Now, all he needed to do was wait for them to strike, so he could exterminate them in one fell swoop. Chapter 1404 Recruitment 1. It only took a few more days for the elders to get restless. With Damien cooped up in his residence, they were running out of options. The Divine Order gave them 1 month to carry out the assassination. If it wasn't done by then, they would expose everything the elders had done to Void Palace and allow them to decide their fates. Little did they know that Void Palace was already aware. Persia's compendium was always evolving. It was a written record of Void Palace's legend, so as events took place, it would also become longer to document them. Those like Claire and the rest had long since known about the elders' betrayal, but they didn't do anything about it. Why, there were two reasons. Firstly was a bit of innocent hope. They wanted to think the elders would eventually turn back to the light side and see their wrongdoings. The group hadn't done anything extremely damaging to the palace yet, so they were still worth forgiving. Unfortunately, no matter how much time passed, those elders didn't learn. They got bolder and bolder as they were ignored, and as greed blinded their vision, the thought that betrayal was wrong completely slipped their minds. They only realized recently the stupidity of their decisions. However, their view of Void Palace had become so clouded by their own negativity that they didn't even think they could be forgiven. They only saw death on the other side of submission. None of the high authorities of Void Palace were soft characters. They wouldn't allow feelings to ruin them. But they still had positive emotions. For their own people, they still wanted to leave a little bit of leeway. It was stupid, sure, but it was human, so Damien didn't criticize them too much. Because the second reason was more logical. Void Palace's legend, it needed to grow. They were being encroached on all sides by the enemy and they couldn't make any grand movements. It was mainly because Dante was gone, but that wasn't the only reason. They had power. They could go to war with the surrounding influences if they wanted to, but if they did, they'd suffer losses that would leave them open to the ones waiting in the dark. Dante was the deterrent for those people. His strength made them hesitate. So even if the palace was weakened, they wouldn't act. Dante's strength couldn't be fathomed, but he wasn't the only character like that in the cosmos. There were several people stronger than Claire and the other Grand Dukes in the enemy clans. If they tried to wage war recklessly and died or got critically injured, the palace would truly lose all the backing that kept people fearing them. Their current stance was for the best. People assumed Void Palace was weak but couldn't confirm it. The fact that information about them couldn't spread, even with traitors in their midst, meant they had something to rely on. This way, people didn't attack the palace, which gave them the chance to conserve their strength and wait for the moment they could fight back. Void Palace was currently in stasis. It was a state perfect for Damien's interference, and so, when he secluded himself with the knowledge of both the elders' betrayal and the ultimatum they'd been presented, he did so with this moment in mind. They couldn't wait for him to leave the young lord's estate. They couldn't be mindful of the risks of trying to infiltrate a place like that. They had to kill him, and they had to do it soon. Because if there was one thing they were certain of, it was the fact that their deaths at the hands of Void Palace would be less torturous than the ones they'd received from the Divine Order, so they moved. A group of 16 demigod elders moved together and infiltrated the estate. Oddly enough, the defenses they'd heard so much about were practically paper thin under their power. Remember, we have to be fast and quiet. If we accomplish this, we will go down in history, but if we fail, Rufus didn't need to say more. They all knew it well, but they'd done sufficient research before coming here. The servants in the young lord's estate weren't too powerful, and from the silence around them, it was clear that there wasn't anyone important present. When they let their awareness loose, they found some guards patrolling the area, but the number wasn't nearly enough to stop their entrance into the estate. As for the servants, they were fast asleep, along with the young lord, whose presence could be felt on the third floor in his room. Move out, Rufus gave the order, and the 16 of them turned into shadows that prowled in the dark. 10 of them, including Rufus, rushed to the third floor to target the young lord. As for the other 6, they encircled the residence and took down the guards who could alert anyone if things went wrong. The plan was going perfectly. They had to assassinate a few civilians on the way to the target, but that was nothing. Their presence was still hidden. Is everything clear? Rufus sent a mental transmission to his people outside. Clear, a one-word answer. The guards were down. Good. We're moving in. He was already in front of the young lord's room. With clearance received, he phased through the wall with his team and quietly approached the bed. There he was, sleeping. A man with pale white skin and a body built for combat. He looked oddly peaceful in his sleep, but his death would be anything but. He drew a dagger from his spatial ring. It was coated in a glistening purple liquid, obviously poison, quick and easy. He may be a demigod, but even he won't be able to survive this. The poison was provided by the Divine Order. It would directly target body, soul, and divinity in one go, and corrupt them all together. If one was struck by this poison, one wouldn't be able to even think about healing unless they possessed the holy power of the Divine Order. That is, if they even lasted more than a few seconds under the poison's corrosion. Rufus wouldn't allow any interference in his work. Without hesitation, he stabbed into the chest of the sleeping man and watched as his skin instantly turned a disgusting shade of black and blue. The shade spread and soon enveloped his whole body, and as the skin began to crack and wither, He opened his eyes, having fun. Rufus dashed backward on instinct. Every sense in his body was altering him of danger. The young lord who should have been poisoned and dying sat up, glancing at his withering body, and clicked his tongue. TSK. How annoying. After all that suspense, this is all you amount to? He turned his eyes to Rufus, and Rufus turned his eyes to him. I can't escape. He already tried. He could no longer face through the walls. He already tried. The walls wouldn't break if he attacked them, and the door to the room disappeared as if it never existed. I can't, not he, but they. When he glanced at his surroundings, he suddenly realized that all 16 of them were in the room now. As if they'd never separated in the first place, it was already over for them. From the moment they stepped into the residence, they were dead, but only now did they realize it. Chapter 1405 Recruitment 2. The sun rose behind Void Palace, alighting a new day. One might wonder how a sun and moon cycle worked in such a massive world. And the answer was both simple and complicated at the same time. To put it simply, there were multiple sun and moon cycles in the heavenly world. Each cardinal region had multiple suns and moons that created their cycles. One could simply pass from one principality to the next and find day and night completely switching. These suns and moons didn't orbit, of course. They weren't even true celestial bodies. They were manifestations of law that existed because of the natural state of the world. They would set and rise so naturally that nobody would ever question it, but in reality, they were akin to illusion. It was just a matter of day and night. For the most part, it only really affected the common people. Time remained constant, because practitioners didn't use the sun and moon to consider time. The heavenly order itself was the measure of time. The laws in the atmosphere would gradually grow and change, and that very change on a scale only a practitioner could ever realize was the true decider of time. Nevertheless, the Bright Moon Principality had quite a large sun and moon pair, so it had one cycle that encompassed the whole place. It wasn't a matter of nature, but a man-made convenience. The young lord's estate was particularly calm today. The servants went about their duties as usual, the guards did the same, with none missing from their patrol structure. The mansion was peaceful. As were the fields outside filled with the sounds of training troops. Damien casually sat in his room, reading through Persia's compendium without a care in his mind. For the next few days, he had time to relax, since the next part didn't need his interference. Even the soldiers were taking some minor breaks in recent days, absorbing everything they'd learned in the past month. It wasn't the young lord's estate that was in a ruckus right now. Instead, it was everywhere else in the Bright Moon Principality. They were standing outside the main palace for all to see. 16 stakes with 16 heads impaled on them. Their eyes had been carved out, noses torn and tattered, and their mouths filled with blood instead of teeth. Behind them was a stele made of pure obsidian, with words etched on its surface in blood. Here stand the heads of our traitors. Let them be a message to those who stand against our palace. Blood for blood, soul for soul. From the corpses of our enemies, Void Palace will rise. News spread instantaneously. The entire Bright Moon Principality, the entirety of Void Palace, was aware of the crimes committed by those traitors within a day. They sold information to the enemy, led allies to their deaths, embezzled the common people's money, and contributed to plans to dismantle and destroy the palace. Their names were smeared. Their influence was torn down, and they were left as scum in the eyes and hearts of all people. It happened so fast that it couldn't be natural. Naturally, that was because it wasn't. This wasn't any ordinary execution. This was a declaration of war. This was the moment Void Palace declared its intention to rise. The news would spread past the borders. It would be known to those who it concerned. The moment it did, chaos would envelop the heavenly world. It was a grand event, the most monumental thing that had happened to Void Palace in several thousands of years, and it had been done without the knowledge of anyone in the palace. Brother, what do you think about this? Two men stood together. They were shirtless and covered in sweat, their swords down as they just finished a spar. They were Dominic and Darius Void, Damien's two half-brothers. What do you mean? Are you talking about what our first did today? Dominic responded, wiping the sweat off his brow. What else? The palace has been chaotic for the past few days. I can hardly walk around without running into someone who's talking about it. Darius exclaimed. And what about it? Dominic seemed rather unconcerned, but Darius knew his brother better than that. What are you planning to do? Dominic glanced over, his expression unreadable. He knew what Darius wanted. There was no way he wouldn't know. Their first brother who they'd just met once and never saw again, they'd been raised their entire lives in his shadow. He was the one born for the young lord position. They were people without real status from birth, despite their talent and ability, but they didn't mind it. From what they'd heard about their first brother, he was far more worthy of the position than either of them. They didn't feel the need to compete against them, and instead used their freedom from responsibility to grow as they pleased. However, when they met him, he didn't seem like everything they'd heard. They couldn't see his aura, which was odd, but his gait wasn't like someone who'd lived as an expert. So how was he going to do the job he was born for? The decision they made was to observe before they acted. It was a lesson their mother ingrained in them since young. And while they were starting to get disappointed with his inaction, the second he moved, he caused a storm. Void Palace is not ready for war right now, let alone our brother who just showed up and took up his position. There's no way this is a good decision right now. Dominic didn't say anything, but he agreed to an extent. He didn't think it was the time to act either, but he also knew how timid Darius could be. He was powerful and he was domineering, but he had a tendency to be overly cautious about everything. If his overcautiousness was manifesting like this, "Have you seen this?" Dominic finally spoke, withdrawing a piece of paper from his spatial ring. "This is." Darius grabbed it and read the words written on it. "A recruitment notice?" "Yes, it's a recruitment notice," Dominic confirmed. "These have been spread across the entire territory over the last 3 days. From the poorest beggars to the wealthiest consortiums, everyone knows the news already." Darius didn't know because he'd been cooped up in training. Even the news he knew came from rumors around the main palace that he heard in passing. Therefore, he didn't know everything Dominic knew. The distribution method is unknown, but from what I can guess, this is first brother's doing. Recruiting at this juncture, when the territory's been riled up by the previous event, means he probably has plans for the future as well. It may seem reckless, but I cannot see it as such. Our first brother. He is not the man he appears to be. It wasn't an insult, it was the truth. There was more to Damien Void than the eye could see, and Dominic wasn't resigned to staying in the dark. "Darius, let's go to the recruitment. What do you plan to do?" "Nothing much." A strange glint appeared in Dominic's eyes. "I just wish to see how amazing our brother truly is." Chapter 1406 Recruitment 3. "It's not bad, but it's not where I want it to be either." That was Damien's conclusion after the past few days of meetings. Only the first one was truly important. After pulling a stunt like what he did with the traitorous elders, there was no way he could continue on the same course without consulting the higher-ups of the palace. On the day the impaled heads were revealed, Damien called a meeting with not only his mother and the other Grand Dukes, but also the 12 Swords. The topic was easy to guess. Void Palace will begin preparing for war from today onward. That was what Damien said to them. "I have prepared to seal the border so news of what's happening here won't get out for at least a month. In that time, I will raise an army that can stand against anyone else in the world." And that was the promise he made. It was an extremely impractical thing. Even his own mother couldn't support such an out-of-pocket statement. However, Damien made them approve without much of a hitch. After all, he just needed to show them his trump card. That meeting ended in success after he told them the details of what seemed like a reckless stunt on the surface. Whether it be the Grand Dukes who tried to support him unconditionally or the 12 Swords who were only now forming their first impressions of their new young lord, nobody in the room could argue against such a strategy, as long as it worked. That is, therefore, Damien was given a chance. If he could prove his words in the coming weeks, they would accept his proposition and give him the reins over Void Palace. If he couldn't, then he'd need to find a way to fix the mess he caused with his own hands before it could affect the palace itself. It was a bet with reasonable terms, and it was exactly what Damien wanted. Trust didn't come easy, but if it was earned properly, it would become the most indomitable thing in the whole world. That was the trust he wanted from them. Absolute unconditional faith. And to achieve that, he needed to accomplish things so grand that they developed such faith naturally. He'd done it in the lower universe. And now the time had come for him to do it here. The first thing he did after gaining the freedom to act as he pleased was put up the recruitment notice. The notice gave a week of preparation and travel time for those involved, and also promised to waive travel expenses such as usage of teleportation arrays so people could be gathered at the fastest speed. The wages were good. The conditions were extremely beneficial for those who passed the recruitment test, and the honor of becoming the palace's sword was great enough for countless men between the ages of 18 and 300 to apply without hesitation. The only prerequisite was that they could absolutely obey the command structure of the army. If they defied orders or lagged behind, they would lose all the privileges they obtained. It was somewhat commonplace for an army recruitment to have such conditions, so it was easy for people to underestimate what they were getting themselves into. But it was fine. Damien didn't want a ragtag bunch of soldiers. No, he wanted to pick the hidden gems and expose diamonds out of the crowd and train them into an absolute elite force that couldn't be stopped. As soon as the recruitment notice went out, Damien focused on preparing the venue for the test and other managerial duties before going through the rest of the meetings he had planned. That was where his original thought came from. The people he was meeting with were those squads under the 12 swords. The current army of Void Palace, they were definitely experts. He could tell that they were battle-hardened and powerful, but they were lacking something special. They didn't meet his standards set by the people around him and under him. It's fine. As long as I instill them with the qualities I want, there won't be a problem. Damien grinned. Nobody knew it but him, the 4 Grand Dukes, and the 12 swords. The second the recruitment ended and the foundation of an army was built, Damien was going to turn Void Palace into a nightmare. The time for recruitment came fast. The venue was somewhere outside the main palace. A large field that could house several dozens of millions of people, yet, this field was filled to the brim, and the surrounding forest was also packed. Damien may or may not have underestimated the scale of the heavenly world. He forgot just how massive this place was. Even a single principality was larger than a solar system, and unlike a solar system that was mostly made up of empty space, the principalities were covered in inhabitable land from head to toe. The population of the Bright Moon Principality was relatively small in comparison to the rest, but still, billions of people showed up to answer Damien's call to arms. The crowd was bustling, conversations taking place all around to speculate what exactly the trials would be and how they would manage to accurately test every contestant here. However, these people didn't know the man they were being tested by, he who controlled existence. He who mastered the concept of harmony. If it was him, the space they currently inhabited could truly become anything. Damien stood in the air above them and scanned the crowd with his eyes. Void Palace will be Void Palace, huh? Despite the size of the crowd, I can hardly sense anyone with bad intentions. It was nice to see, but even nicer were some of the peculiar souls he sensed among them. This will be a fun test, especially because, he glanced in a certain direction, at a certain group who was unnoticeable among the massive crowd, even if one paid close attention to them. Their disguises are nice, but they can't fool my eyes. I expected those 2 to come, but to think, Damien smiled. Dominic Void, Darius Void, Irin Void, and Hestia Void, all 4 of his siblings were present, dressed and disguised as common people. I was already thinking of training them regardless, so this is great. He would get to see their skills, and he would get to see their worth. They were the ones representing Void Palace's younger generation. There were some promising talents within the Grand Duke clans as well, who'd been sent to participate in the recruitment by their clan heads who were aware of what Damien was planning. These were people who'd eventually get far harsher training from Damien than anyone else. Because if they didn't uphold the standard, then nobody would follow it. They were the faces behind the name, the ones outsiders would use to judge the palace. I can hardly wait any longer. I'm really too excited for this. Damien clapped his hands together with a smile. He was tired of waiting. Anyone who hadn't made it by now was just fated to miss the recruitment. Well then, he looked down at the crowd one final time before snapping his fingers and allowing his laws to work. Let's get started, shall we? Chapter 1407 Recruitment. For everything changed in that instant. Damien never revealed himself. The people who came to apply for the army didn't even see a glimpse of his face. The second he decided that he wanted to start the test, he did, thrusting them into the unknown without any time to prepare. The entire world changed around them. What happened? A boy stood with legs shaking in the middle of the same field he was in moments prior. However, it was not the same at all. The sea of people around him, suffocating him and terrifying him, was completely gone. He was left alone in the field, as if everything he knew was an illusion. What am I supposed to do? His name was Herschel. He didn't have a last name. His parents were commoners from an ancient line. From a time when they weren't allowed such privileges, they were proud of their identity as farmers. They provided crops that allowed people to live, but they did not feel the need to be validated by the opinions of others. Therefore, even when they were allowed to have surnames for themselves, they chose to deny that right. They were a strong people despite being without status or wealth. However, Herschel was their dark horse. He was weak, pale as paper, and just as cowardly. He couldn't work the fields, nor could he take part in managerial duties or housework. He was utterly useless in all aspects. The family was close-knit. They did not abandon him due to his negative traits. Rather, they tried to help him look for other avenues to succeed in. Sometimes, people born with his physique could thrive in the arts, while some others would find themselves specializing in niche and unique trades. Unfortunately, Herschel wasn't one of them. He was talentless in every aspect, so he had no choice but to rot at home. He saw the recruitment notice during another day of doing nothing in particular. He knew he didn't really have a chance, but he had nothing better to do, and the opportunity to see the people who were born with all the talent he lacked wasn't something he wanted to miss. Such a rapid change terrified him. but he gritted his teeth and kept himself standing with the strength of his negligible willpower. As he glanced around to try and understand anything, a blue holographic screen appeared in front of him. Welcome, the first message was simple. When the screen registered that he'd seen it, the message changed. This recruitment test will be broken into 3 segments that can be taken in any order. You will have 10 minutes to rest between segments. If at any time you wish to quit, shout, "I surrender," and you will be transported to a safe location. Our Void Palace is looking for elites. Keep in mind that these tests will not be easy, nor will they be safe. You will have to risk your sanity, perhaps even your life, if you wish to pass. Quitting is not a shameful thing, but you will not be given a second chance once you do so. In the next 5 minutes, please pick which section you wish to begin with. If a choice is not made in that time, one will be made for you, one after another. The messages appeared. Not just in front of Herschel, but in front of every participant in the test. There was no doubt several hundred, thousands, or perhaps even millions had quit by now, but those who decided to continue after hearing the ominous warnings of the holographic screen found themselves faced with a choice: mind, body, soul, 3 sections that would have 3 different tiers. Herschel looked between them, biting his lip. He didn't know what to pick. He didn't think he'd be given a question like this, nor did he think the test would take place in this kind of format. But isolation wasn't always a bad thing. To Herschel, it was a relief, because he didn't have to embarrass himself in front of the world. He was so scared he was about to collapse. The warnings only made his fear worse. There was a chance he could die. Like hell, he wanted to risk his life. He could hardly hold a shovel properly, let alone a sword. What was he ever thinking about coming for an army recruitment test? But his mind wandered to dreams of glory, of worth. He'd never been able to do anything. He'd always been trash that burdened the people around him. They might not have shown it, but he was painfully aware of his position. He didn't want to disappoint them. He didn't have a choice until now. Because no matter what he tried, he always failed. But he always tried regardless. No matter how many times he failed, he wanted to keep trying until he found something he could do. Maybe I'll fail, but he didn't want to fail without at least trying. He closed his eyes shut tight, gritted his teeth, and forced his finger to move forward and choose one of the 3 options. It was a random choice, but it was the choice he made. Soul. The option glowed bright green and the scenery changed. The first test had begun. Everyone's gone. Dominic glanced around with wary eyes. The scenery looked the exact same as it did before, but it was different at the same time. It was hard to ignore the obvious. He'd been transported into a different space. After seeing billions of people disappear, nobody would miss that fact, but they probably wouldn't realize what it took to pull off something like this. Is this first brother's power? He couldn't be sure of it, but he knew exactly who was recruiting right now. The 12 swords are extremely skilled in spatial manipulation, but this is more than just creating multiple billions of subspaces. This is like, Dominic's expression hardened. Reality itself has been altered. That was why it felt so natural despite obviously being an illusion. Dominic took his attention off the environment and finally looked at the screen hovering before him. Welcome. This space has been created specifically to test you, Dominic Void. Did you think you could hide from me with a shoddy disguise like that? Anyway, have some fun with the tests everyone else is taking for a bit, and I'll be with you shortly. If you aren't confident, then leave now, because if you can't live up to my expectations, it'll really fucking hurt. Welp, that's all I wanted to say, so hang tight. Adios. For some reason, this feels targeted. He soon saw the options others got, the same ones Herschel was viewing at the same time, but he couldn't get his mind off that first provocation. He didn't just know we were here, he happily accepted our presence for this exact purpose. Dominic wasn't one to fall for such cheap provocation, and neither was Hestia, but I can't say the same for the rest. Dominic thought over it for a moment, making full use of the 5 minutes he was given. He must be testing the younger generation. If they were going to represent Void Palace, they needed to do it properly. Judging by their first brother's personality that had been exhibited over the past week or so, he wasn't someone who could be taken lightly, so the main test really was just an appetizer. Whatever the personalized test that came after was, I really can't tell whether or not I should look forward to it. Chapter 1408 Recruitment 5. Talent couldn't be judged easily. Some people had obvious talents, like Celeste from the Veritas clan, but not everyone's talent stemmed from a great bloodline, physique, or affinity. Talent came in many forms, to the point where it was rarer to find someone without any talents than someone with one. Therefore, Damien didn't make his tests where only the strong could win. It wasn't a place where obvious talents would shine, for those didn't need his light. The 3 tests were based on 3 aspects Damien considered important for troops under him. They didn't have to fit all of them perfectly to be accepted. They didn't even have to pass one. But everything from the way they went about their tests to the order they took them in gave Damien ideas on who fit his requirements. Herschel's first test was soul. His body and mind disappeared, and his soul was temporarily erased of all ego. It was then placed in a new body, the body of a man with great power. When Herschel opened his eyes, he was left with nothing more than his base instincts. Where am I? He didn't stutter anymore, for the fears of his mind were gone, however. His curious tone and slight wariness towards everything were still absolutely present. He stood up, getting off the rickety straw bed he was lying on, and walked out of the small, wooden room he was in. He found himself in a city, bustling with life in every way. Stalls lined the streets selling assorted snacks and markets were open everywhere. Crowded with people going about their days, Herschel walked through the city without knowing what to think. He didn't know who he was or where he was, but his first instinct was to look around and see what he could gather. But what was there to gather? No matter who he asked, nobody knew who he was. No matter what he did, nobody came after him. It was like his presence only half existed in this world, but despite his state, he could still feel it, the mana coursing through his veins. It was plentiful. He felt like he could level the city with a single flick of his finger. It was calm now, flowing smoothly like a stream, but the second he decided to mobilize it, it would become a weapon of absolute destruction. That ferociousness hidden in the mana was enough of an indicator of the type of life he lived, but he didn't remember it, nor could he associate himself with such a persona. He walked until the sun went over the horizon. He didn't have money, but a few kinder stall owners assisted him and gave him meals when they noticed his aimless expression. The sun came and went to show the passing of time. Herschel continued to wander the city, and eventually, his face became one remembered by the residents. He didn't do much. He spent every day simply wandering, going about the same aimless routine, but something about him drew people towards him. He developed a slight attachment to the place. It was a good city filled with good feeling, but the power rushing through his veins kept begging him to take it down. Every time he saw injustice, every time he saw unfairness, he realized he was above these people, because the second he unleashed himself, everything here could be his, any problem could be solved, any woman could be his, and any luxury became dirt. He felt the itch in his fingers, the itch to dominate, the itch to kill. Boom, a loud bang broke him out of his unstable state. His head snapped in that direction, and he immediately saw the massive fire enveloping the guard walls. Before he knew what was happening, he was already rushing over, past families desperately protecting their children, past homes being engulfed in flames, and past the bodies of guards who died in combat. He ran, until he reached the edge of the guard wall, the opening that had been created by the explosion. They're fighting. No, they're being massacred. The guards were surely mana users. They were powerful enough to be tasked with protecting such a big city, but they weren't nearly enough to fight those who attacked them. The enemy group has roughly 100 members, but they are all powerful enough to slaughter the people here in no time. He didn't realize how fast he summarized the situation. The city wasn't strong enough to fight these people back, even if there were only 100 of them. He had the power to fight them and win if he wanted to, but he would probably sustain critical injuries in the process. He was left with 3 options. He could fight. He could protect the city and the people living within it, if only at the cost of his health. He could run. The city would be destroyed and the people would either die or be enslaved, but he would live, or he could dominate. The city would be injured but not conquered, the enemy force would be eliminated, and he'd gain control over the people. But the last option required him to throw away his morals and conquer through fear, becoming a ruler by subjugating and plundering everything the city had. There was no other option. Herschel could feel it instinctively. He wasn't allowed to choose a fourth path. He didn't want to run, his soul was itching for blood, so he had to choose either the first or third choice. Did he want to be righteous, or did he want to be corrupt? Whichever one he chose, the people would still live as he intended. The only difference was the amount of power he held, the kind of person he would be. This moment felt definitive. He felt like he had to choose without an ounce of hesitation. It was difficult. With the power he had, the third option seemed tempting. The more he thought about it, the more the feeling of power and domination seduced him. His greed reached an all-time high. He forgot about the people who treated him well, and he'd forgotten about the city where he made his home after losing his everything. He only thought about personal gains, the opportunity to become great, the opportunity to have everything. He stepped forward. His choice had been made. Herschel spoke out loud for no particular reason other than his own satisfaction. He drew the sword that appeared on his hip before he even realized it wasn't meant to be there. We'll fight. He would not abandon his morals for greatness. He wanted blood, but he didn't want it from innocence. Something in his soul was absolutely repulsed by the thought he would fight for the people. He would be injured, sure, but it was fine as long as he didn't die. His feet followed his will. He moved one step after the other, until he was already in the midst of the enemy, his sword already slashing. The cuts and gashes accumulated on his body. His blood painted the ground. But his enemies fell one by one. Their heads accompanied his blood. He practically lost sight of reality within the pain, killing just to kill, only regaining his senses when the deed was already done. He kneeled in a river of blood, 100 headless bodies surrounding his person, and as his blood dripped down to join theirs in a picture of brutality, he collapsed to the ground. The last thing he saw as his consciousness faded was the sight of tens of guards rushing towards his falling body. Chapter 1409 Recruitment 6. When the contestants saw the word soul on the test segments, they all had pretty much the same thought: the power of the soul. Something that could be considered the quality of a divinity. Some people had extremely powerful souls since birth, like Damien, and those people had talent beyond talent. They could comprehend 100 things for every one thing comprehended by an average genius. These people were highly valued by any influence, and above all, if their soul had a specialized quality that leaned towards a specific law, nothing else needed to be said. All sects and influences tested people's souls to look for this exact quality, because it wasn't something that could be seen with the human eye. However, they were wrong. Damien's eyes weren't like the usual person. He could see the things they couldn't, so he had no need to test for soul quality. The purpose of his test was character. No matter what kind of character one developed through their lifetime, the effect of ego wasn't as high as one would expect. The core qualities of an individual would be burned onto their soul, becoming something that absolutely wouldn't change no matter the circumstance. For Damien, these were things like his desire for freedom. Damien didn't care about their alignment. Good and evil hardly ever had enough severity to judge a person in this world, whether they were good or evil, whether they were motivated by justice or fame. What Damien wanted to know was how they'd act in the critical moment, what side they'd show when they were put in an unstable position. Therefore, he allowed them to become acquainted with the people of the city. For some, they even built full lives among the people there, and then, he gave them an ultimatum: fight, run, or dominate. There was obviously only one right answer. The option to flee existed to weed out cowards. The option to dominate existed to weed out those with self-destructive greed. However, the option to fight didn't manifest the same for everybody. For Herschel, it was the desire to save the innocent. For Dominic, it was the desire to protect his family. For others, it was the desire to gain fame, the desire to be a hero, and even the desire to earn a reward. The intent behind the decision changed from person to person. It didn't matter what their intent was. They all answered correctly, because at the core of their soul, they chose protecting the city as the method to achieve their goals. Even those who wanted money chose to earn it by saving the city, rather than plundering or conquering it. The test of soul was to find people who wouldn't turn their backs on Void Palace even in the direst of circumstances, as well as those who could properly carry the palace's name without tarnishing it. Character was an important determiner in decision making that most people didn't judge. But Damien didn't care about talent that came at the expense of others' well-being. The soul test eliminates tens of millions of participants. They did not have the option to lie. The decision Damien gave them was guided by their egoless souls that didn't have the ability to entertain complex thoughts. They couldn't hide their true nature before Damien. It culled roughly a third of the crowd that had gathered, but it was only one of 3 tests. Herschel never woke up in that strange body again. He never got to see the results of his choice. The second he fell unconscious in the illusionary world, his soul was slingshot back into his own body. His ego returned to its proper position. He woke up 13 hours later, his mind in a state of confusion. Where am I? His soul remembered his brief stint in another life, but his mind held no memories of it. I am. He struggled for a moment, wrestling with the feeling of dissonance within him. However, a few moments later, the land around him shone gold, and a soothing fluctuation enveloped him. The dissonance slowly faded, allowing Herschel to regain stability. He breathed heavily, steadying himself. Standing up, he noticed that he was still in the same strange space, the field empty of people. In front of him, the holographic screen only had 2 remaining options: mind, body. This chapter was first shared on the NOV-LSS1N platform. Did I pass? Herschel's eyes widened into saucers. He fell on his rear, backing up as if he was being chased by something terrifying. I passed. I actually passed. He didn't remember the trial, but he knew he'd taken it. He didn't know what he did there, but he was certain it was horrifying. Just what happened, he was baffled, to say the least. He quite literally didn't know how to react, and in his clumsy attempt to stand back up, he accidentally pressed forward and chose another test body. The ground lit up again, and before he knew it, Herschel had been transported to a new realm. He didn't even get to use the 10 minutes of rest allowed to him by the trial. It was red in every direction. The earth below, the skies above, and even the clouds that drifted between. Everything was red, crimson like blood. Herschel looked around to gain information about his surroundings before another holographic screen appeared in his eyes. Choose your weapon: a sword, a shield, a spear, a bow, a dagger, a hammer, and several other weapons appeared in holographic form. Once you grab hold of a weapon, you will not be able to change your selection. Choose wisely. Herschel looked through his choices. He'd never used a weapon before, since they were too heavy for him to carry, but he felt like he had to choose something here, otherwise, he'd surely die. Strong people usually use swords, right? He questioned himself. Most of those gathered in the field were using swords, so he had a misconception about weapons, but it didn't really matter. Herschel chose a pair of twin daggers, because it was the only weapon he was confident in being able to carry. Your weapon has been chosen. The trial will begin now. A new message appeared, and along with it, all holograms present in the surroundings disappeared. Rumble, the ground rumbled. The thumping of a stampede appeared in the distance. The ground wasn't flat. The environment was more mountainous. However, Herschel appeared somewhere near the peak of one of said mountains, so he could see it in the distance. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of beasts charged in a massive horde, aimed straight in his direction. They weren't all the same species. There were some as small as a dog and others as large as a dragon. However, they all ran with the same expression in their eyes, as if they'd found their shared worst enemy. That expression, Herschel felt a chill run down his spine. It isn't aimed at me, is it? He was truly an unfortunate boy, because no matter how much he wanted to deny it, he knew it was all that hatred was meant for him, and if he didn't face those beasts today, if he didn't win, this would be his grave. End of story. Chapter 14:10 Recruitment 7. The first thing Herschel did was simple. He ran until he reached the peak of the mountain and had a clear view of the entire biome. This trial was one he was aware of, unlike the trial of soul. He was completely present in the head, and because of that, his instinct had changed from fighting to fleeing. However, as he did so, he eventually realized that it was impossible for him to run away. This was a test, not a natural encounter. No matter where he went or what he did, the beast tide would eventually reach his position, and he'd have no choice but to fight it. Herschel was a coward. It was natural for him to be one, because if there was one thing he hadn't tried in this life, it was battle. He didn't have anything close to the opportunity. With his weak constitution and tendency to freeze up during confrontation, he would die the instant he tried to fight, so neither he nor his family ever even considered the possibility that his talent was there. But since he'd been thrown into this situation, since he'd confronted the beast tide and come to the understanding that it was his enemy, his mind is strangely calm. He was calmer than when he was transported to the strange space with the screen. No, he was calmer than he'd ever been before in his entire life. There was a scent of blood lingering in the air, as if battle was commonplace in this plane. Something about that smell spoke to him, the version of him that existed in the soul trial. It didn't just have the desire to protect the innocent. It had one other defining quality, a thirst for blood. It was a miracle that Herschel hadn't realized it before. Perhaps it was because his personality had developed into such a passive one, but somehow, his bloodlust had never manifested in real life. But it was ever present. Now that Herschel was on the battlefield, his senses were at their most sensitive. He had one dagger strapped on his hip and the other in hand, since he knew he didn't have the technique to use them together. Standing on the mountain peak, gazing at the approaching beast tide, he made several judgments, each ending in the same conclusion: it will reach me in 3 hours. He had 3 hours to prepare for the beast tide. Whether it be through developing his own strength somehow or using his brain, he had to find a way to beat it. What if he instantly ignored the first thought that came to mind. It was insane to even consider. Then, maybe I should. What about, no? It's all stupid. It was a test rigged against him from the start. He was a country boy who'd known nothing but the farm his entire life. He was a useless person who'd never even been within 100 meters of a battlefield. Even the forests where the village people gained their meat he steered clear of. So how was he supposed to find a way to defeat a beast tide? It was stupid to even ask. He would die here if he confronted it. I have no choice. His thoughts returned to fleeing. He looked around for a method, a route he could take to run and hide from the tide, a place they couldn't find him. when suddenly, keek, a laugh from the rear. He whipped around quickly, grabbing hold of his knife with both hands, trying his best to stabilize it in his grasp. He almost laughed at himself. It was a single goblin. Small, green, and with eyes full of malice, it pointed its knife at him. "Are you provoking me?" Herschel asked. Keek. The goblin could only laugh. It didn't know human language. But the look in its eyes made it clear enough. Despite the fact that Herschel was at least twice its size, despite the fact that he was armed, it still chose to face him, because he was determined as weak prey. Kiha! The goblin let out a strange cry and charged forward. It raised its knife and stabbed toward Herschel's thigh. Herschel's eyes widened. What? He didn't expect it to attack. He moved his feet to quickly dodge. No, he tried to. My feet. My body. It wouldn't move as he wanted it to. A single mountain had rooted him in place, his fear too strong for his body to act otherwise. Shick, rrrgh. Herschel yelled out in pain as the goblin's knife sunk into his thigh. Shick. 3 more stabs, 2 in his stomach and another in his other thigh. Blood gushed out of Herschel's body like a foundation, and his screams made the quiet mountain atmosphere just a bit livelier. He was immortal. He'd never fought before in his life, nor had he practiced with mana. Herschel could not fight. He was considering facing a beast tide. He couldn't even best a single goblin. I'm not weak. He was loud on the outside, but his thoughts were pathetic. The goblin didn't kill him either. It stood there, laughing maniacally as it watched him bleed out. I'm not dead. Herschel knew what was coming, but he couldn't let it happen so easily. To dot a goblin. Even a 10-year-old child could defeat a goblin, yet, he was being manhandled by that same goblin. He didn't care if he was weak or talentless. He didn't care about any of that, but he couldn't lose here, not after passing the first test, not without a chance to fight back. He couldn't die here. I can't. His mind went black, crimson fury overtook his emotions. He raised his eyes at the goblin in front of him. He was foaming at the mouth, and the sounds coming from his throat were less than human. He couldn't stand up. His legs were too injured, but his arms, he grabbed the goblin's leg. His knives were gone, confiscated by the creature, but he needed to attack somehow. Before the goblin could adapt to the current circumstances, he dragged his body forward. He pulled with all his strength, knocking the goblin off balance, and, he bit down on its leg. Keek! The goblin screamed in pain, hurriedly stabbing him to get him off, but Herschel didn't pay attention to its blade. He ripped off the goblin's skin with his teeth. He bit into its muscles and tore its leg apart before crawling towards its neck, his intent clear. Even if he died here, he would kill the goblin. He didn't care how weak he was, he would do it, one arm before the other. He crawled, dragging his limp body behind him. He only needed to move a few feet. The goblin was also bleeding out now. He could do it. Keek, shick. The goblin wasn't playing around anymore. It repeatedly stabbed Herschel in the back as he approached, drawing more and more blood and turning Herschel's internal body into a mess. However, by some miracle, Herschel continued to move, until he was near the goblin's neck. He opened his mouth and bit down with as much force as possible. He raised his arm and shoved the goblin's head into the ground, blocking its movements, and he turned into a beast. He bit anything he could get his teeth on. He ripped skin and tore flesh, turning his face and torso into a mess of goblin blood. It was almost over. He was almost there, but he didn't have any steam left. He'd been stabbed over 20 times. He had already run out of blood, yet, the expression on his face was a massive grin, because regardless of his inevitable death, that goblin was coming with him. He forgot about the beast tide. He forgot about the trial. The only thing that mattered was his enemy, the enemy he defeated. Somewhere, hidden in the folds of reality, Damien grinned. This kid, his eyes were on a certain dead body that was currently in the process of being reanimated, has some insane potential. Chapter 14:11 Recruitment 8. Herschel finished the trial of body after experiencing death for the first time, but his reaction wasn't what one expected. He was on the floor, holding his head and rocking back and forth. He had the qualities of someone who was going to go insane, but his mind was actually torn. On one hand, the feeling of death terrified him. It made him feel cold and empty. It was a void that he absolutely wanted to avoid. However, it was also strangely comforting, that scared him even more. Why would he feel such a thing from death? As if it was family, as if it was something for him to love. He didn't know what to think of himself, and every time he thought back to the feeling of that goblin's knife digging into his body, he got phantom pains that reminded him of the experience. However, he was also somewhat calm. His own actions in that moment were immensely surprising as well. He didn't think he was capable of something like that, but when he was put in a situation where his life was in danger, his fear and anxiety completely disappeared. the only thing that remained was his desire to kill. He didn't care if he died. He only wanted to kill his enemy. Was he someone like that? Was he born for war? But if that was the case, why would the heavens birth him with such a weak body? He didn't know how to explain it, but he felt more comfortable in his skin when he was entangled in a life-threatening battle than he ever had before. Herschel spent his 10 minutes of free time introspecting. He wanted to understand himself better, but he simply didn't have the ability to do so. He hadn't seen enough of the world to put himself in any specific category. He only knew he wasn't part of the same group the rest of his family was in, though. The fact that he'd gone through 2 trials and still existed in the trial space gave him some confidence. He didn't expect to pass twice, he didn't even expect to pass once, but since he'd done it, wasn't it better to do it all the way? Of course, the doubt that he didn't pass it all and the trial was just continuing for the sake of continuing definitely appeared in his mind. But he ignored it. He'd always been pessimistic. He'd never allowed himself to think he had talent or potential in any aspect. However, in this situation, he didn't want to think that way. He wanted to do his absolute best, and that feeling only got more prominent with the passing of time. Herschel entered the trial of mind with far more confidence than he showed when the recruitment test began, and the trial of mind was one that required confidence. The trial of soul tested character, the trial of body tested instinct, and the trial of mind tested will, the will to persevere, the will to survive. Even in the direst of circumstances, it was a 2-part trial. In the first, the participant would be placed in a simulated version of the first dungeon for several weeks. Afterward, they'd be influenced to escape on a path that opened up to them and they'd be saved by a mysterious force. However, that force wasn't a savior at all. The participants who just tasted freedom again would be tortured for information about things they held dear. If they lost the determination to survive and allowed themselves to die in the first half, they'd fail. If they gave up any information in the second half, they would fail. Just like the other trials, there were several nuances that allowed Damien to judge the participants for more than just their surface-level qualities. Herschel was a person who gave up several times in the first dungeon, just as Damien had. However, just like Damien, he had a propensity towards madness. He allowed that madness to drive him, and eventually, he gained the will to survive. He survived for 1 week, he survived for 2, and eventually, he started proactively challenging the dungeon instead of hiding around. That was about the time when he was saved and tortured. His response was driven by what he'd experienced thus far. Pain, fear, and anxiety became nothing more than enemies for him to kill. Rather than feeling those things when he was tortured, his anger grew, rage towards those who didn't want him to progress, hatred for those who inhibited his growth. Those feelings usurped all others and left him as a true berserker. No matter what kind of questioning he was given, no matter how he was tortured, he persevered. It was to the point where Damien became interested. He gave Herschel a chance. He altered the trial, giving Herschel the ability to escape his entrapment. He wanted to see what the boy would do with his newfound freedom, and the answer was more than just satisfying. Herschel immediately lashed out at his kidnappers. He killed and killed until the entire organization was gone, leaving only him, and when he was done, he returned to the dungeon, the will to grow stronger. It was something not many had to this level. Damien could tell, this boy would do anything if it meant he could be strong and useful. But he had a moral compass that kept him away from self-destructive greed. The boy's body was weak, but his mind was strong. As long as Damien gave him the opportunity, he'll grow into a monster. Damien grinned. This was a true diamond in the rough. Herschel had no redeeming qualities to others. Because of his lack of talent, the mental aspect in which he excelled meant nothing, but talent was something Damien could provide, so Herschel's base traits didn't mean anything. This is what I was looking for, rather than someone who could obviously grow. Damien wanted people who would grow even if the heavens disallowed them. It's not just him. Void Palace has a great atmosphere. Multiple people with that kind of mentality have been born here. Billions appeared for recruitment, but the ones Damien paid attention to numbered no more than 10,000. Each of them had the talent to become an elite. They were the ones he wanted in his army. It's a good number. When we started, I didn't expect more than 1,000 of them to be worth fostering, so I'm more than happy with this result. Damien smiled. He was using clones to watch each and every trial simultaneously, but his main body was having more fun than all of them combined. I've tested all the geniuses from the Grand Duke clans. They aren't bad, but they aren't quite up to standard yet. On the bright side, the fun part is only just beginning. Damien's main body had finally arrived in front of the first of his siblings, Dominic Void. He'd finished his trials and spent a few hours regaining his strength. Since he seemed more than ready, I'm going to beat the shit out of him. that was a bit harsh. Damien was going to test Dominic to see what level he'd reached. No, I'm going to beat the shit out of him. Harsh was the right word, but that didn't change anything. Damien was really going to beat the shit out of him. Chapter 14:12 Recruitment 9. Frankly, Dominic was amazed. He was hyper-aware of the trial he was taking, so other than the soul segment, he saw through the rest pretty easily. He still had to take the trials properly, but while doing so, he was infinitely surprised by the amount of control Damien had over his abilities. This wasn't at the level of someone who'd newly ascended to divinity, especially not one who came from the lower universe. No, the ability to do something like this was past the realm of demigods entirely. This wasn't just talent or genius, this was an absolute monstrosity in the form of a human, but that wasn't as terrifying as it sounded, because this monstrosity was his brother. He was a man who strived for Void Palace's success and growth. The fact that he was a monster meant that these goals were absolutely attainable as long as he sat at the head of the palace. It was comforting in a sense, but Dominic wasn't allowed to keep that feeling for long. Yo, long time no see, a voice appeared out of nowhere, forcing Dominic on alert. He whipped his head to find the very man he was just thinking about. First brother. His greeting was succinct and a bit cold. He wanted to be friendly, but something told him Damien wasn't here for friendly purposes. No, not something. Damien himself made it clear with that first message, he is here to fight. Dominic didn't need long to understand what was happening. His personal test would be a spar, and if he didn't succeed, considering the type of things this man put in the recruitment trial for the army. The things that would happen to me are likely unthinkable. Dominic raised his guard and drew his sword. Good. You reached faster than everyone else. At least, Damien's demeanor wasn't like usual. He wanted to appear as an enemy. He couldn't have Dominic thinking this was a friendly spar between brothers. No, Dominic was being tested for his worth. If he didn't meet the expectations set for him, then he would be deemed unfit to represent Void Palace. Damien was usually an easygoing person. He never showed much emotion externally, keeping the same light and casual demeanor regardless of the situation. However, his thoughts weren't the same as the way he expressed them. He was a man who took the things he did absolutely seriously. He never wanted himself to be the reason plans fell through and moves couldn't be made, so he never let variables he could see out of his sight. His siblings were currently a variable. He wanted to get close to them and treat them as true family, but that wasn't a privilege allowed to them yet. When Void Palace was settled, he could enjoy the new home he'd received, but not now. He wasn't Damien Void, son and brother. He was Damien Void, young lord of Void Palace. He was going to bring this home of his to its peak, so it could never be provoked again. Dominic's expression became more serious as Damien silently stared at him. It was as if all of those feelings were being transmitted to him clear as day. And he was being forced to accept them. He has no openings. Dominic refocused his attention on the battle at hand. There was only one thing in his mind: I have to win. He was facing an opponent who, while standing completely still, made it clear that he couldn't be touched. This was someone above his caliber in every aspect, but he still had to find a way to win. The only thing I can do is try. He would put together the very best of his abilities. That way, even if he lost, it was a loss he deserved. Taking a deep breath, Dominic raised his sword into position and hardened his will. Sword of Severance, the first of Void Palace's 16 swords of heaven. It was a sword meant for only one purpose: to sever everything in its path. Void Palace's techniques didn't just involve space. While it was known for its spatial laws, it was an influence with a variety of specialties. Dante excelled in space laws, but he didn't have much talent in others. However, the Crown clan was one known for its time manipulation abilities. With Eloin's creation, Hugo's death, and Solstice's fire and ice, the 16 swords of heaven were created, a comprehensive technique that encompassed countless laws and could be used by anyone granted the authority to do so. The first technique, Severance, did not have a specific law bound to it. Rather, it was flexible, able to cut anything the user was able to cut. For Dominic, who was a descendant of Void and Crone, it was space and time. The imaginary world wobbled. Its simulated reality was cut in half as its space and time were forced apart. A torrent of sword energy like a charging beast rushed in Damien's direction at full speed, ripping apart anything in its path. It was translucent. When Damien looked into it, he could see the laws intertwining to create the aforementioned effect. It's not bad. To keep space and time in harmony like this without tethering them is impressive, but Damien pushed his hand forward. A pulse of an unknown law pushed through the air and confronted the sword energy. Crash, under its influence, the energy shattered into thousands of pieces. Fluttering to the ground harmlessly, it's not enough. Damien had the same blood as them, at least on one side. He knew exactly what the blood of the Void clan could do. This was definitely impressive when compared against other geniuses in the same age and talent group, but it wasn't what he was looking for. Damien was aware he was an outlier. He never held another person to his standard, however. People twice their age and with thousands of times the opportunity had to at least match up to his wives, right? With what he just showed, any of the four could beat him in less than 10 moves. Is this all you can do? Damien asked, his tone bland and expressionless. Dominic's eyes sharpened. Not even close, the first sword was a probe. Damien's strength couldn't be measured, which he understood before the battle even began, but he at least wanted to see what he was up against before facing it. Now, he was even more aware than ever before. It's a distance that can't be crossed. Whether it be the law he's using or his comprehension of it, they're all above what I have. Beating Damien was impossible. If Dominic couldn't recognize this after that move, he was just plain stupid. However, he didn't have to beat Damien to win. I just need to exceed his expectations, and for that purpose, the 16 swords of heaven aren't enough. He had to throw away the things he thought were common sense and go all out from the start. Hugh, his eyes changed again. They'd been serious from the start, but they contained a different light now. For seasoned sword technique, his sword was raised in a different posture now, and the aura radiating from it held a completely unique sense of danger. Dominic closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them once more. His sword slashed forward, a simple vertical slash that even a baby could follow. However, a monstrous amount of unknown power was hidden within. The entire imaginary world changed as the sword technique was released. A flurry of wind enveloped all things. Spring, Chapter 14-13 Test 1. The four-seasoned sword technique did not belong to Void Palace. Instead, it was the unique skill of the Crone clan, a comprehensive representation of their understanding of time laws. It was, as its name implies, split into four techniques, each with a power different from its peers. Spring was the first of those techniques. It represented the season of rising. A season of birth, a season of light, a season of life. Spring was the start of the cycle, the blooming of all things that grew. In relation to time, spring represented the way time allowed living beings to flourish. The concepts were vague. They didn't really represent time laws in the way most people viewed them, but it was absolutely powered by time. The surrounding flora came to life, growing and thriving as if they'd been given loads of vitality they had never possessed before. Interesting, Damien didn't have a hard time comprehending it. Time was one of his main laws along with space. Even before he started pursuing the entirety of existence, he'd been looking to reach the peak of it. Is it being accelerated? It seems like it should be more complex than that. Damien could see how the environment was being affected by the technique. He completely comprehended how it affected other things, but he didn't really get it. This doesn't seem like an offensive technique. Damien himself wasn't being targeted by the effects of the acceleration. If he was, it would have helped him rather than harmed him. So what was the technique supposed to be used for? Oh, it seemed Damien didn't have to search very hard for the answer. Within seconds, the area was filled with massive plants grown by the sword wing Dominic produced. These plants were far larger than their peers, and the powerful aura they radiated was beyond anything a plant without sentience could have. Those plants were soon taken apart by the sword wind and incorporated, becoming a part of its power. That was when the attack truly began. A blossoming wind, I see. Damien smiled in understanding. It was all an illusion. The grandiose scene he was witnessing only existed to fool the enemy, while you sit around and wait. Wary of the storm around you, the flora that is touched by accelerated time becomes a range of weapons that will attack you from the shadows. That was spring. It was the beginning of the year, a time to understand how the remaining seasons would be. It was a probe. If the enemy fell for this technique, they weren't worthy of facing the remaining seasons. However, if they could see through it, then the time they took to do so and the way they responded could be used to determine how future combat would be done. Smart. He knows he has to go all out against me if he wants to stand a chance, but he refuses to rush in without any information. My last attack didn't give him anything besides a rough overview of my power. So he's using this to gain more information in that direction. Spring wasn't a weak technique. Just because it was illusionary didn't mean it couldn't kill. The sword wind that swirled in a tornado around Damien was filled with sharp blossoms of sword energy and time laws that could cut down any weaker enemy. If they were struck by the laws and had their time accelerated, their balance would be thrown off and Dominic would gain an opportunity to make a decisive move. Unfortunately, Damien wasn't going to fall for any of it. He dissected the technique and understood its essence. But since I'm testing you, I'll give you what you want, unless the enemy was someone Dominic couldn't hope to defeat. They wouldn't react like Damien did, so it was better to see how Dominic would react if his plan succeeded. Though Damien allowed his aura to flare, becoming a shield around his body. his usual existence was somewhat separated from reality. Dominic wouldn't be able to strike him unless he allowed it. Therefore, when the shield became material, Damien was finally incorporated with the imaginary world. Boom. 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 The explosions were instant. Damien was finally being struck by the sword wind. The shield was sliced and scratched by countless petals of sword energy, and the longer Damien stood in the midst of the storm, the more energy that assailed him, since space and time were the basis of Dominic's strength. Damien used those two laws to counter. He separated space-time, pulling apart reality and banishing the sword energy into the void. The storm began to die down, but before it could, Dominic had already rushed in. Attack, that was his thought. Since Damien could block and banish his sword energy, it was useless to keep pushing with it, but he had to attack regardless. This was the only opportunity he'd have, and he'd use it to set up an opportunity to unleash Summer. Bang. 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 The ground was blown to pieces first. Damien's vision was immediately obscured by dust, and Dominic's aura disappeared. Sword of Severance. Once again, the Sword of Severance appeared. Bang! Massive fluctuations of space and time crashed against Damien's shield, making it wobble and become unstable. Sword of Hephaestus. Rather than a sword, the fifth of the 16 swords of heaven was more like a hammer, as per its name. It did blunt damage, shattering anything it came in contact with into thousands of pieces. Dominic appeared above Damien, in his blind spot, and slammed his sword down with all his strength. Boom! Damien's shield instantly shattered, leaving him prey for the countless forces trying to kill him. However, Dominic didn't keep pushing inward. He took a step back and prepared his blade once more, for seasoned sword technique, Summer. The time had come for the second season. Unlike spring, summer was a time when everything was in full season. It was a season of heat and vitality, and a follow-up on spring's acceleration of time. It bent the law and created a strange time flow that not many could survive in. The sword was unleashed. The storm created by spring didn't disperse, but it changed subtly, gaining a certain aura that couldn't be pinpointed. When Damien took down his natural protections to feel the effects of the attack, he was swamped by a feeling similar to heatstroke. His mind went numb, and his body became heavy, but if you see it as something simple like heatstroke, you'll die. It was another illusion, but this time, it was used to hide a hidden blade. The heatstroke feeling was actually a dissonance in the soul caused by the strange time flow he'd been encompassed in. If he wasn't able to solve it, his soul and body would be forced into disharmony, and if he didn't die to the time laws assaulting him from every side, he'd become a sitting duck for Dominic to behead. This isn't how I'm used to seeing time be used. Even though the Crone clan specializes in time manipulation, they've created a sword technique where time is actually more of a supporting element rather than the main one. It was truly a sword technique, not a time technique. Damien respected the ability to separate the two and know which should be prioritized at what moment. Most people would be dead by the time these two techniques are finished. Dominic's sword was extremely powerful, and he was more than just adept at concealing the true intent of his techniques, which would catch most people by surprise. If he was out in the world, he would be uncontested as a great genius, but we're not going against geniuses. Damien wasn't judging Dominic's techniques. Dominic was a good practitioner who didn't skimp on his training, so there was no need to judge him too heavily in that aspect. The question was, how will he do in a war situation? Damien was satisfied with Dominic's cautious yet domineering performance thus far, so he only had one more thing to test. He instantly dispersed everything Dominic had thrown at him thus far, and his body separated into countless clones, a situation where Dominic had to fight against armies on his own. How would he fare when facing it? Chapter 14 Test 2. Dominic was on the floor within 5 minutes, as expected. This is the level you're at. Damien stood above him as a single person. He'd already unsummoned all his clones. Dominic naturally couldn't respond. He'd been beaten into the floor by hundreds of Damiens. He was trying his best to regain his breath and process what was going on. I've seen what I needed to see. Damien didn't come here to really spar with Dominic. He came to see what Dominic's level was. If they had a full spar, it likely would have ended the same way, but Dominic wouldn't have gone down so fast. However, this wasn't the time for that. Damien could see the full extent of Dominic's skills whenever he wanted. He'd be training his brother for the foreseeable future, so that wasn't a problem. He only needed a few minutes to assess Dominic's abilities. First off, I can see that you hold pride in your sword skills, he started, giving a small lecture. I'm not a swordsman, so I won't speak too much about it, but it's pretty good from what I've seen. The heights you can reach with sword laws are pretty high, but it's not enough. Bender, you have a lot of control over your laws. but the output is lacking because you haven't delved deeper into the crux of their meaning. From now on, I'll be making sure your laws are up to par, so be prepared for that training. Putting aside strength, I like your mentality. It won't be a waste to raise you as a general. I think you can really thrive in a war environment. Dominic didn't put on a great show against the Damien army, but his decision-making during the fight was memorable. If he was trained properly, he would truly become a war general beyond any other, someone who could go down in history. Dominic's strengths were his sword skills, his mentality, his decision-making, and his caution. Meanwhile, his weaknesses were his laws and lack of practical experience. Damien nodded. All right. I've pretty much figured out what I want to do with you, so take a minute to rest. You'll be transported back to the main palace when it's over. Ha ha ha. Dominic still couldn't speak, but even if he couldn't argue against Damien. Everything he said was correct. Dominic also knew his weaknesses. He was a practical person who didn't like to view himself as more than he actually was. However, the fact that Damien could understand that from so little was amazing. No. It's no use being amazed at this point. He showed 6 more of the swords of heaven during the latter half of the battle. He didn't get the chance to use autumn or winter, which were the true essence of the 4-season sword technique, but he didn't doubt that it wouldn't have had much of an effect on Damien. Our brother truly is the man born to lead our palace. It was a foregone conclusion. Dominic only doubted Damien because he didn't know anything. Since he'd personally seen what his brother could accomplish, what complaints could he have? Only, are you going to test the others the same way? He asked between breaths. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Damien responded. I see. Dominic nodded but didn't speak more. My little brother, he sighed to himself, for your sake, I hope you don't act up. Darius was a fanboy. He was concerned about Void Palace, so he didn't express it recently, but he'd been Damien's fan for as long as he'd known of his existence. The problem was, if the person he's been deifying approaches him like this, there was no telling how he'd react. Damien didn't go to Darius first. Instead, it was Hestia who finished the recruitment exam trials first. Hestia was his youngest sibling. She'd only recently become an adult by Earth standards, so Damien naturally didn't have the same high expectations for her as everyone else, though his expectations were still proportionally high for a young practitioner to reach. Hestia's test lasted far less time than anyone else's. Because the second Damien reviewed her recruitment exam, he noticed, she's not suited for combat. Unlike Dominic, Darius, and Aaron, Hestia was completely unsuited for combat. Unlike others, she passed the trial of soul through mediation. Since the battle to find a way for conflict to end peacefully was considered a true fight in Hestia's soul, the trial allowed it. Damien didn't know how she managed it even after watching the scene over and over again, but somehow, she managed to placate both groups and find commonality between them. She managed to establish the foundation of what could become a trade agreement after her departure, but of course, the simulated world didn't continue far enough for it to be realized. The trial of body assigned opponents to participants based on their strength and potential. For Herschel, it was a single goblin. However, for Hestia, who'd reached such a high level at a young age, practically a whole swarm of beasts came after her, and once again, she didn't fight. She used her environment to her advantage and created traps that took down her enemies. She won through schemes and trickery. Even during the trial of mind, she used a combination of both methods to persevere. She endured the torture surprisingly well, and she protected Void Palace with her life at stake, but when she was given the chance to escape, her first instinct isn't to fight, it's to return to the palace and gather reinforcements to take down the enemy. Sure, she was unconventional, but that wasn't a bad thing at all. Everyone had a speciality, and for Hestia, that was not fighting. Lights fell her mind. On the other hand, not just her mind, but her skill in healing and vitality techniques were extremely valuable. Damien didn't personally arrive before Hestia. Instead, he gave her a second test. It wasn't combative like the rest. Her task was to find a way out of an enclosed white room in a set period of time. She wasn't given any clues on how to escape, but she was allowed full use of her mana. Brute force didn't work, nor did laws of any kind. Before Damien finished testing the remaining siblings, she had to discover the key to the room's mechanism. Surprisingly, she accepted the challenge with open arms. Rather than feeling negative, she was excited about the problem placed in front of her and happily started working on it. It's a good mentality. Damien was very proud of his youngest sister. Maybe he was being a bit biased, but she really did have the talent to become a genius from the backlines. Training her will be far tamer. She just needs knowledge and time, and she'll grow into something wonderful. It's the benefit of being young. she was a blank canvas, unlike his other siblings. She just needed to learn and grow. As for the others, I have to beat them up until their old habits disappear and instill new ideas into their heads. They'd lived plenty of years and were stubborn because of it, but that's okay, Damien grinned. I'd be more than happy to fix your habits. Chapter 14-15 Dire Situation 1. After Hestia came Aaron, and after Aaron came Darius. They were both fighters, so they received the same treatment as Dominic. It didn't end well for either of them. Aaron was relatively skilled for her age. There was a reason for her arrogance. Not only did she have good control and understanding of her laws, but she'd also been going in and out of the palace to experience the outside world far more than her siblings, so her practicality and instincts during battle were leagues above her peers. However, even she had weaknesses. They, of course, weren't to the level that they betrayed Damien's expectations, but Damien was planning to turn Void Palace into something magisterial. It was only natural for him to bring his siblings past their current level. Aaron's problems were more mental. While she excelled in battle, she wasn't very good outside of it. Her tactical thinking when facing multiple enemies was lacking, and she had a tendency to rush into battle without enough caution backing her actions. Fortunately, these weaknesses were far easier to correct than what Dominic dealt with, and Darius, well, Darius was another level. When Damien appeared and did the same thing to Darius as he did to Dominic and Aaron, the response he received was completely different. Darius rushed into battle immediately, using the 16 swords of heaven to strike Damien down. Instead of standing in place and dispersing all his attacks, Damien instead chose to teleport, matching Darius' flow and casually dodging. It infuriated Darius, who acted more on emotion than his other siblings. His attacks became more frenzied and reckless, and he stopped relying on his eyes as much as usual. Damien was both impressed and disappointed as he entertained Darius. His instincts are crazy. He's like a beast who knows exactly when to attack and retreat, exactly where to strike to kill the enemy. Darius was amazing in that aspect. And considering his lack of experience outside the palace, he was surprisingly adept at using the environment to his advantage. He would kick up sand and rock whenever he needed to, and he wasn't afraid to take everything at his disposal and use it to support him, even if that meant taking risks. However, he's just not suited for space or time. Space and time were both elements with little fluctuation. People who used them needed to make calculations and be perfectly in tune with their flow, otherwise they always ran the risk of ruining themselves. They needed to be calm. Even if they were reckless in battle, they could never waver in their use of the laws. Darius was, well, he didn't fit this criteria. At some point, he completely threw away space and time, using the 16 swords of heaven as a pure sword technique with no other law supporting it. I'm amazed he made it this far. What kind of divinity did he establish with this kind of suitability? His affinities were probably space and time since his parents' genes were incredibly strong. However, there has to be something else, something he'd neglected because it wasn't in line with the family's practices. Damien opened his eyes wide, focusing on Darius' soul. He found that space, the place where he tethered his laws together, within Darius' body and peered into it. As expected, space and time. There's a surprising hint of destruction, but it isn't enough to be an affinity. It's more like a buff for his other abilities. Aside from that, it was difficult to search someone else's soul so deeply without being in direct contact with them, so Damien had some trouble finding it. It was hidden behind the other two since it had been neglected while they grew for so long, but it was there, something fiery, but not fire. It was a greater law, but it had so much resemblance to fire that Damien almost doubted its identity. Or maybe, there was another option too, something Damien never thought possible. I should look for it. Damien always thought the possibility was out there. But he'd never found evidence to back that thought, not until today, because inside Darius' soul was a flame unlike any other flame. It was an inborn heavenly flame. Within Darius' soul, the third-ranked heavenly flame, the sun and moon divine flame, lay in hibernation. Holy shit, it was more than Damien ever expected to find. The sun and moon divine flame was Damien's most coveted heavenly flame. It was a flame with two sides, a 2-for-1 deal. The sun flame, which alit in the day, burned brighter than anything else. It was fueled by excitement and acted like a berserker, endlessly growing stronger the longer it was used in battle. Meanwhile, the moon flame came alive in the nighttime. It was a cold, ruthless, and soulless killer that burned a dark blue color. Under a fully grown moon flame's soul torture, not even a god could survive. Both sides had their own advantages and were equally strong. It was a difficult flame to master, but if someone could truly control it, they would become indomitable. Bender, it's not just fire laws contained within the flame. It's a mixture of fire, death, light, and several other forces. This is an unexpected boon. Damien obviously wanted the sun and moon divine flame, but he wasn't going to steal it from his brother. Rather, VOM, Damien let out a pulse of mana, immediately breaking through Darius' attacks. Lightsmul, what are? Sleep for a while. Damien appeared directly in front of him and put his hand on his head. A fusion of strange laws entered Darius' mind and pushed his mind into a state of sleep. He collapsed onto the ground, and Damien immediately went to work. Come out! A flicker of black flames appeared on his hand. With a flick of his wrist, Damien sent that flame into Darius' soul. The sun and moon divine flame had been suppressed for too long. It couldn't be awakened through normal means, therefore, Damien judged that the best way to rapidly awaken it was to feed it. Traces of all the heavenly flames Damien had ever collected, traces of his past sun flames, and even a part of the void flame itself rushed into Darius' soul space and encircled the sleeping heavenly flame. Thump! It was like the beating of a heart. With so much heavenly flame aura surrounding it, it was impossible for the sun and moon divine flame to stay silent. Thump! It beat again. The flame expanded, encompassing the rest. They devoured, filling the hunger they'd been suffering from for over a century, and they thumped again, over and over again. This is going to be fun, Damien grinned. It seemed Dominic was worried about how his brother would react when Damien appeared, but the result was beyond anyone's expectations. There's so much hidden talent in Void Palace, it was really a den of dragons. That fact made Damien infinitely anticipate the future, because this was his den of dragons. This was the homeland of his people, this was his palace. With this, the recruitment part is over. What comes next, Damien's eyes narrowed, is a shitton of training. Chapter 14:16 Dire Situation 2. Something changed in Void Palace after that day. 10,561 candidates passed the recruitment exam out of the almost 5 billion that appeared. Rumors about the harsh exam requirements that even terrified experienced mercenaries spread far and wide, and soon enough, the entirety of the Brightmoon Principality understood that something huge would happen soon. They also began to wonder about the 10,000 people who passed the exam, but unfortunately, there was no way for them to get news of those people. Ever since the exam ended, they'd been taken to the main palace, and the main palace had been completely closed off. There was a strange barrier surrounding its periphery. It was solid, but not opaque. The people could see the main palace that defined the Brightmoon Principality, but more prospective viewers noticed that the palace seemed oddly picturesque and unchanging, because, in fact, even the palace they saw was a product of the barrier, an illusion of the main palace. The true main palace had been entirely sealed, and unknown to everyone outside. It was now existing at a completely different frequency than the outside world. For every day that passed for the rest of the heavenly world, a year has passed so quickly, it had to be extreme. Damien wanted to raise an army that would be able to stand proudly in the heavenly world, which meant they needed to be experts who'd forged their own divinities by the time war actually broke loose. They didn't have much time, because Damien was pushing as fast as possible. He had some more stuff to solve before Void Palace's internal situation was completely calmed, but the second he finished those things, it would be time. They had at most a few months remaining. To make that time meaningful, Damien turned months into centuries, which, with the training plan he'd created for them and the talent they each possessed, would be more than enough time for this army to grow into something formidable. It had been a year, which meant only a day had passed in the outside world. The news about the recruitment exam hadn't spread yet, but Damien was certain the news about the traitors would make its way to the Divine Order soon enough. I have at most 10 days before I have to return to the outside world. It was a decade he could spend personally training them. After that, he had to trust the remaining experts in the main palace to properly raise them, but it's fine. 10 years is plenty of time. It would have been, if Damien didn't have over 10,000 people to train. It took 3 years just for him to create a personalized training plan for each of them to use after he was no longer present. For the next 5 years, he mainly focused on his siblings. He helped Erin by setting up illusionary worlds for her to train in. He continued to give Hestia complex mental puzzles to solve and equated them to real-life situations so she could slowly adapt to her role as a strategist and backline leader. For Dominic, training was more practical. Damien simply left a clone with him at all times, which would spar him and force him to constantly be wary of attacks, slowly bringing him to the level he needed to reach. And finally, Darius got training more special than the rest. What is your divinity? That was the first question Damien asked. Before anything else, he needed to know if they had to start over or not. Darius hesitated for a second. Can I tell you honestly? It was a secret. Even his mother didn't know the true nature of the divinity he'd formed. He always knew he was unsuited for the clan's techniques. He was reckless, but he wasn't dumb. He'd always tried to pursue the clan's teachings. But when he noticed that he was always twisting those techniques to resemble a flame, he began to doubt himself. Could he continue this way, putting aside grand goals like reaching the peak? Would he even be able to keep up with his siblings like this? Those thoughts plagued him until the day he forged his divinity. Within the bounds of the law barrier, while he was undergoing his cosmic rebirth, he decided to take a chance. Instead of forming a divinity based on space and time, he created something else. It's called Guardian of Heaven. Darius spoke with a bit of embarrassment, but Damien didn't think he needed to be embarrassed at all. Guardian of Heaven, huh? He smiled. It was a divinity formed not on Darius' pursuit of strength, but on his desire to protect Void Palace. It was not only an admirable divinity to form, it was perfectly versatile, so Darius' strength didn't need to be broken down and rebuilt. No, the foundation he created could be used as a springboard to bring his heavenly flames to great heights. Perfect, Damien grinned. I've possessed quite a few heavenly flames, so I can be considered somewhat knowledgeable about them, but there's no way I can know everything. We'll be working together to find out exactly how your flame functions and what you need to do to grow it. Each heavenly flame needed a different method. Damien got lucky to possess a flame that ate other flames to grow. But Darius didn't have this luxury. Until they found out the sun and moon divine flames' characteristics, Damien wouldn't leave Darius alone, and that was how another year went by. Damien was left with no more than 2 years to spend on his personalized army, but it was fine. He finished most of the work in the first 3 years. What was left was just training. He oversaw them all using clones. He paid special attention to people like Herschel, using existence law to sprout talent inside the talentless so they could make full use of the potential they didn't know they had, and eventually, the 10 years he could spend freely in the palace came to an end. I've been busy, and I'll only continue to get busier from here. Damien sighed. It sucked, but he barely had contact with his wives in these years. Between their training, his training, the army's training, and the integration of the sanctuary army, the palace's forces, and the new recruits, there were hardly any opportunities for alone time. Besides a few days here and there in a week before his departure, they couldn't find the chance to relax together, but none of them minded. They all hated it, but it had to be done. It was because they knew this that they rested so long before coming to the heavenly world in the first place. Now, they had priorities and responsibilities. For Damien, it was solving Void Palace's problems, and for the girls, it was getting strong enough to have a say in the heavenly world. Aside from Iris, they'd only recently formed their divinities, and before the time for the barrier to be released arrived, they had to become even stronger than Damien's siblings and his army. As for Iris, she had a lot to learn and relearn about the demigod realm she'd been in for so long. She had to break her own habits and adapt to the heavenly world, possibly an even more difficult task than what the rest had to do. Nevertheless, as everyone worked their hardest to reach for their goals, Damien left the main palace. There were 2 remaining problems to solve, and he was headed to solve the first. 12 elders of the now 48 elders of the clan had been secluded by enemy forces in a valley bordering the southwestern region. They, unlike those he'd met previously, were loyal to the clan, and without them, a large part of the elders' authority was diminished. Now, Damien was headed to their location to save them. This would be his first true confrontation with the enemy that had been suppressing his people, the Divine Order. Chapter 14:17 Dire Situation 3. Damien's current destination was the Border Principality area. The Area Principality was one of the first to fall into a state of chaos when the Divine Order started openly moving against Void Palace. It was a point of interest, so they focused many of their forces there and slowly took territory after territory until Area was surrounded by enemy forces on all sides. There was a reason 12 elders were stationed there. Area was the location of one of the southern region's greatest travelers' hubs. It was a place most people would pass through if they were entering the south from the west, including members of Void Palace. The timing was terrible. Originally, there were only 3 elders stationed in Area. They were heads of commerce and had been staying in the city to facilitate trade agreements between Void Palace, the Dragon Clan, and the Holy Empire. However, in recent times, a few more had gone to join them. Some were just using Area as a springboard to reach another location, while others were doing jobs in the area. But the point was that all of them were in the Principality when the surrounding areas were conquered. They couldn't act against the powerful combat force of the Divine Order on their own, so they chose a defensive stance, keeping at least Area safe from war. The borders of the Principality had been challenged several times. The stalemate that wasn't really a stalemate was all the elders could create, because stopping the Divine Order entirely was impossible for them. Luckily, they'd held out quite well. The borders had moved several million miles inward, but the Area Principality was, for the most part, still in one piece. This was the situation Damien arrived at. On one side of area was the border to the Divine Order's southwestern region, to the left was the Bristeria Principality. To the right was the Raystone Principality, and blocking the path deeper into the southern region was the Liencia Principality. From the moment Liencia was conquered, the Divine Order had a complete advantage. If they wanted to, they could continue pushing into the southern region, but they instead chose to focus on conquering area. Unlike the surrounding principalities without much reputation, conquering area would deal a serious blow to Void Palace in various ways. The elders are also lucky. If the Divine Order wasn't focusing on multiple things at once, if they weren't making similar plays across the border and reserving the majority of their troops for other purposes, area would have been a wasteland by now. The stalemate had been ongoing for more than 5 years. The fact that the elders had been able to hold out for so long was already extremely impressive. Damien was certain that 90% of people would have crumbled long ago if they were put in the same situation. It had reached a point where Damien was concerned whether his interference would mean anything or not, but I'm not in a position to question that. It'll be difficult if there are gods there, but if it's just demigods, this was about to either be an extremely taxing or an extremely easy endeavor, and as Damien had just arrived in the vicinity of the war zone, he would soon find out. Somewhere near the border of the area principality facing Liencia, in a stronghold that was clearly on its last leg, a meeting of war generals was taking place. It doesn't look hopeless, but unless the clan sends aid, we likely will not be able to hold the border for longer than another month. The speaker was named Perseus Vanheim. He was the 36th elder of Void Palace, a loyal follower of the palace who'd always stood on its side. Beside him were 2 others of similar stature, the 38th and 40th elders, Monique Destero and Fedora Price. They, the 12 Void clan elders present in the principality, had split into 4 groups to take charge of each border. They'd been communicating amongst themselves and using said communication to properly distribute their forces. But they were starting to run thin. What does the enemy number look like? Monique asked. It's still increasing. Unlike us, they have a consistent source of support from nearby. Luckily, it doesn't seem like they've called experts in yet, Fedora replied. However, our strongholds won't last much longer, and the troops are beginning to struggle. It hasn't been easy since the supply lines were cut. The 3 of them collectively sighed. Practitioners at the level of those participating in the war didn't have the need to eat or drink to sustain themselves. Pure mana was enough to cover for such processes. However, it wasn't the same for everyone. The territory's population was majorly common people who hadn't trained at all and people under 4th class. For them, 5 years without any supplies was extremely difficult. They'd been surviving mostly off the crops farmed in the principality itself, but due to the harsh weather conditions that had recently assailed the area, it was difficult to produce enough food to sustain the entire population, and even with food, water was a greater problem. Those damn Divine Order scum. Perseus became infuriated just thinking about it. One of the first moves they made was to pollute every aqueduct and water source in the principality with poison, making it undrinkable. It was extremely unfortunate. The area principality had one interconnected waterway that ran through the entire territory. While it normally wouldn't have been a problem, the Divine Order used mysterious means to run their poisons through the entire water system spanning billions of kilometers in less than a week, something everyone thought impossible until that point. If the people died, there was no principality to save. The land had no value without them, and those people were the families and friends of those participating in the war. If anything happened to them, the army's morale would plummet, and defeat would become even more inevitable. We can try our best, but it looks like retreat is absolutely impossible in our current circumstances, Perseus continued, summing up every problem and potential solution they'd encountered thus far. The only viable option is to keep defending to the best of our abilities and hope for a miracle. They didn't believe it would come, but they had to believe, otherwise they'd lose hope before their armies even had a chance. The situation was dire to say the least. The 12 elders were doing everything they possibly could with the resources they had, but they simply didn't have enough power to attain victory against this foe. Disregarding everything else, the demigods leading the enemy force were at the absolute peak, just a step away from godhood. Elders who stood from the 30th to 50s in the hierarchy weren't equipped to deal with them. It was an entirely disadvantageous situation. Perhaps if the 4th and 5th swords hadn't disappeared, it was too late to be having such thoughts. The elders could only focus on the dire situation in front of them. However, their dire situation wasn't as dire as they believed, because someone with the power they lacked was coming. Their miracle would be arriving soon. Chapter 14:18 Massacre 1. The timing couldn't have been worse. The meeting hadn't even ended yet. The elders, along with the main parties who worked together with them to lead the armies, were still trying to find a solution to their current problems, but alarm bells rang throughout the entire stronghold. The sound of warning was clear to all: the Divine Order was staging an attack. Not just any attack, but a full frontal onslaught that left no room for counterattack, and the worst part, we've received news from the others. This attack has surrounded the entire principality. It isn't just on our border. If someone stood above area and looked down on it, no matter which direction they looked, they'd see the Divine Order's people on the border. Clashes had already begun. It hadn't escalated to a full-out war yet, but it would be there soon enough. Damn it, Perseus slammed his fist against the table. These bastards won't give us a single moment of rest. He was pissed. He was losing hope. But he couldn't focus on that right now. Tell everyone to prepare for mobilization. We'll be preparing to confront their armies from now on. If confrontation was what they desired, confrontation was what they would get. Regardless, we cannot win against them. We've been doing our best to hold out until now, but under an assault like this, we will either be exterminated or driven back until we've lost the entirety of area. That was reality. They only had two options: either we continue to play passive and protect as much as we can, even if that ends up being no more than a single city, or we fight. We fight until our last breaths and make sure that those who come after us will not face the same powerful armies we are facing today. If one thing was certain, it was that the Divine Order couldn't dedicate all its resources towards conquering area. With the sizes of the armies growing each day, they'd probably already reached their limits on what they could assign. But since those limits far exceeded what the defenders of area could handle, it wasn't a problem. Perseus knew it was hopeless, but he refused to lose hope. He didn't think retreating here was the right option. Our people will die no matter what. With every time we are pushed back, thousands of soldiers will die protecting our rears. Should we sacrifice their lives for a meaningless and Pyrrhic victory, or should we carve a path for our reinforcements to walk? He didn't know who it would be, but he was sure somebody would come, whether it be from the main palace, from other principalities, or even from within area itself. He was sure somebody would appear to stand up against the Divine Order, because that was the kind of place the southern region was. They, unlike others, truly had a sense of community that held them together. They weren't the type to abandon each other, and though nobody could come in time to save them, Perseus was certain somebody would arrive by the time they died. In that case, wasn't it better for them to use their lives to guarantee a path to success for those people? Wasn't it better to bring down the enemy's number so others didn't have to struggle like so? As he expressed his feelings, others gradually voiced their agreement as well. Nobody wanted to die meaninglessly, but in a situation where they had no choice in the matter, they'd much rather do something potentially great than something cowardly in their last moments. The armies of every border gathered. It wasn't just Perseus and his group in the south. They were no more than a ragtag group of bandits in front of the full force of the Divine Order's armies, but they gave off an aura of valiance that the enemy could never possess, because they weren't fighting for greed. They were fighting to protect their homes, their families, and their livelihoods. Perseus stood before his army along with Monique and Fedora. He looked at each and every person present, acknowledging the emotion in their eyes. He wasn't the type to give speeches, nor was a speech necessary here. They all knew what he wanted to say. Saying it again would be pointless. Instead, he raised his sword to the sky. He flared his aura, letting his mana run wild. And he shouted, "Kill!" the raw emotion they all shared. The only thing they wanted to do, kill. The army responded to his call. Together, they exited the stronghold and faced the enemy proudly. Divine Order scum. Perseus roared. He didn't care that they were a mere 300,000 facing over 3 million troops. He didn't care that there were over 10,000 demigods on the enemy side. He didn't care. He just shouted at the top of his lungs, "Today, we will show you the might of our void palace." Face the rage of the south. He didn't care if they could hear him. He didn't care if they were provoked or disgusted by his words. He didn't care. He just wanted to see their heads at his feet. Charge. 300,000 troops moved as one, and on the other borders, similar scenes displayed themselves. The entirety of the area principality's combat power only amounted to a single army of the Divine Order if one excluded divinities, but none of them showed fear. It wasn't just people at the led like Perseus. Even the most common soldiers had the same pride and rage in their hearts, motivating them to kill until the moment they died, and then keep killing. The gap of a few thousand kilometers would close itself in an instant now that they'd begun moving, and that was the situation Damien arrived to see. He stood above area and looked down on it. No matter which direction he looked, he saw the Divine Order's people on the border. He saw the valiant troops of the area principality making their last stand, and he saw the 12 elders who stood in front of them as generals, and he smiled. I'm proud. He was proud of his people. It was a feeling he had several times since he arrived in the southern region, but his smile wasn't completely pure. Deep within it, there was a boiling rage that no mortal could bear. The divine order, they really had some nerve. He couldn't believe the scene he was witnessing because of them, though. I don't see any gods in the crowd. Not only in the crowd, but in the general vicinity, there wasn't a single god present, which meant, it's my time to shine. Damien had been in this position before, when he was at the extreme peak of 4th class, and even before that, he'd been here. He was so far above his peers that they were like ants in his eyes, yet those stronger than him were strong enough to crush him like an ant himself. But, right now, the second half of that statement didn't matter. What mattered was that demgods didn't stand a chance against his power, no matter how close they were to establishing godhood. He raised his arm into the sky, his mana billowing around him. Clouds gathered in the air, not because Damien changed the weather, but because his mana was heavy enough to change the atmosphere. This much of a scene was only natural, before the divine order got news of what he'd done to their little spies. He would show them who he was. He would properly introduce them to the monster that was Damien Void. Chapter 1419 Massacre 2. Damien's mana began to flood the sky. He didn't aim at the people below. No, he had other plans. VOM. The gathering of dark clouds that encompassed the entirety of the surrounding principalities was hard not to notice. The battle that was about to begin came to a complete halt as both sides stared at the unexpected event that neither of them caused. Damien didn't pay attention to them. His body had been completely concealed in the folds of reality, so nobody could perceive his presence. They were busy believing the clouds were a natural phenomenon, so he didn't have to worry. His mana was spread out over a massive distance. When Damien became a divinity, the Ananta matrix experienced a huge evolution. Its circuits became thicker and denser, and as it learned to constantly draw a small amount of mana from the surroundings to utilize for its own purposes, it came infinitely close to the concept of perpetual motion that Damien had in mind when he created it. As long as he wasn't in a manaless environment, he'd never run out of mana, but he'd never been able to explore what that meant. There were usually cases where he could extend his power to the heights of his capabilities without having to worry about risking the lives of innocents. However, he was different now. He'd understood the concept of harmony. He may not have been able to totally control existence yet, but he was confident in distinguishing between friendlies and enemies. Therefore, as he spread his mana, he didn't give it a limit. He let it expand and expand until it didn't just cover the area principality, but Liencia, Raystone, Bristeria, and even several billions of kilometers of divine order territory. The massive storm rumbled and thundered, giving off an aura of majesty that made countless divinities reel on fear. They had no idea what they were facing. All they knew was that it was dangerous. That was when the rain started. From a single droplet of water, no bigger than a crumb, a huge rainstorm appeared, pouring with such intensity that it turned the ground into a swamp within minutes. Rain was odd. While it wasn't always sunny weather, it was rare for there to be fluctuations in temperature in set areas. Where it rained, it would always rain. Where it was sunny, it was always sunny. Area became so popular as a hub partly because of its beautiful climate and location. For it to rain over area, people began to doubt if the phenomenon was truly natural. However, it was already too late to doubt. From the moment the first drop of rain touched the ground, the hidden attack had already struck true. Perseus and the rest could only look up at the sky in confusion. To them, there was nothing strange about the rain. It was simply odd in nature, and due to its ferocity, their opportunity to strike had been ruined. It wasn't as if normal rain could inhibit a practitioner, but rain like this, there was even a chance they could die. After all, it was already turning the environment into something it had never been before. If the intensity became focused on the quality of the rain rather than quantity, it could become a true natural disaster. The forces supporting area retreated back into the stronghold behind them and began preparing for the situation where the rain was weaponized. They left before they could see it. The forces from the Divine Order didn't retreat. They didn't even try to chase their retreating enemies. Entire armies stood in confusion. Millions upon millions of people, including tens of thousands of demigods, were frozen like statues, creating a natural wall around area. The rain that touched their skin, entered their bodies through their pores, and assimilated with that rain invaded their minds. There was a question Damien asked himself before he decided to attack. What was the best way to deal with these enemies? He could always use the abilities he was confident with, like space, time, or even destruction, but he was practicing existence law now. He needed to use it properly if he wanted to get a grip on it. What was he to do, though? Existence was such a broad concept that he couldn't think of any ideas. He'd never tried being a necromancer, and they were quite rare in general, so he thought about killing a few, having them kill their allies, and slowly turning the enemy army into his own. However, it was a bit bland. Still, he liked the idea of turning them against each other, and the best way for him to make them do so, naturally, it was by abusing their own vices. He made rain. It poured down not just on the army's surrounding area, but those stationed in nearby principalities and even across the border. He targeted every member of the divine order he could find in the distance his mana covered, and he made them face their own greed, glory, wealth, power. Whatever they aimed to reach in the end, it appeared before them, and the negative emotions in their heart gained a voice. Like devils and demons, those vices and desires tempted the ones who birthed them. Whispering in their ears, they slowly corroded the wills of their creators until they were no longer able to think logically. No, the evil hidden in their hearts became the very thing defining their every action. And for that evil, they were willing to do anything. If two people were standing next to each other, if one of them had an immense greed for wealth, and if the one next to him possessed even a single coin, he would kill. It didn't matter if that person was his sibling, his closest friend, or his lover, he would kill for that single coin. The first death sprouted in the crowd. It went unseen. It went unspoken. It was a silent death where the murdered party didn't even have the sane mind to mourn his last moments. It was a death followed by a storm of the same scene, making it obsolete in the greater picture. For wealth, for power, for control, for desire, the people of the divine order showed their true colors. And those very true colors slaughtered them en masse. Damien's work ended the moment the rain started. He stood in the sky and silently watched the carnage below, his eyes indifferent to any emotion. This was just the start. A massacre like this was just like the death of one divine order soldier in his eyes. It was irrelevant in front of the countless massacres that would occur in the future. This is just the start. The divine order was the closer enemy. They were a greedy bunch who only cared about growing their own power, but they were only the first. The Stria clan, the ones whom he encountered in the forbidden secret realm. Unlike the divine order, the damage they'd done to Void Palace wasn't something that could be repaid in blood. For the Stria clan, even their souls wouldn't be spared, and to prepare for that, Damien was going to exterminate the divine order. In totality, Chapter 1420 Ambush 1. Bodies formed a blanket over the landscape. They didn't pile up like a mountain, nor did their blood flow like a river. They were cold corpses that absorbed all the blood they spilled, and their bodies were spread out because of the widespread carnage that killed them. The scene ended in a few hours. The armies were enormous, or else it wouldn't have taken so long, but whether they were divinities or lower existences, they fell all the same, becoming part of the blanket of corpses that decorated the surrounding territories. Damien looked down on them indifferently. His thoughts were still the same, but he was starting to contemplate other things as well. Maybe I shouldn't discriminate. He, of course, wouldn't kill the Void Palace forces, but he was wondering whether or not he should place them under a similar spell to see how they would react. After all, Damien never forced the Divine Order troops to die. He never forced them to succumb to their vices. Their vices tempted them like the devil, but everyone had vices. Damien didn't think everyone in the Divine Order would be a bad person. There was a way out. As long as they overcame their greed and stood on their morals, they could escape the temptation and regain their sanity. In that moment, if any of them succeeded, Damien was willing to save them from the madness and send them to a safe place. Unfortunately, none of them managed to succeed. Maybe there were good people in the Divine Order, but none of them were here. None of them were participating in the massacre of innocents the Order was trying to create an area. Regardless, it's over now. Damien sighed to himself and descended through the skies, aiming to return to the OM. Suddenly, a massive force exploded in the air. The dark clouds that gathered were instantly dispersed by the power, and Damien was sent flying millions of kilometers to the west. Damien's senses suddenly went on alert. His natural barriers kept him from taking any damage, but he was still extremely wary. The force that attacked him came from somewhere he couldn't detect. He didn't know who attacked him or what their purpose was, but it wasn't hard to guess. There's another explosion, this time even more ferocious than the last. It was infused with so much light law that Damien's eyes were temporarily blinded. His skin was burned and his insides were starting to be touched too, but more importantly, laced within the light so covertly that Damien almost couldn't sense it, was a trace of death law, an absolute corrosion beyond anything he'd ever encountered before, a god. Damien's eyes narrowed. He put up a barrier of existence to block him from the light and pushed himself away, returning to the world outside the explosion. His eyes widened as he expanded his field of view to its greatest capabilities. His awareness spread out along with his mana, creating a net that would detect anyone or anything that entered it. It was only for a brief moment, a spark of a flash of a second, A number with so many zeros after the decimal that it wasn't even. Worth mentioning, something flashed into the mana net, and it arrived before Damien in the same instant. Shit, BOM, Damien's mana turned into a massive flame that solidified into a wall that folded the fabric of reality into a defense. That was when Damien finally got a look at his opponent. Their gender was unknown. They looked both male and female at the same time, but they were pure white, whether in skin, in robes, or in anything else, they were absolutely white. 6 massive angel wings sprouted from their back, giving them a propulsion force others couldn't compete with, and their eyes are empty. There was no soul remaining in those eyes. Whatever made this creature a living, breathing entity and not an automaton could no longer be called a soul. It was devoid of all things other than the ability to execute orders it was given. It's a homunculus, but it had the strength of a god. Is this the true face of the Divine Order? As their name suggested, the Divine Order was a religious organization. The people of the southwestern region were believers of their doctrine, and in the eyes of those people, the Divine Order was an absolutely just force. Void Palace had been painted as an evil influence that needed to be defeated, and their brainwashed believers didn't question the validity of that statement at all, because it was real brainwashing. The Holy Empire was also a religious organization. They also had an extreme number of believers and amount of influence. However, the Holy Empire did it naturally. The absolute they worshipped and the doctrine they spread truly grasped the hearts of people. The Holy Empire was what a religious organization was meant to be. Damien was assured of their righteousness and benevolence, because the Holy Empire, just like the Veritas clan, was one of Void Palace's greatest allies who stood by them despite their declining state. So when he looked at the Divine Order, all he felt was disgust. Damien knew the Divine Order was only just on the surface. They were a corrupt and vile influence pretending to be righteous. However, he thought it ended at brainwashing and greed. He didn't think they were killing souls and using them to create homunculi. The amount of torture it takes to break an ego and plunder the soul it was attached to is absolutely monstrous, and for the Divine Order to send a homunculus after him meant they had far more than he could imagine. Fucking hell, he didn't have time to think. In the brief span of time he took to understand the situation, the homunculus had already broken through the cage he enclosed it in. I have no choice, he had to defeat this thing, not only for short-term victory, but for the soul it carried. Even if its ego is gone, the memories in its existence are still very much present. The things he'd learn if he devoured it, whether or not it's a god, it's too enticing to resist. Damien released the restrictions he kept on himself. He freed the entirety of his power, because he'd need it if he wanted to win this fight. Boom! With a single blast of light, the homunculus broke free and forcefully charged towards Damien. However, this time, Damien didn't retreat. He contained heaps of mana in his eyes, enhancing his vision. He kept mana circulating through his body, so it could be summoned whenever he needed it, and subtly, he added void energy into his circuits, keeping it ready in case of emergency. It all happened in less time than it took for the homunculus to reach him. So when they finally locked eyes only a few feet away from each other, Damien was also ready to attack. His arm flew forward, and the homunculus raised a spear of light to meet it. Laws clashed through the sheer force of their auras, and as the two weapons of mass destruction came together, the force couldn't even be described. The skies shattered apart, and area was instantly plunged into the dead of night. In that darkness, only 2 stars remained, competing endlessly for dominance. Chapter 14:21 Ambush 2. The collapsing of the sky happened only once in the eyes of outsiders, but it was actually a continuous phenomenon. The heavenly order was strong. Every time the sky broke, it would repair it instantly. However, Damien and the homunculus were too strong. As fast as the heavenly order repaired the sky, they destroyed it. Boom, boom. 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 The homunculus spear was like a shotgun. The creature stabbed over and over again, its rhythm changing from fast to slow as it changed to a power output of each strike so precisely that it was practically magic. Meanwhile, Damien used his fists to match it. The laws he'd mastered, laced with void energy, swirled around his fists like contained galaxies. Despite the fact that Damien was using physical power against a weapon made of law energy, he kept up well. He was able to match a majority of the homunculus strikes. While his power fell short, his speed was able to barely match it. He used everything in his inventory to make it so, whether it be something like precise mana usage to stimulate his body or the most basic technique of using lightning to enhance reaction speed. Damien used it all, because even the smallest effects still had effect. When everything stacked together and formed one combined buff, it gave Damien what he needed to stand toe-to-toe with a god, at least, a god that was restricted by its continued presence in the physical world. Bang! Damien blocked an attack, striking back in the same instant. Clang! 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 The homunculus used its spear of light to block every fuse he threw. With the sound of metal clashing against metal, massive waves of force spread for tens of millions of kilometers, making the sky rumble dangerously. Boom! 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 I can't do any damage. Damien and the homunculus moved so fast they were like shooting stars across the night sky. Watching from the ground, nobody could distinguish them from two light trails dancing together. However, this was a deadly clash, more so for Damien than the homunculus. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't find a way to break through the homunculus defense. Even when he was able to strike its body, it felt more like he struck iron as immortal, a nigh impenetrable body and spear and law skills that were beyond what a normal genius could display. The homunculus made the reason for its existence incredibly clear, and the thought Damien had as he tried to find a way to deal damage to it was, is this what it's like to fight me? Disregarding his inability to deal damage, he was doing quite well. His body wasn't as impenetrable as the creatures, but it was pretty much the same. His skin and muscles burned several times, but they'd regenerate just as fast. The homunculus was definitely strong enough to injure him, but it couldn't accumulate enough damage to kill him. It's a stalemate. Damien was slightly on the losing side, but for the most part, it was a stalemate. The thing is, I know how to kill it. After fighting it for so long, he'd already seen through it. The soulless soul that powered the homunculus was the very key to defeating it, a soul without an ego, yet without another owner. It was an unnatural phenomenon, something disallowed by the heavenly order. Every soul had an identity. For a homunculus to be created was to remove that identity and replace it with something man-made. If Damien wanted to take it apart, he just needed to target that man-made aspect and use existence to return it to nature. In that case, either the original ego would return, or the soul would be shattered, returned to the wheel of samsara. It was a foolproof strategy, but it wasn't executable. Why? Because Damien didn't have enough control over existence. If I want to do that, I need to be in direct contact with its soul. I can't do it as I please right now. How could he get to its soul when he couldn't even get through its body? That was the dilemma Damien was currently facing, and he didn't see any proper solutions to the problem. Boom! 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 The battle in the sky became hard to ignore as it zoomed through the darkness. The fluctuations given off by the two combatants were monstrous, and the effects of their collisions eventually stopped affecting the sky alone. The ground rumbled and shook. Buildings got scarily close to crumbling, forcing people to crouch in corners and cover their necks, hoping they survived. Most of the Aryan army was forced to stay in the shelter of their strongholds, unable to handle the force of the mana radiating from the sky. However, the 12 elders and the other demigods among them immediately set out, helping as many people cope with the catastrophe as possible. Damn! Damien clicked his tongue. He noticed quickly when the sounds of panic reached his ears. I have to take the fight higher. He flipped backward and let his mana follow his retreat. As the homunculus approached, he slightly lowered his body, and as it stabbed out with its spear, he sent an uppercut into its chin, blasting out all the mana contained in his arm when he made contact. Boom! Damien gritted his teeth. The homunculus was thrown higher into the sky as he hoped, but he wasn't completely safe either. Its spear had punctured his shoulder as he focused on landing a hit. When it was thrown into the air, the spear ripped through his shoulder, leaving an open gash that was spurting out blood. Damien sent void energy into his shoulder as it healed, removing all the corrosive mana that was fed into him. At the same time, he pushed upward and met the homunculus several 100,000 kilometers higher in the sky, at a location where their fight wouldn't affect those uninvolved. Naturally, the homunculus didn't care about where they fought. Its only order was to slaughter the man standing in the sky. It didn't have the intelligence to target the innocent to draw him in. Therefore, as it saw him approaching, it once again prepared to strike. Light gathered around the tip of its spear, swirling into a golden tornado. It pushed out, concentrating its strength into the swirling mana, and thrusted its spear. A massive beam of light slammed into Damien and went straight through him. He was burned bad. The burns dug into his skin and bones, into the very cells that made up his body, and made sure not a single inch of his physical form remained unharmed. Fuck, Damien roared, but internally his vocal cords were burned, so he couldn't actually shout it. That hurt a lot, but he wasn't knocked out of commission. Even in this state, the Ananta Matrix existed, and as long as the Ananta Matrix existed, he could fight. Mana gathered around his charred body. It carried traces of the world, traces of existence, traces of the void. Damien didn't know what he was about to do. He was just gathering his mana and following his instinct to form it into an attack. But whatever was about to happen as a result of his actions, that was going to be apocalyptic. Chapter 1422 Ambush 3 Damien's instincts. They had accompanied him since his days in the first dungeon, constantly improving and aiding him in his path to power. As he got stronger, he stopped relying on them. He didn't need instinctive reactions when his intentional actions were enough to solve any problem. However, his instincts still appeared every once in a while, and every time they appeared, they led him to something amazing. Sometimes it was in the form of another person, sometimes it was an opportunity he never would have seen coming, and sometimes it was a guiding hand that helped him manifest his power in the most effective way. Damien's instincts never had time to help him in the last aspect because he wasn't fighting people who couldn't truly harm him. The current battle was different. Perhaps it couldn't kill him, but the homunculus was truly a god. Damien had no way of confirming that it truly didn't have any means to send him to hell. He'd been thinking for the entire battle. He responded as best as he could, but he never directly tried to take the upper hand, because he couldn't find a way through the homunculus defense. Attacking without a target was simply pointless. What Damien did instead was corral the destructive entity and guide it to a place where he could fight it without worry. After that, he only worked hard enough to keep it there, until his instincts appeared to show him the way. He didn't quite understand what he was doing. In simple terms, he gathered all his energy into his fists and got ready to release it, but that wasn't nearly enough explanation to do it justice. The divine energy of the heavenly world, the so-called demonic energy of the foreign races, and Damien's exclusive void energy, these were the forces under his control at the moment. Each of them functioned differently, and they were absolutely independent forces that couldn't be combined in any way. Damien had actually tried in the past, but he'd always failed. It seemed as if any time the energies were brought together, they'd repel each other instinctively. Void energy was like glue. It had always functioned like that, even when he was a lower existence. But even void energy couldn't glue its compatriots together, or, well, that was Damien's assumption after so many failed attempts. His thoughts were being challenged now. His burned body didn't have much capability as it focused all its attention on healing, but as Damien continued to gather mana in his hands, something changed. Divine energy and demonic energy appeared on his left and right respectively. Despite being inherently different, they were working in the same way. They supported Damien's laws, becoming billowing heaps of mana that split the sky into two halves, one dark blue and the other crimson red. On the divine side, creation, life, time, and other concepts related to or stemming from the aforementioned three resided. They created a calm yet ferocious energy, like a dormant volcano waiting for the moment to erupt. On the demonic side was the complete opposite. Destruction, death, space, and all other chaotic forces gathered together as one. Unlike the calm of its other half, it was a raging tsunami that annihilated everything in the most destructive way possible. Damien stood in the sky, the mediator between these two energies. At this point, he wasn't able to move at all. He was stuck regulating the energy so it didn't become catastrophic for those uninvolved as well. The homunculus wasn't going to let him go easily either. Despite its lack of intelligence, it clearly senses the dangerous aura emanating from Damien's body. It gathered its light spear once again and charged, letting loose a flurry of thousands of attacks. Boom! 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 The homunculus spear wasn't as easy as it seemed to the outside viewer. It was just a product of light laws. Even those more informed could only sense the death laws lacing its every move. But there was a problem. This homunculus was not designed to fight Damien Void. It was designed to kill gods. This wasn't the true extent of its power. It only used as much power as necessary based on its assessment of the enemy. But when Damien started gathering so much energy in one place, it totally reevaluated his level. It started treating him as a genuine threat. Nothing changed in its appearance. Just like the Divine Order always did, they made sure the homunculus would never appear as anything other than holy in the eyes of others. However, another force entered its sphere, hidden to all but other gods. This force wasn't something a demigod could access. One could say it was the trademark of gods, the staple of their realm. It was this force that allowed them to enter the heavenly god plane, and it was partly because of this force that their power was so great when their restrictions were lifted. An edict. Edicts were proclamations from the heavenly order that acknowledged a god as a true divinity. They were above laws and authorities. And while they were usually based on divinities established during cosmic rebirth, they were esoteric and had far more power than anyone could imagine. Every god could only have one edict, and that edict wouldn't change whether they liked it or not. Since edicts came from the heavens themselves, it was impossible for an unnatural creation like a homunculus to have access to one, at least, not normally. But this specimen, along with those created alongside it, was made with a godly soul to begin with. Their edicts didn't get retracted because their egos were gone, or did they? In any case, since the homunculi were still in development, it was unknown what would happen if they used the edicts of their past selves. But there hadn't been a problem yet, especially not with the homunculus fighting against Damien. Using an edict in the real world had several consequences, but the homunculus didn't care. It deemed Damien a threat worthy of such power, and it used that power without hesitation. The homunculus shot forward. It had made distance to prepare its next attack, but that distance was closed in an instant. Meanwhile, Damien's eyes were still closed, his attention focused on the energies under his control. They created a natural barrier around him that blocked most of the homunculus' prior attacks, but from the aura he was sensing currently, he didn't think that would work anymore. I have to focus. He had to tame these energies and follow his instincts. He had to figure out what they were telling him to do, and what the path forward was. Damien sunk into a deep state of comprehension where time hardly passed for him. The homunculus movements became sluggish in his perception, and the two colorful powers in his hands were made incredibly clear. He didn't even notice his hands coming closer together until this moment, but as he did, he finally got a clue. If I do something like that, a grin appeared on his face. I see. It's a loophole. He finally understood what he was meant to do. The concept of harmony, along with void energy and rampant existence laws, entered the equation once again. This time, he was ready. This time, I'll break through that indestructible body. Chapter 1423 Ambush. 4. Duality. Damien always practiced with duality in mind. He never leaned too far to one side, because his path was one close to nature. Just like everything in the natural world had an equal and opposite, his laws were the same. Duality was an extremely important concept, not just to Damien, but in general. But it wasn't a concept that could be comprehended. It was an overarching truth on a completely different level than other concepts. Therefore, while Damien always kept it in mind, he was never able to harness the power of duality properly, but if he could, he knew it would create something amazing. For this move, he separated his laws and abilities into two equal and opposite parts. When he used everything he had, from existence to the void, to ease the tension between both sides and bring them together, a massive pulse of mana spread through the sky, bringing light to the dark world. The homunculus was immediately pushed back before it could properly approach Damien with its edict. His eyes opened, and their color changed to match the powers in his hands. Damien stood straight like a pencil. His palms turned in, and as if he was entering a praying position, he brought them together. Whosh, it was hard to describe the scene. Damien had trouble pushing his hands together. But every time they inched closer, the air would fluctuate, the sky would tremble, and the atmosphere itself would quiver as if anticipating the force that was to be released. Even the homunculus started to get desperate. Its limited intelligence only gave it ways to attack Damien, but no matter how it tried to attack, it was pushed away by the sheer density of the air around its target. It couldn't approach. Its edict was powerful enough to bend the laws of reality, but it couldn't be used carelessly in the real world. Therefore, such a power was to be saved until the proper moment. The homunculus thought process was not much of a process at all, but its intelligence did open up somewhat when it was put in an impossible situation. Its goal was unattainable if things continued this way. How was it to accomplish its goal? As it searched its mind, it realized that it had to force Damien out of his current state. Otherwise, it would be struck by that dangerous force and decommissioned. But how could it bring Damien out of that state if it couldn't touch him? Its first instinct was to attack the space around him. Boom. 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 Its spear struck out countless times, followed by tens of thousands of light beams that streaked through the sky. The air pressure was blown to pieces by the opposing force, but it returned to its previous density just moments later. The homunculus could definitely intrude into Damien's space with this method. But it was too inefficient. Then, the homunculus didn't understand human emotion, but it understood patterns. When it observed the surroundings and noticed how the humans from Void Palace were acting, when it finally noticed the happenings on the ground, its thoughts became clear. If humans stood together, then all it needed to do was give the target a reason to leave his state sooner, and to do that. Damien's awareness picked it up instantly, but he couldn't move to stop it. The homunculus charged towards the ground. Its body slammed into the earth with such force that the wind tore down nearby structures. Innocent civilians were torn to shreds, the remnants of their bodies becoming dye that colored the swirling tornado around the creature. It stood up, its wings flapping lightly. It turned its head, looking out into the crowd around it. Whether it was the Void Palace elders or a random farmer who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, were doomed. They were not monsters. they could not stand up against a god. They'd seen the insane picture of Damien and the homunculus battle, so they were more than aware of what was about to happen to them. A spear of light appeared once more in the homunculus' hands. Its tip widened and expanded until it was practically a lance, the severity of its laws following the same process, though just the sight of the weapon being unveiled was enough to kill. Hundreds of people in the surroundings found their eyes melting, their bodies doing the same moments later. Defend, Perseus snapped out of his daze. He was as clear as anyone else on their weakness, but he couldn't stand by in this moment. Using all his power, he pushed in front of the civilians and citizens of Aria, roughly pouring mana out to create a shield that defended them. The other elders immediately followed him without a second thought. They were proud members of Void Palace. They would not act shamefully even if these were their final moments. There was no way for them to know it as they acted, but if they hadn't put up the shield exactly at that moment, bang! In a single instant, the homunculus spear became a star of its own. Its light and heat reached an immeasurable level, burning the surrounding ground into ash. The mana holding together the shields around it was burned, to the point where the 12 elders almost fell instantly. However, one by one, the remaining divinities in the crowd emerged to aid them, shouldering a portion of the burden. The force they were facing was blocked off from the people behind them, but they were forced to deal with the damage personally. Their skin and flesh burnt, bringing them endless pain, but they didn't regret it. Their actions were not in vain, because if they didn't stand before that light, if it was allowed to reach the general populace who hadn't reached divinity, it would have killed several tens of millions of people in that single instant. What would have happened from that point forth didn't need to be mentioned. They were content. Now, instead of ending in a massacre, only they would lose their lives. It was enough. They made peace with death, but they forgot one thing. They weren't the only ones fighting. Holding back the light for that instant was all they needed to do. Just as they felt their power waning in the face of their opposition, rumble, a furious quake spread through the sky. It had changed color yet again. It wasn't black. It wasn't red or blue either. It was a perfect variation of silver-white that it had never been before. Phew, Damien took a deep breath as he stared at the energy in his palms. There was only one remaining after all the others had been combined. It wasn't a completely accurate depiction, but it was close enough. By utilizing duality in everything at his disposal, Damien had created a loophole to access existence. This is what I'm working towards. It was his first time seeing it in its full glory. His body was constantly crumbling under its weight. If it wasn't for the authority of immortality, he would have died the instant it was created. It was amazing that something existed that could kill him so easily. But if there was anything with that kind of power, it was existence. And with its majesty, I can kill that god. Chapter 14:24 Mana 1. Time stopped. The moment the silver light appeared in Damien's hands, time became inconsequential. Damien was truly holding existence. Everything else became negligible under its luster. Damien almost lost himself in it. His body was already turning into ash and rebuilding itself every instant. If his mind collapsed as well, he'd kill himself before he even got the chance to use it. But it was truly wondrous. It made Damien forget his situation, forget his surroundings, and forget himself. It was all those things. It was everything. To hold a mana that truly represented all things in his hand gave him a feeling that was impossible to understand or describe. All he could think was, "This is my goal." He repeated it over and over again, because this mana felt absolute. Focus. 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 He finally got a grip on his mind after several seconds of blankly staring at the light. As he focused, he was finally able to see the outside world again. The blinding light let out by the homunculus became monochrome. The fearful expressions of the common people, the agonizing expressions of the divinities, and the overall air of struggle were frozen in time, a perfect picture for Damien to view. What am I supposed to do with this? This was existence. As he held it in his hands, he was given the freedom to do quite literally anything he wished, but the more complex my desire, the more severe the consequences. It wasn't something he could use as he pleased. Still, he felt that simply killing the homunculus here was a waste of this power. What if I try to revive it? What would happen if he brought its ego back and subordinated the homunculus? It would definitely be useful, but is it worth more than devouring it? If he devoured it, he'd pretty much learn everything about the divine order that could be used to plot against them. It was far more efficient than information from someone else's mouth could ever be. Yet, he didn't want to leave things as they were. There must be something. The area he could affect was only as large as his perceptive range. He couldn't do anything crazier than he already had, but maybe he could. I got it. He suddenly had a genius idea, a flash. Damien disappeared from the sky and appeared directly next to the homunculus. It was frozen in time. It couldn't realize his presence at all, nor could its mana affect him. Damien was different. If he wanted to touch the frozen homunculus without awakening it, he absolutely could. He put his hand on its forehead. When he finally felt its skin like this, he realized how fake it felt. While it was a real living being, it felt more synthetic than anything else. Give it to me. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he wanted it. Give me your ability to enter the heavenly god plane. Damien was still at the lowest level of divinity, as he'd discovered in the forbidden secret realm. Ascending to godhood wasn't something he could do anytime soon. At least, he wouldn't be able to do so until he gathered all 6 concepts of existence, since the first was in a secret realm that opened every few millennia. The others wouldn't be easy to find either. He refused to stay in his current predicament for that long. The heavenly god plane was the battleground of gods. It wasn't a place he logically should have been entering yet. Since he didn't have the capabilities to fight gods at all, however, he had several ideas about the place, and more importantly, he wanted to know exactly what it was. If I can just enter the heavenly god plane, I'll be able to bring myself to a new level regardless of the pieces of existence. There's something there. I don't know what exactly it is, but there's something there that I need to find. He originally sensed it when he sensed the plane's existence. It held secrets beyond anything Damien had seen before. If he wanted to unravel them and grow, he first needed to steal something from the homunculus. As for what that was, it was a power he wouldn't have received even if he decided to devour it. Its edict, its proof of godhood, the silver light in Damien's hand brightened. As his wish was confirmed, it immediately went to work. It spread until it covered the homunculus, covered the demigods beyond the mana barrier, and covered everything else in the area principality. First and foremost, it intruded into the homunculus soul. It stole the artificial being's divinity and extracted its edict, but that wasn't all it did. It healed the demigods who stood up for the common people. It repaired all the damaged structures in the entire principality. It erased the bodies of the Divine Order soldiers who'd died previously, and even gathered the souls of the deceased innocents so they could be sent off properly. Everything Damien wanted to happen happened. Most of it was still secondary, because it took most of the existence mana Damien gathered to extract the edict, and more importantly, to place the edict in his own soul without killing him. A demigod's soul wasn't strong enough to hold something so powerful. Hypothetically speaking, a procedure like this one would demolish a demigod's soul, shattering it instantly. However, Damien's soul was special. It took on the properties of the void, which meant it could contain anything. When the edict entered his soul, he got a strange feeling like a stranger was sleeping in his bed. It was unnatural, and while he could feel the edict's weight, it didn't feel real to him. When his soul acclimated to its presence and started turning it into Damien's power, he started to understand it more, but it still felt half-baked. Edicts, he didn't know much about them, honestly, but he got the gist of it. This homunculus edict was called Darkest Light. It was an ability disguised as light, but was truly an absolute darkness that consumed everything. Honestly, it was relatively useful for Damien, considering the nature of his abilities. But he didn't quite understand why edicts were so valuable. I guess I'll find out when I devour it. He glanced at the homunculus. He thought the process of acquiring an edict would be something grand. He thought the same about his first time killing a god, but in this moment, it felt minuscule. In front of the true weight of existence, these events were nothing. He was still in the frozen world. The effects of his skill didn't end yet, and likely wouldn't end until he devoured the homunculus, the last action in the command he gave. Maybe, the second this ends. Damien sighed. It's not like I have the option to prolong it either, he knew in his heart. This wasn't something he'd be able to replicate easily. This might have been his last time using this ability until he truly unlocked it. It wasn't odd for him to wish he could stay in this space for a long time and simply understand it. But with the amount of existence mana Damien was able to produce, he only had a few more seconds at the maximum. Then, let's get it over with. Damien held his hand out again, and as he gave the command, a pitch-black mana flooded out of his body and cocooned the homunculus. That was it. Time resumed, all changes included in the true timeline, and Damien, chapter 1425 mana, 2. Damien's calmness left him the instant he returned to the real world. Even he didn't realize it was a product of the existence mana. His brain didn't have nearly enough power to behold the existence mana, let alone the ability to function while enduring it. Information rushed into his head in droves beyond droves. Everything that happened finally became real to him. The processes that had to take place for his desire to be carried out were burned into his mind, almost shattering it with ease. And his mind wasn't the only thing affected. His body practically turned into ash once and for all. In the eyes of everyone else when time resumed, Damien didn't exist at all. It was as if everything returned to normal. The only clue to the fact that the events they experienced were real was their position and memory. Damien was completely gone, but, in fact, he was right in the middle of them all. His body couldn't bear the force of existence in the slightest. It was already gone, down to the last drop of blood. However, Damien wasn't dead yet. His authority of immortality allowed him to live under the complete destruction of his physical vessel. It could even rebuild that vessel, given some time. He was currently existing in soul form, in a plane nobody could sense, enduring pain beyond belief. Since his body couldn't take the agony, his soul had to bear it all. Damien gritted his metaphysical teeth and endured it. It felt like he was being stabbed by 10,000 swords, burned by the brightest flame, frozen to death, poisoned, drowned, and slammed against the ground at 100 miles per hour, all at the same time. Unbearable wasn't even enough of a word. Existence was far beyond his capabilities. The loophole he'd created allowed him to use a mockery of its mana, but he wasn't free from the consequences of acting outside his bounds. There was nothing he could do. His soul wasn't capable of screaming or writhing to ease the pain, so he could only sit there and agonize silently. The days went by. The people left the battlefield to rebuild their homes, but when they returned, they realized that everything was in peak condition. Nobody saw their savior. They didn't know what happened, but they remembered the star in the sky that was fighting the homunculus. So, under the leadership of the 12 elders and the leaders of area who protected the citizens from the light, they gathered what they could find of the dead and held funerals. Their next move was more militant, regardless of the unexplainable events that took place, freeing them from the curse of the Divine Order's presence. They were still at war. Since they had been graced with time, they entered a period of fortifying. To make sure the area principality wouldn't fall again, they reinforced their defenses and truly created an army that would become famous throughout the lands for its accomplishments. But that was a story for another time. Damien's torture lasted for 3 days before his body finally built itself back up. Pain as power is really a life-saving mentality, he sighed to himself, happy to finally have a mouth back, and flew into the sky. Concealing his presence, I did something crazy without realizing it. His actions weren't ideal in the slightest. If the Divine Order had even a little bit of intelligence, they'd definitely be on guard after something like this. Not only did one of their homunculi die, but it died in a strange way in a place where it never should have died. I've put myself on a timer. If the Divine Order started seriously considering Void Palace as an enemy, they'd have no choice but to cut their plans short and fight a war. I have to find the 2 swords who disappeared in the next 15 days. Damien had to teleport to area without the help of teleportation arrays. He did so mostly because he wanted to give the people in the main palace more time to grow. But it was also because he had to hide his identity. He couldn't be someone who had enough wealth to travel all the way to area from the vicinity of the main palace in one go. Nevertheless, because of that, it had been 10 days since he left, which meant a total of 20 years had passed in the barrier. It wasn't much time at all. I want to buy them at least a few more decades. Even if I've given them a method to speedrun divinity, they still need around 50 years. He was already doubting if they could truly do it, but if they didn't even have enough time to try, what was the point? Let's finish up quick and go back. I don't have time to sit around. Damien glanced down at the area principality. His mana leaked out, creating 12 envelopes, which each drifted to a Void Palace elder. It was an immediate summons to the main palace. They also mentioned that area's development would be properly managed by the palace so they could leave without worries. Since the problems were over, Damien left immediately. His next destination was deeper into Divine Order territory. It was a pain in the ass to digest through the pain, but I managed to learn a lot from the homunculus soul. From the deepest schemes of the Order to the most general information he needed to know, it was all present. Nobody held their tongues around lifeless dolls, so the amount of information the homunculus had stored in its existence was actually mind-boggling. Not only did Damien get a clue as to where he needed to go to find the missing swords, but, with this, I think I can find a way to save other homunculi when I meet them. The prospects were limitless, but I'll have to save most of those ideas for later. Right now, I need to find them. The 2 swords who disappeared weren't just common characters, no, they were the leader of Void Palace's information division and one of their strongest swordsmen. Their power was absolutely necessary, but Damien frowned. I'll hope for the best. There was something specific he learned from the homunculus memories, one specific fact that Damien didn't want to acknowledge but was forced to stomach. If it was really as they said, he didn't even want to think about it. He had to go regardless, and he had to find out for himself. As Damien set out for the southwestern region, he left behind many things in the south. Most of those things were already known, but he didn't realize what he'd created in area. He didn't understand what kind of scene he caused. The Aryan people didn't just build fortification structures and weapons during this time of preparation, they built a massive statue, visible from several dozens of kilometers away even by mortals. It was a picture of the homunculus that terrified and almost slaughtered them, with its heart being carved out by a man covered in stars. This was the beginning of Damien's second legend in the heavenly world, the legend of the god of war. Chapter 14:26 Sixth Sword. 1. Damien had quite a ways to travel, but it didn't take nearly as long this time. Since he wasn't near the main palace, his identity wouldn't be questioned nearly as much, so putting on his Damien Grey disguise was more than enough to use teleportation arrays. The southwestern region's culture was wildly different from the southern region. The architecture was more of a textbook Western style, and it was far more technological than one would expect from a religiously dominated society. The people of the southwestern region had unwavering faith in their god. It was to the point where a majority of the population would likely be willing to sacrifice their lives in its name. The brainwashing had several negative effects on the people, but on society in general, it also had its positives. For instance, the technological development. With their united minds going towards a single cause without such thing as an opposing opinion, they were able to make rapid progress in several industries, namely daily conveniences. The cities of this region were extremely modern, reminiscent of Earth's cities filled with skyscrapers and apartments that cramped millions of people into a small space with ease. There was a police force as well. The divine order was sneaky. They committed several atrocities, but many of them were done in the shadows. The people didn't know they were being brainwashed. Such procedures would be done from birth, so it was impossible for them to even have the thought. Their lives were relatively normal as well. Besides the overwhelming amount of religious influence in their daily schedules, they lived like normal people. It could be said that their lives had been purposefully designed to not draw suspicion from the outside, but there was an air of uncanniness. As Damien traveled through the territory and ambled at cities, he could feel the difference between them and normal people, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was different. The disguise was immaculate. When the average person spent time in the southwestern region, they wouldn't even realize the difference. And while the territory rarely had immigrants due to its heavy culture that most outsiders weren't willing to accept, there were occasionally those who decided to make the change and ended up indoctrinating themselves, becoming part of the crowd. It was an insanely intricate scheme. Damien couldn't even imagine the amount of time it took for it to become so complete and cyclical, to the point where it could likely never be broken. Still, I'll have to break it. Damien didn't care what they chose to believe in. But the people who instilled those beliefs were not in their right minds. If, after the divine order was destroyed, the church they established could be continued under better leadership, Damien would absolutely choose that option over others. But we don't even know if that's possible yet, whether or not the people would be willing to make such a change. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Damien was already outside the big cities. He was currently in a small rural village somewhere in the Midwest of the region, standing outside a rundown cathedral that looked more than just out of place in its surroundings. This is the place. He'd seen the location in the homunculus memories. It was one of many that had been in and out of this cathedral. After all, it was made here. This cathedral is said to be an ancient relic of a civilization before the divine order. One of many things that prove the existence of their god, however, in reality, it was a front the divine order used to hide one of its many homunculus creation facilities, and Damien was about to enter it. He walked up the main stairs like someone who had no idea what he was doing, and as he expected, he was intercepted by a clergyman. "Is there anything I can help you with?" he asked, a welcoming smile on his face. His eyes were squinted, so it wasn't easy to see his expression, but it was obvious he was eyeing Damien up and down, determining his purpose. No, I'm in the southwestern region for a bit on work, so I thought it would be nice to sightsee." "I see." It wasn't rear. Damien's excuse, no matter how plain it sounded, was valid. People did indeed have to travel between cardinal regions for work fairly often. After all, each region had its own speciality, and several million people had been employed to help transport said specialties to everywhere they were desired. Damien had worked undercover for several years in the eastern region. For the sake of his convenience and hers, Yulia provided him a valid identity as a mercenary working for one of said companies, an identity that would be valid forever, or until the day they became enemies. As Yulia put it, he could easily show his ID card whenever it was needed, but it seemed the clergyman didn't doubt his identity. "Allow me to show you the way. Our cathedral has quite a long history, so you may get bored along the way. Don't worry. I happen to have a great interest in different cultures, so this is great for me." Damien responded with the same cordial attitude, and without another word, the clergyman gave him a tour around the church. Various facts were mentioned, including the history Damien already knew. He was given the whole tourist experience, and he played his part well in return. However, his goal was naturally different. I can't enter in broad daylight this time. He had to find his way down there and see if what he was looking for was truly there, and he needed to do it secretly. He'd heard the rumors as he traveled the lands. People were predicting the war already. If the common people could sense it coming, the higher-ups could too. But war between two great clans wasn't something that could be initiated so easily. After all, they were too strong. If a war started, it would inevitably cause countless problems. Justification was necessary. Currently, Void Palace had it but was holding their hand. The Divine Order didn't have it yet, not in the slightest. But if Damien left any evidence of his actions here, if they were given the initiative, it wasn't something he could allow. The entire time Damien took his tour of the cathedral, he was scanning the place with his awareness. For extra safety, he even detached his awareness from his body and disguised its energy so it couldn't be traced back to him. He didn't find anything but rock for several thousands of kilometers under the cathedral, but eventually, the location revealed itself to him. I don't see any specific way to get down there, but that's better for me. I should be able to make it through teleportation. It was unfortunate that he couldn't see what was going on in the facility, only able to see where its roof was, but that was enough for now. Regardless of what he found down there, it would be a useful clue. Since there's nothing else to do here, there's no need to continue looking suspicious. The tour was about to end, and he'd run out of time. Thank you for the experience. It really was as interesting as I expected. The clergyman smiled and nodded, returning his empty words. Damien left without any problems, and for the rest of the day, he continued his tourist front without deviating even slightly. He could feel the eyes on him. They didn't leave until night came and he found a place to sleep. However, as Damien found, they hadn't left at all. They'd waited, and when the next day dawned, they were once again on his tail. For the next 3 days, Damien was forced to maintain his facade. He checked in with some of Yulia's people whom she had stationed in the nearest big city, affirming his identity once again, and when that was finally done, the shadows that followed him slowly drifted away. On the 5th day, he finally got his chance, and he capitalized on it. He arrived back at the cathedral in the dead of night, concealed by everything he could use. The infiltration would begin and end today. There was no room for mistakes. Chapter 1427 Sixth Sword 2. The cathedral was as crowded during the day as during the night. It was odd only because Damien knew what this place really was. To others, nuns and clergymen residing in the cathedrals they spent their daily lives worshipping in, they were obviously all trained. Their auras were hidden behind several layers of magic. But Damien saw through them all. Not a single person working in the cathedral right now was below the level of divinity. Luckily, Damien didn't need to deal with them. He could directly teleport into the facility from the sky where he was. It was far more difficult of a task than passing through the air, but his capabilities had increased since he first landed in the heavenly world. His teleportation wasn't nearly as restricted, so in that one move, he was able to reach his desired destination. Blue light streamed up from the floor below and illuminated most of the facility. The ceiling was much higher than one would expect it to be with the amount of provided light, but about half the area was covered in darkness. And that was where Damien was. Okay, then, Damien immediately halted his thoughts. They're confident, aren't they? It took him a second to realize their presence. All around him, hanging from the ceiling suspended by chains several feet thick, were almost 100 tubes large enough to carry a human, filled with an aquamarine liquid that moved around inside like it was alive. The ones hanging were just liquid, but the same structures existed on the ground as well, and those were not filled with liquid only. Inside each of them was a homunculus, cocooned in its own wings. I'm definitely curious about the production method, but I can't kill someone here yet. Damien closed his eyes and created thousands of strands of awareness, using the same process to disguise them. They spread out, moving all throughout the facility as Damien could see it and finding any hidden entrances to other rooms. Wow. I knew it had to be big to be a research facility, but still, the part Damien sensed from the surface was only the beginning. Through winding tunnels of pristine white were several dozens of rooms of similar sizes. Some of them were eerily empty, while others were filled with people in suits that encased their whole bodies, working on unknown projects. They were obviously important areas, but what interested Damien more were the dozens of locked compartments that lined each one. His awareness couldn't penetrate them at all, which could only mean they held something nobody was meant to see. I don't see any important personnel here. The people here were even weaker than the guards in the cathedral, let alone a god. There wasn't even a single divinity in this place. Maybe they're also brainwashed bystanders. Damien focused his awareness on a single individual, using it to enter their mind. Gray. It was a sea without color, as expected, those working in these facilities were just arms and legs being controlled by another. It makes sense from their perspective. They've already been cautious to the maximum, but in the situation where they're found regardless. None of their people will be implicated. Gaining information or even trying to understand what was being done at these facilities was almost impossible unless one had a power like Damien's. It still concerns me that there's nobody here, but I'll have to act first and think later. He wasn't here for homunculi, but he was here for someone who might have already become one. Rain Winchester, Void Palace's sixth sword. He was one of their youngest, yet he was also one of the strongest. From the conversations had by those officials and the homunculus memories, Rain had been transported to this facility roughly 10 years ago. Not a single word from him had been heard since then. Damien didn't have much hope for the man, but he had to check the information despite that, because on the off chance that Rain was alive, Damien abandoning him would have been the worst possible choice. I'm not exactly sure about how they make homunculi, but they'll likely use soul torture to get all the information about Void Palace that they'd possibly need out of his mouth before they convert him. That would be the worst case scenario. On this expedition, Damien would either save a sword or learn that the enemy knew all of his weaknesses. The stakes were quite high. I should start searching. Damien's eyes narrowed. He didn't know a good way to enter the sealed compartments through normal means. But he already had a solution. He could use the same method he used in the ancient battlefield. By phasing into the surrounding earth and keeping himself in an immaterial state, he could travel without boundaries. The ancient battlefield was a piece of the heavenly world that broke off. If he could do it there, he had more than enough power to do it here. With his newfound mana capacity, it wasn't as much of a trying task as he thought it would be. He was able to enter the earth, move through it, and find a way to phase back into the sealed compartments without much difficulty. But he didn't find anything worth his attention. They were mainly filled with corpses. There was no racial specificity to them. Nor was there anything to indicate a pattern. They were corpses of anything and everything that could be killed, of any gender, of any age. The compartments were filled to the brim with them. It wasn't like the Divine Order had no way to get rid of these corpses, which could only mean there's something more being done than just the creation of homunculi. There's a greater goal at play. Damien so desperately wanted to find out what was going on, but, again, he wasn't able to. It fucking sucks, but there's nothing I can do. When I have the fate of my entire homeland on my shoulders, I have to be more cautious than ever. He had to suppress his personality for now. He was not Damien Void, the Wanderer. He was Damien Void, the young lord of Void Palace. That was the man who, after searching through 23 sealed compartments, finally entered one that was free of corpses. It was a compartment in complete darkness like the rest, the smell just as musty and rancid as a room filled with dead bodies. But there was only one body present here, a barely living one. Skin and bones that clearly had not been given any sort of humane treatment in ages. That body was shackled to the wall by its wrists and ankles, and while it was easy to mistake it for a corpse, he's still breathing, an aura of life, along with another aura that barely existed anymore, the air of divinity that came from this man's barely surviving soul. It was divinity with a trace of something Damien not only recognized, but became very familiar with over the past 10 years. This was the man Damien had been looking for. This was Rain Winchester, or at least, what was left of him. Chapter 1428 Seventh Sword, 1. Damien didn't know what he expected, but it wasn't this. Why would they keep him alive like this? He couldn't think of a reason why this man wasn't dead already. From his state, it was obvious that his soul had been tortured to a near-death state. With that, Damien didn't need any more answers. I don't know how much they know, but if it came from a sword, it has to be significant. Damien frowned. His mind went through dozens of thousands of possibilities as he tweaked his plans for Void Palace. It won't be nearly the same as it used to be. It might cause trouble if I try to do something so radical, but it's the best option for us. Granted, that's only if we have time. Damien shook his head. He was instantly disappointed by what he found here, but he was going to salvage his experience as much as possible. He walked forward and put his palm on the top of the corpse-like man's head. Despite the direct contact, Rain showed no signs of awareness. His ego was probably already gone. What was left here was a soulless soul just like a homunculus had, but this one had yet to be instilled with a purpose. The only positive about being in this state is that I can do to them as they did to us. Rain's soul didn't have an ounce of strength to resist Damien's intrusion. He didn't have to kill Rain to read the memories of his existence. Damien closed his eyes, setting up precautions so he'd be notified if anything special happened on the outside, and sent his senses into Rain's soul. He read every memory from the start. He saw how Rain grew, how he served and worshipped Void Palace, and how he ended up captured. He felt Rain's pain with his own soul as he experienced the memories firsthand. But Damien didn't crack. Unlike the average person, he'd endured soul torture several times since he was young. He wouldn't break from this much, regardless of what happened. He deserves to be respected. Damien couldn't feel anything but sympathy for Rain after seeing what he'd been through, as well as his fierce loyalty towards the palace. This was a man worthy of the title Sixth Sword in his youth. For him to die like this, it's a bit of a shame. Putting aside his posthumous contribution, which gave Damien a clear idea of how the Divine Order was operating, Rain's hundreds of contributions to the palace without any sort of compensation or rewards were more than enough for Damien to take note of him. Someone like this was absolutely necessary to a big influence. But even I can't heal a body like this. His soul, though, Damien had a sudden idea. His soul can be fixed. There were hundreds of perfect vessels outside, and Damien happened to have the knowledge of how to transfer a soul to another body. Perfect. I'd been wanting to find out about the homunculus production, so this ties together well. Glancing at Rain, Damien sliced his finger through the air, producing a small tear in space that shattered the imprisoned sword's shackles. I don't want to take his soul out prematurely in its current state, so I'll just take him with me for now. Damien grabbed Rain and sent his mana into the air to transfer him to the sanctuary. However, at that moment, the entire facility shook. Rumble. Damien's senses went on alert. He quickly retracted his mana and kept his mind focused on the strands of awareness he had spread throughout the area. His eyes opened to a new scene, completely different from the pristine research environment he'd seen previously. Fiends. Die by my hand. A booming voice struck the walls and caused them to shake. In the middle of the room Damien entered through, the one directly under the cathedral, there was now another man. Unlike Damien, he was taking a more direct approach. The ceiling was caved in as if he'd destroyed the ground down to the hidden facility. There were no signs of a cathedral on the surface at all. The pods filled with homunculi were destroyed, from the most developed ones to the ones that were still fluids. And the entire room was now a mess of dust and debris. The cause of the damage was just one man. He had short, spiky blonde hair and bright red eyes. He held a massive greatsword in his hands, which he swung endlessly, destroying everything in his path. He rapidly made his way through several facilities, utterly decimating them, until he finally reached the one Damien was in. All the researchers are being killed, and all the research is being destroyed. This guy is boom. An explosion rocked the sealed compartment. He'll be here soon. Damien's eyes narrowed. The room had already been cleared. Each sealed compartment was being torn open and destroyed. The man got endlessly closer to Damien. But Damien didn't move. He could have escaped to the sanctuary, but he chose not to. It was a terrible decision. The man outside was not someone he could handle. He needed to use existence mana at a heavy price in order to kill a homunculus that emulated their power. So how could he ever think about matching up against a real god? Still, he didn't move. Instead, he took Rain's body onto his back and carried it. He kneeled down on the ground, and by the time his sealed compartment burst open, bang, Damien slammed against the wall, using his side so the man on his back didn't take the brunt of the force. He coughed a mouthful of blood, quickly standing up and wiping it off. His eyes came in contact with another pair, one that looked at him with curiosity and a hidden darkness. You are not one of them. The man spoke strangely, and his eyes slowly warmed. I see. His expression completely changed, and even tears began to subtly form in the corners of his eyes. There were still people on our side. He was practically mumbling to himself with no particular target in mind. However, he quickly straightened himself and calmed his expression. I don't know who you are or who you work for, but now isn't the time for us to talk. They'll be here soon. Damien glared at the man distrustfully. Who are you? We don't have much time, but I'll give you a short introduction. The man walked forward, putting his hand on Damien's shoulder. Naturally, Damien couldn't resist. I am Void Palace's Seventh Sword, and the man in your arms is my colleague. Boom. A sound came from the entrance of the hole the so-called Seventh Sword had created. Shit, they're already here. He clicked his tongue and glanced down at Damien. Just come with me for now. We can talk in detail later. Damien nodded shakily without much of a choice, and without another word, the man took out his sword and slashed upward. A massive amount of mana was unleashed from his body, and with that single slash, the earth was evaporated into nothingness in all directions, creating another huge hole that led to the surface. With Damien still grabbed by the shoulder, he shot into the air, flying dozens of millions of kilometers per second. Throughout this whole interaction, including the quick escape, Damien remained relatively silent, secretly protecting Rain's body with his mana. His eyes did not soften because he was with the Seventh Sword, nor did he feel some sort of relief. No, rather, it was the other way around. Currently, Damien was having a very hard time keeping his bloodlust hidden. Chapter 1429 7 Sword 2, Void Palace's 7th Sword, Giovanni Pereira. Maybe nobody else would know, but Damien was well aware of where Giovanni was supposed to be right now. His mission was nowhere near this region. He was supposed to be at least 100 trillion kilometers away. For him to reach here wasn't impossible, but how did he know Rain would be here? No, before that, how did he even know Rain had been taken? He surely hadn't been in contact with the main palace. Then, wasn't there only one source remaining for him to learn it from? There wasn't much suspense to it. Damien knew Giovanni had switched sides from the moment he first devoured the homunculus. Giovanni was heavily involved in the process of their creation. He wasn't just someone who'd converted sides recently. He'd clearly been in bed with the Divine Order for a very long time. As for the current situation, Damien had been discovered. It was that simple. They definitely didn't know Damien's identity yet, but the fact that an intruder would be aiming for the cathedral facility probably spread to the higher-ups. They definitely didn't know Damien's identity yet, but the fact that an intruder would be aiming for the cathedral facility probably spread to the higher-ups. After that, Giovanni was dispatched to deal with it. His identity was quite special. After all, if he destroyed the homunculus facility and killed everyone involved, the Divine Order wouldn't have to take responsibility for what was taking place there, and his actions could be disguised as heroism, and, if his identity as a sort of Void Palace was used as leverage, the destruction of the cathedral and murder of its personnel could be used as reasoning for the Divine Order to take extreme measures. All they had to do was dip their toes into the mess a little and control the spread of information, and everything Giovanni did would become their benefit, not a loss. They must think we won't be able to respond. Wherever Damien and Rain were being taken right now would likely be an execution ground made for them, as they were the last evidence of the truth. They'd be put down. However, Damien had other plans for this traitor. Just wait until we reach that grave you've prepared. He'd made a plan to deal with Giovanni from the moment he left the area principality. All he needed was a moment of opportunity. Since Giovanni was providing it so kindly himself instead of forcing Damien to look for it, I'll use your stage to show you what betrayal feels like. Giovanni flew at the speed of a god, covering vast distances in a single leap. He protected Damien from the winds he caused by using his mana, but he left a little gap open for Rain's body to be damaged, as if he wanted to create an excuse to kill him. Damien patched that hole, of course. But he also created a wound on Rain's body so Giovanni wouldn't notice. The only difference was that the wound Damien made wasn't fatal. He would make sure this body didn't die until he found a new container for its soul. Tens of billions of kilometers passed by like a breeze. It was hard to feel the distance, but by the time they landed in a coliseum-like structure that existed dead in the middle of nowhere, they'd crossed nearly half of the southwestern region. Thud, Giovanni tossed Damien roughly, making him fall to the ground. We're here. His words were short, unlike his previous demeanor, but he didn't seem ready to drop his disguise quite yet. What's the situation of the main palace? Is everything okay? He sounded concerned, and he was. After all, somebody had come to save Rain, and it wasn't someone he recognized. Of course, that person only had the strength of a demigod, but the fact that the main palace was sending out people for matters like these was still alarming. Nobody ever underestimated Void Palace's strength, especially not Giovanni, who was a part of it for most of his life. Any odd move they made would be observed by the entire world. Then, one could ask, if he was aware of the palace's hidden strength, then why did he choose to betray it? The answer was simple, but complicated to explain. In as few words as possible, he had an obsessive personality. He wasn't some kind of lecher, nor was he completely evil, but he was obsessed with artificial life, and more than that, he was obsessed with blood. Void Palace wasn't an influence that had trouble often. Even if he only wanted to kill other practitioners rather than innocent civilians. Even if he was okay with saving his sword for those who were evil, he wanted to kill. The Divine Order was simply more equipped to hold him. They could give him the blood he desired from their countless enemies and the wars they waged, and they could satisfy his craving for artificial life, his craving for a true immortal body. He didn't have bad feelings for Void Palace. He quite liked the place, actually, but what does that matter? Giovanni glanced down at the people he'd brought with him. One was once his colleague, and the other was a weakling. They expect me to stay with them. Giovanni saw how Rain acted when he was captured. He was part of the capturing team. Rain was someone with an undying loyalty to the palace. No matter what was done with him, he never let loose an ounce of rebellion against them. Even when they tortured his soul, they barely got any information. He was like a fortress made to protect the palace, and that, it's disgusting, he still remembered the sight. That blind faith Rain had reminded him of the citizens of the southwestern region. To him, Rain was just another person indoctrinated by a stronger being. He hated the thought. He hated the mentality. He was loyal, sure, but he cared for himself more than anything else. Rather than being a part of an influence that built its foundation on that kind of loyalty, he felt more comfortable in the presence of those who used each other for their own benefit. At least that kind of people would act predictably in the crucial moment. Nevertheless, he'd sold his soul to the divine order, and as he provided them with information about Void Palace and worked under their orders, he enjoyed everything they gave him in return. This time, he was going to truly become a member of the order. His old identity as the Seventh Sword would be sacrificed, and he'd be reborn under a different name and appearance, and for that to succeed, these two weaklings needed to die. Damien had responded to Giovanni's question as he got engulfed in his thoughts. It was something along the lines of, "It's tough, but we can manage." Whatever it was, Giovanni didn't care to hear it. He was a member of the divine order now. This kind of acting was unfit for him. Instead, couldn't they just torture the demigod and extract information from his soul? That sounds far more convenient. Giovanni glanced at Damien and Rain. First things first, he raised his hand in the air. "Let me kill that pest of a sword." Chapter 1437 Sword 3. Giovanni's hand flashed out before anyone could react. He was precise, powerful, and left no room for mistakes. If everything went according to plan, Rain would have completely died there and the little demigod next to him would have followed. However, that little demigod wasn't so little after all. Damien couldn't react to a god's strike yet. But he was more than capable of reading micro-expressions from this distance. The second Giovanni showed signs of hostility, he acted. He was perfectly on time. A flash of light appeared in the world, blinding Giovanni for a moment. The flash soon expanded into a whole explosion as it reacted with the elements in the air. Boom! A cloud of dust rose in the air between Damien and Giovanni. In that moment, multiple things happened. Firstly, Rain disappeared. It was far too dangerous to keep his withered body in the heavenly world for now. So Damien sent him to the sanctuary where his soul would be cared for by Alexander and his body would be sustained. Secondly, another person arrived to replace Rain. Most of those things that happened were caused by him. Damien didn't have much to do. He didn't have the qualifications to interfere in what came next. He stepped back, watching as the new man appeared, his sword just inches from Giovanni's throat. Giovanni barely blocked with his own sword, but if he had reacted a second too late, his head would have been gone already. "Nicholas!" Giovanni exclaimed. "It's been a while." Seventh, the man named Nicholas spoke with a stoic tone. "I was curious as to why the young lord suddenly summoned me, but it seems you were the reason, young lord?" "Who?" Giovanni's eyes went to Damien immediately, only to see the man waving back with a cheerful smile on his face. "Giovanni, I knew you were a bit special, but I never expected you to turn traitor." Boom! Nicholas pushed strength into his arms, finishing through on the strike Giovanni blocked. Of course, he was parried instantly. Giovanni redirected his sword into the ground as he made several steps of distance. He almost lost because he was caught off guard, but he'd roughly understood the situation by now. Void Palace's faceless young lord had finally appeared, and he came to save Rain while also being fully aware that he was a traitor. And, instead of coming alone like an idiot, said young lord brought the second sword of Void Palace, Nicholas Faust, with him. Since it's come to this, it was too late to try anything like justification or fleeing. Nicholas was known by the title of Flashpoint Sword God without reason. Among gods, there were barely any who could outmatch him in a bout of speed. His sword skills obviously didn't need to be mentioned either. He was far better than the likes of Rain or Giovanni. It could be said that he was on a completely different level. However, Giovanni wasn't the same person anymore either. He'd done a lot of work for the Divine Order in the past few centuries, and over that period of time, they'd rewarded him with several things that helped him increase his strength. On top of that, he found that as he spilled more blood, the insights he'd gained into his sword path became far more numerous. He was now traversing a path that suited him, so he made progress faster than ever before. Even if it was Nicholas, he wouldn't go down easy. "I don't want to take things to the heavenly god plane yet." Before that, he needed to find out how his skills fared against the second sword, the same second sword who was currently watching his every move with a placid expression on his face. At first, Nicholas didn't understand why Damien decided to bring him along. The request really came out of nowhere. Damien spent a lot of time getting to know the 6 swords who were currently in the main palace and understanding them. For the most part, they'd accepted his lordship and had expressed their sincerity towards him in various ways. He, in turn, showed them the same sincerity, never belittling their position or trying to force them to work for him against their will. When he came to Nicholas before leaving the palace, He didn't really specify why he needed protection or where they were even going. Still, Nicholas followed along to see what kind of person the young lord was outside the palace, and Damien happily allowed him to watch. From the beginning, Nicholas had been privy to his every movement through screens in the sanctuary that provided him a real-time view of what was happening in the outside world. Damien's clash against the homunculus put him on the edge of his seat, and while the imagery cut off for a moment at the end, leaving him no clues to understand how the homunculus ended up dead, he was still thoroughly impressed with Damien's performance. Regardless of how it died, it was still at the level of a god. However, even that raised questions. Why did Damien need him if he was planning to risk himself and face gods himself? It turned out that Damien was never arrogant. He never tried to fight someone who could truly utilize their godly abilities, and when the time came, even though that person was once an ally, he ruthlessly pulled the trigger, bringing Nicholas back to the heavenly world. In Nicholas' mind, the facts were clear: the young lord was absolutely an amazing candidate for his position, and would make a spectacular lord when he got the chance. He was a man who could instill hope into the dying palace and bring it the glory it deserved. As for Giovanni, it didn't matter how long they'd known each other, he was a traitor, so the only thing he deserved was death, not a quick one, but one specially curated for filth like himself. It was amusing to see Giovanni try to think his way out of the situation. In his eyes, the young buck would always be the young buck. No matter how much he trained in his bullshit bloody slaughter techniques, they wouldn't amount to anything. The Giovanni he knew was a man who reached the limit of his potential and became obsessed with forceful growth through artificial means. A man like that, even if he gave off an aura like the one Giovanni had now, would never be anything worth a cent. Frankly, this fight was decided from the moment Nicholas appeared. The title of Second Sword meant more than Giovanni could ever know. However, Nicholas was a bit skeptical, not because he doubted his own abilities, but because the young lord seemed to have another crazy idea. His orders were simple: find a way to lure Giovanni into the heavenly god plane. It was easy to accomplish, barely even a task, but what he said next was, once you do that, the fight will be over. You don't have to waste energy on scum. Nicholas didn't know what the young lord meant, but he was quite interested to find out. So, without giving Giovanni another moment to think his way out of this situation, he attacked. From that moment, Giovanni became nothing more than a puppet. He was just dancing stupidly on a stage that he had yet to realize had been prepared for him. Chapter 1431 Seventh Sword. For Giovanni didn't really have the extra space to pay attention to him after that original glance, but Damien was still smilingly watching the proceedings from the side. I didn't think it'd turn out like this when I brought Nicholas. I was really preparing for a direct confrontation with the Order, but it's good that it turned out this way instead. It really wasn't, but he was telling himself that to feel better. Honestly, Damien didn't care much about the traitor. He hadn't been with the palace for very long, so he didn't feel any sort of connection with the people there aside from those who were family yet. He was building that connection with the swords that remained. But the rest of them were just strangers to him. Why would he care about a stranger? Giovanni was just a target for elimination in his eyes, and since he brought a weapon to do the eliminating part for him, he didn't have to pay it any more mind. However, Giovanni presented a variable far larger than himself. The Divine Order was supposed to be a small problem, but it's looking like it'll be anything but. At this rate, I don't even know how we're going to confront the three-pronged assault we're currently facing. The Divine Order's power was more manageable, but with the information they had, they became a demon on the same level as the Stria clan. The Divine Order was supposed to be a small problem, but it's looking like it'll be anything but. At this rate, I don't even know how we're going to confront the three-pronged assault we're currently facing. The Divine Order's power was more manageable, but with the information they had, they became a demon on the same level as the Stria clan. Damien was able to act covertly against the Divine Order because of their proximity and his disguises, but his facade wouldn't be able to last once the Stria clan caught wind of what was happening. They never showed any direct kinship with the Order, but as they were both working towards the same goal, it wouldn't be strange for them to start sharing the same bed. That's absolutely unacceptable. The current roadmap for Void Palace couldn't allow such an event to take place. The problem once again boils down to how late I got here. The situation was already in full swing. Damien was the one intruding when it was practically already at its foregone conclusion. The alliance he feared was likely already a thing, which meant, not only do I have to pull the Veritas clan in a lot earlier than expected, but I'll have to bring out a wildcard as well. Damien sighed. He missed the front line. Being able to just fight and solve all his problems that way was far more entertaining than spending most of his time planning for the future. But on the bright side, once this is all over with, I'll be able to run wild without anything to stop me. He looked towards the future with hope. and his plans rapidly formulated and came together in his mind. Nicholas also managed to do his job properly. It took a while to convince the unruly Giovanni that he wasn't going to cut it in the heavenly world, no pun intended. By the time he stopped swinging at Nicholas, his sword had already dulled. Let alone cutting a god, with the way Nicholas left it, it wouldn't even make a good kitchen knife. Fine, Giovanni spoke through gritted teeth. Meet me in the heavenly god plane. Nicholas smiled in response. As you wish. The two held their swords pointed at the ground and stood just a few feet apart. Facing each other, their mana swarmed forward, creating two unique territories that surrounded them and influenced all the energy in a several dozen million-kilometer area. Their minds and souls were transported into another plane. As for their bodies, it's my time to shine. Damien stood up and casually walked up to where they stood. Neither of them could recognize his presence anymore. Their battle was likely continuing in full swing in the heavenly god plane, at a level Damien couldn't even fathom yet, but that wasn't any of his business. They were only here to eliminate a traitor, not to show off. He found out he could do it in the forbidden secret realm, but back then, he wasn't fully equipped to deal with the aftermath. This time, however, he had reliable backup. Damien combined the forces in his control, creating the pubescent version of existence law that he'd been learning to master. Just as he did last time, he approached the enemy god's body and prepared all his mana without restrictions. He didn't aim at the head this time. As he'd found, it didn't actually do much damage. Instead, he used his freedom of movement to thoroughly scan Giovanni's body and find out how he moved his mana. That was Damien's target. With nothing left to do but strike, Damien did exactly that. He let loose all his mana, locked onto the systems it needed to attack. There was no explosion, but there was a heavy sound that rocked the surrounding structure. Kahak, Giovanni was instantly disconnected from the heavenly god plane. His soul and senses returned to the body, only to start coughing up heaps of blood soon after. He tried to send out a wave of mana in every direction just to push back whoever attacked him, but he found that his mana was a lot more sluggish than he remembered it being. It didn't affect him in the long run, but in that moment, he found himself unable to move mana properly. He was temporarily crippled, and the opponent he left in the heavenly god plane wasn't just going to sit around and wait for him. Nicholas exited as soon as he realized Giovanni's oddity. Just like the other man, the first thing he saw when he arrived back in the heavenly world was blood being coughed up. He didn't quite get it, but he wasn't just going to waste an opportunity. He gripped his sword and moved it to his waist, still sheathed. Only a single movement was made from there. One, extremely clean, almost impossibly fast, sword strike. Nicholas was on the other side of the Colosseum before anyone knew it. As for Giovanni, everything went still for a second. 16 sword slashes appeared in the air as one, all overlapping with different parts of Giovanni's body. It was a brutal scene. They seemed to enact themselves in a sort of rhythm. For instance, there were 4 slashes on each of Giovanni's arms. Before the ones closer to the shoulder actually cut their target, the ones on his forearm and wrist would cut first. Before Giovanni's legs were severed, his toes, ankles, and knees were slashed first. They were sword slashes perfectly executed so Giovanni would feel the pain wrought by each and every one individually without fail. A sound of pain, thud, a limbless body dropping to the ground. If Giovanni stopped struggling and focused, he'd have found that his mana was already moving as it did previously. He had the option to flee or somehow fight back if he wanted to. However, it was too late for him even if he did realize it. Nicholas wasn't one to revel in things like this more than he needed to. His sword went back into its sheath on his waist, another perfect slash was made, and Giovanni's body became a small hill of meat chunks. Damien stepped in at that point and devoured his soul as if it was just another Monday morning. That was the end of the traitor known as Giovanni Pereira. Chapter 1432 Cooperation 1. Damien wasn't going to leave any problems unsolved. Right now, the traitor was dead, but the Divine Order's scheming wasn't so shallow that it could end with just this. Whether they had Giovanni or not, they had the ability to use the seventh sword as an excuse now. Giovanni had been specifically loud about his actions for that exact purpose. Damien didn't really care about the actual act of destroying the evidence. From the moment he decided to stand against the Divine Order, they were fated for destruction. He didn't actually need the homunculi as some sort of justification to make that a reality. The only part that mattered was Giovanni's presence. That was where his plan hatched from. First things first, he took Giovanni's severed head and sent it into the sanctuary along with a message. Damien's second avatar, took the head and the message to the main palace through the sanctuary connection with Rose and the rest. That happened within a second, and within the next few minutes. Everything else was already set up, the place had just been cleaned up, but the heads of the 16 traitorous elders were already replaced with someone new. When the common populace woke up in the morning, they'd eventually see it, Giovanni's head displayed on a stake, accompanied by a stele declared his sins. With that, Void Palace not only had a response prepared for the declaration that the Divine Order would soon put out, but they also had an alibi for what came next. The days were allowed to pass quietly for a bit after that. As expected, the Divine Order tried to blame Void Palace for the cathedral's destruction and hid information about what was actually taking place there. However, Void Palace's seventh sword was also announced dead around the same time, his head serving as clear evidence that nobody could deny. Controversy naturally brewed from the two extremely differing testimonies, with many unsure about who was in the right, but everyone knew that this was the start of something big. Actually, it had already started with this move. With this, not only did Void Palace confirm their open hostility, but the Divine Order also realized that Palace members were moving in their territory to take down the schemes they'd spent years putting into place. In the days after the two great clans made their stances known, countless people spoke about the events they made so big, and opinions continued to split. But that wouldn't remain the case for very much longer. Hidden in the shadows, Damien moved fast and precisely while all of this was underway. With the memories he devoured from Giovanni, he gained the location of several homunculus development facilities all around the southwestern region. After giving Nicholas a separate task, he started moving towards the nearest of said facilities, beginning at those near the cathedral and spreading further and further into the southwestern region. Damien infiltrated over 50 facilities, but he didn't destroy them immediately. He was now going to make the Divine Order's excuse completely fall apart. After all, the seventh sword was dead. But now, countless facilities disguised as historical monuments were going to fall. It was a bit comedic that the Order made every facility under a religious building. It gave Damien the perfect reasoning to disguise his actions as those of a religious hate group. Damien had an absolute advantage. His use of several different laws meant he could, by himself, emulate a group of divinities with a variety of powers and styles. But he waited first. He needed Nicholas to leave the southwestern region before he could start. He got confirmation about that after about a week. Since Nicholas was in the clear, there was no need to hesitate anymore. It began on one fateful night. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion erupted from the local church in another small city. The flames burned through everything, decimating the church and leaving a hole so deep nobody could see the bottom of it. The flames stayed contained within the church area but never spread further than that. And, if a civilian happened to get caught in it, they wouldn't burn. Only the church burned, and only the homunculi under it would ever know the truth behind what happened, that is, if any of them could magically gain sentience within the burning flames. But, of course, that was impossible. The fires burned until dawn, with any effort to put them out failing immensely. No clues were left at the scene of the crime, but people began to tie it to the destruction of the cathedral quite rapidly. Because it wasn't the only incident. In the same night, 3 other historical sites collapsed in various ways. One was caught in a mysterious flood that, again, did not harm innocents. Another simply collapsed, as if the earth itself had given up on it. As for the last, it was caught in a storm of lightning of unknown origins, destroyed by heaven's wrath. Every few days, another incident would pop up. The destruction ensued at a rate that was impossible for a single person to cause, and, as the motive for the incident became clear, people started to forget about the allegations against Void Palace. At least, before the media picked up the story, within the southwestern region, it meant nothing. Even if external media was introduced into their communities, they were too deeply brainwashed to ever consider the Divine Order in a negative light. However, everywhere else, the people who'd been watching the commotion started to remember what the Divine Order had accused the palace of back then. And that allegation was completely torn apart, combined with the fact that the accused perpetrator was dead at Void Palace around the time of the attack, crossing an impossible distance in just a few minutes. The continuous attacks gave the perpetrator a new face that was completely uninvolved with the palace. The Divine Order had essentially lost its justification the moment they gained it. As if that wasn't bad enough, their research into homunculi became obvious to the other great clans. With a bit of investigation, so they'd been placed under an invisible pressure by not only Void Palace's allies, but others such as the Dragon Clan. For the time being, they had no choice but to stay still unless they wanted to attract hostility. They had touched a line by trying to mass-produce gods. If they stepped forward just one more time, well, the forced submission wouldn't last for long. But Damien was able to buy himself some unexpected time because of the whole situation. He was also able to force the Divine Order to eat a loss, and from the memories of those like Giovanni, he gained the same amount of information on them as they had against Void Palace. Not to mention, he learned a lot about the homunculus creation process and was able to gain a body that had yet to house a soul for Rain. Overall, it was an amazing move from Damien that only benefited him. The Divine Order was definitely enraged, and their rage would only grow as they chased the invisible terrorist group that kept destroying their facilities. There were still around 30 that Damien hadn't touched yet. They'd all experienced similar fates to their peers in the coming weeks and months, but that wasn't a story that needed to be told. By the time 3 weeks had passed, Damien received word from Nicholas. He'd successfully accomplished the task assigned to him, so it was time for Damien to go meet him, to get his hands on the wild card he'd been eyeing. Chapter 1433 Cooperation 2. The task that Nicholas was given honestly wasn't hard for him to accomplish, but it wasn't due to his strength, it was because of his status. As the Flashpoint Sword God, he'd been active in the heavenly world for several millions of years. Not only did he have a reputation created through those eons of effort, but he also had several connections throughout the world. This time, Damien sent him to use one of those connections to his benefit. He was able to do so in just a few days, but it took 3 weeks for him to finish everything sheerly because of the distance he had to cross. But, in the end, he'd done it. Through a fellow swordsmaster he'd been acquainted with since his younger days, he got his hands on the meeting Damien had been seeking. It was scheduled for the day after the current one, which seemed troubling since Damien was still 3 weeks away by the fastest terms that could only be enjoyed by gods, but it wasn't a problem. Damien tagged Nicholas before he left, so he was able to teleport directly to him through a system similar to his warp ability. Nevertheless, the instant he got the news, Damien arrived there, the southeastern region, land of the Kyushu Federation, run by one leader and a council of 24 sub-leaders. The Kyushu Federation was an influence that ran completely on money. They only acted for money, and they only acted because of money. If wealth wasn't involved in the conversation, they weren't having it. But that same Kyushu Federation was quietly eating up the southern region's borders. They weren't the same as the Stria clan and the Divine Order though. They had been eyeing the border for a very long time and had been trying to negotiate for the ability to share it. This was because the eastern border of the southern region was a hotspot for a certain energy source called pyromithium. It was a material the Kyushu Federation was extremely greedy for, and since they'd already exhausted the veins on their side of the border, they wanted to use void palaces too. Now, the palace had no need for the material. It was only useful in technological advancement and research that didn't align with the palace's path. However, they couldn't just hand it over for free, since the palace wasn't really available for negotiation, and they were having trouble protecting their borders anyway. The Kyushu Federation decided to move their borders inward and devour the area where the pyromithium deposits were. They never try anything special after that. This was the reason Damien never considered the Kyushu Federation an enemy. They did encroach on Void Palace territory, but their reasoning was clear and open, and they didn't push the line. They were definitely forceful, and Damien definitely didn't appreciate their actions, but he could understand that they didn't possess any particular hostility against the palace. They could still become allies, as long as the money was right, that is, but Damien was prepared for that. Just like when he met the Sapientia clan, he had the perfect product to interest the Federation in a long-term cooperative agreement, and today, he'd arrived in the southeastern region to discuss that proposal with their president. It was the very meeting Nicholas left early to set up. It came sooner than expected. Damien was supposed to have a day in the southeastern region beforehand, but excluding the processes he needed to undergo before he could even reach that meeting, he really only had a few hours to rest and look around. Damien was led through an office-like building and taken up an elevator over 1,000 stories before he reached the penthouse where the president spent his days. The elevator only took 10 seconds to reach the top and open directly into the suite, making it obvious that this wasn't something just anyone could use. As Damien stepped out of it, he was immediately met with the visage of that man. Around 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and an appearance that looked more like a physical practitioner's than a businessman's was a man with eyes exactly like those of a snake and a face that practically screamed an obsession with wealth. There was a strange juxtaposition in his features, but it worked well. It accurately displayed both his abilities as a president and a practitioner without him having to speak a single word or act a certain way. He was called Matthias Quincy, and he was the man who currently led the Kyushu Federation and had been for the past 500,000 years or so. When he heard that Void Palace's second sword had requested a direct audience for his acquaintance, Matthias immediately accepted. He could sense the money. From the moment someone like the second sword acted on behalf of another man, he sensed that this would be an interesting situation, and it was more than just that. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Damien Void. Damien introduced himself professionally and shook Matthias' hand. Matthias reciprocated, and after a bit of small talk for them to get to know each other, they sat down at the table and faced each other for business. You must have been watching everything that's happened thus far. Damien began his pitch. prefacing the situation before reaching his main point. Matthias listened intently, allowing Damien to tell him what he already knew. Through discerning how much Damien could say, he could tell more about Damien's unsaid status in Void Palace. Well, it was only partially unsaid. He'd introduced himself properly, and he'd taken his disguise off. He was here bearing amethyst eyes and the last name Void, so it was obvious which family he came from, but for him to command the second sword and negotiate with the president of the Kyushu Federation, he had to have much more authority than the other children of that same family. There was really only one position he could hold, but it was almost hard to believe that someone had taken up that long vacant post. Matthias had to wonder all about Damien, but Damien had no plans for letting him think too much. He'd already reached his point. I'm here to make a deal with you, so I'll make my terms clear. I want long-term cooperation with the Kyushu Federation, real cooperation, not a facade for appearance's sake. As for the price, Damien's eyes hardened. How does an entire cardinal region sound? Matthias could see the light in Damien's eyes. He couldn't half-ass this at all. He truly had to judge whether or not he could make a deal of this level right here and now. Even without hearing the details of what Damien wanted, Matthias was tempted to accept. Damien's eyes were those of a madman, and madmen were a gamble. Either they'd fail at the beginning and disappear in the annals of time, or they would become the new leaders of the world. If it was the former, Matthias wouldn't have thought anything of it, but Damien was absolutely the latter. He could feel it. The Kyushu Federation's future. Matthias smiled as if he was scared of his own imagination. I guess I have no choice but to hear him out. Chapter 1434 Cooperation 3. Naturally, Damien wasn't going to give Matthias an entire cardinal region. It was stupid for him to even consider doing so. Having sovereignty over a cardinal region came hand in hand with power. The reason the 8 great clans were able to maintain their status without competitors for millions of years was precisely because of their status. The resources they had access to, whether from the environment or the people, were monstrous. That went without even mentioning secret realms and the likes, which would become the sovereign's property. Those who served a great clan would gain benefits unlike any other. Therefore, they'd always be the main choice for anyone who wanted to be someone, which meant geniuses would gravitate towards them without considering others first. No matter what, Damien was keeping the regions he conquered. The Kyushu Federation wasn't an influence that really craved land or power, but they did crave resources. What Damien offered wasn't a one-time transfer of territory that would end instantaneously. He wanted to make a deal that could last as long as possible, because the Kyushu Federation was loyal to those it had business with. To make this relationship a stable one, Damien hatched an idea. The Kyushu Federation would have priority bidding rights and discounted prices on any resources coming out of the regions Void Palace ruled. In return, the Kyushu Federation would treat Void Palace as its proper ally like Veritas did. Damien didn't skimp on the definition of an ally either. He made certain the Kyushu Federation couldn't just maintain a guise of cooperation without doing anything. It wasn't an uneven contract despite how it looked. Priority rights to any and all resources produced by a region was big. With the variety across a cardinal region and their unique environments that bred different resources, each and every great clan could create an economic situation that allowed them to passively maintain income that outweighed their spending at any time. They could infinitely become wealthier as long as they maintained their positions. Void Palace also used its resources for commercial benefit, but it didn't actually have a need to rely on them. The palace didn't dabble in anything that required them to purchase resources from foreign sources, nor did they need the resources in their own territory. They had their own unique methods to do a lot of things others couldn't even dream of, including an entire clan specialized in the law of creation. Therefore, whether it be spending on architecture, medicine, or even the training of their disciples, Void Palace was able to do it without spending too much money. Nevertheless, if the Kyushu Federation could obtain those same resources without spending as much money and while gaining far more in the process, it would be an amazing deal for them. Especially if Void Palace went on to conquer the northern region as well. But that was the crux of it all. For this deal to even begin to work, you have to win the wars you were planning to start. Matthias pointed it out. He was definitely interested in the proposal, but it was prospective in nature. Unless Void Palace could do as much as Damien said they could, none of it mattered. Let me correct you on one thing, Damien replied, aware of his thoughts. This war was not started by us. We're just reciprocating the treatment that was given to us all this time. It might have been a small detail to others, but it really wasn't at all. The Divine Order and Stria clan were not stopped by anyone, but everyone was aware of what they were doing. It had been years, therefore, no matter what Void Palace did, nobody was allowed to stop them. He didn't come here to make a deal. He did, but he didn't. The deal he planned to make was never meant to be made today. No, this is More like a warning. Matthias glanced into Damien's eyes in amusement. This boy is quite fierce. He was aware of what his people had done. He was the one who ordered it done in the first place. Damien came here to tell the Kyushu Federation to move their borders back and wait. The Divine Order would be an example of what happened when someone didn't listen to their warning. And the Stria clan, it seems he already has an advantage against the Order. However, the Stria clan is not on the same level. He was well aware of the differences between the 8 great clans. They weren't nearly on the same scale of power. Some were weaker, like the Divine Order, and some were unimaginable even in Damien's current worldview. The Stria clan wasn't that great, but they were nearing that level. Frankly, Matthias couldn't see how Damien planned to defeat them, but I'm interested. His senses had been tingling from the moment Damien walked into the room. This man smelled of money. This was an opportunity for him, as declared by the very senses he'd never doubted even once in his life. They allowed him to reach his current position by making bold moves nobody else was willing to make and capitalizing on them. So why would he suddenly stop believing in them now? Very well, he grinned. He felt like he was getting scammed, but it felt oddly good for some reason. We'll relinquish your territory back to you and wait. But if you don't show us something worthwhile, don't even mention it. There's no point in talking about something that isn't possible. Ha! I like your attitude. Matthias laughed happily. He got the feeling that he'd met someone just like himself, another gambler of fate, and he was infinitely excited to see what their gambles would amount to. Then, I'll leave you to your work. If the deal you proposed earlier is real, then our Kyushu Federation will happily accept it. Damien smiled and nodded. Just keep watching. When it's all said and done, I'll come back and show it to you again. For real, this time. The two men shook hands and parted ways, while Matthias stayed in his office. Damien used the elevator to return to the ground floor, leaving to meet Nicholas is good. Damien smiled. He didn't know if it would work out, but it seemed he used the right approach. He'd heard from Nicholas that Matthias Quincy was a huge gambler, and taking that into account, he made a gamble himself. He placed his bets on Matthias being entertained by his threats rather than offended, and the payout was just as he'd hoped. Damien stayed in the southeastern region for a few more days, over which he already began to hear news about the borders retreating, and after just a bit of sightseeing, he made his way back home. At this point, over 100 years had passed in the sealed-off main palace. The people there were still the same in soul, but if anyone who witnessed them before the palace was sealed saw them now, they'd be hard-pressed to hold the same opinion. Void Palace itself had changed. They were no longer turtles hiding in their shells. After a ruthless century, they'd become predators, and the time had come for them to hunt. Chapter 1435 Cooperation. 4. Damien had been gone for almost 4 months now. About a decade or so had passed since the day 100 years passed in the main palace. During that time, not a single person skimped on their training. Their reasons varied, but there was a surprising number of people who worked hard for Damien's validation, disregarding Hestia who looked up to Damien, Dominic and Aaron who respected him, and Darius who practically treated him like a god. The soldiers themselves had Damien in their minds as they trained for multiple reasons. For those who were chosen during the recruitment, it was a sense of reverence. Those like Herschel originally believed they were worth nothing. They didn't think they had a chance to join the army when they came, but the chance was presented to them regardless. Taken into the main palace, they were immediately put under an environment of harsh training without extraneous thought. It was difficult, but nobody complained. The harsh training meant they mattered. If they were just going to become nameless members of the palace, they wouldn't have been forced to undergo it in the first place. Herschel didn't know much about the world of practitioners, but he knew Damien was one of the best, because the talent he didn't have was given to him, and because of that, the talents he did have were finally able to show themselves. Herschel wasn't alone in this. There were over 1,000 out of those who were chosen who originally had the worst talent imaginable. They were all gifted the things they lacked because Damien saw in them a will and spirit that could trump many experienced practitioners, and as a result, he gained their absolute loyalty. He gave them purpose, so they would live for him, of course. Not everyone was the same. There were those who were talented from the start along the 10,000, and among them, there were plenty who'd trained before arriving at the main palace. What impressed them was Damien's mysterious power. He seemed to be able to do anything. When they saw him giving out talent, they didn't know how to feel. Talent was something intangible, so it shouldn't be able to be created, right? That was what they thought before they met Damien. That was when they learned that talent could also be mass-produced if someone really wanted it. However, what impressed them was something else. It was the act of creating over 10,000 personalized training manuals for the soldiers he picked. This was not only a show of dedication, it was a show of power. for Damien to see through each and every one of them to the core and develop manuals that, as they'd found over the past century, eclipsed anything they'd ever seen before in their lives. Just how expansive was his sea of knowledge. Still, those who didn't experience it themselves couldn't believe the words of those 10,000, and Damien's siblings didn't speak on things they didn't need to, those who weren't a part of. Damien's 10,000 men took longer to fall into the web known as his existence, but they still did eventually. As the people heard more about the young Lord of Void Palace, they became intrigued by his mysterious persona. When some of those who'd been with the palace for a long time learned of his age and what he'd done to get to his current position, they became embarrassed with their lack of effort. Those people couldn't stand to see the new blood in the palace progress so well and leave them behind. They wanted to be the core of the army, since they were the seniors, but for that to happen, they needed to properly double down and train until they could hold the right. Aside from these two groups, the last of those in the army were the Swords and the Sanctuary Army. The Swords naturally had their own thoughts, but all of them had pretty much conceded when Nicholas chose to follow the young lord when requested. As for the Sanctuarians, they were a great basis for the other parts of the army. They'd been under Damien for a very long time, so not only were they used to the way he did things, but they were also the example of how this forming army was meant to be. Elvira and the rest aided the new and old members of the palace, and following Damien's ideas, they formed a healthy rivalry between the various groups. Positions of power could only be held by those who deserved them. Anyone at any rank could challenge anyone at a higher rank for their position. Of course, there were several rules to assure that nobody could cheat, but the army essentially had a free-for-all atmosphere of internal competition that boosted not only their synergy, but also their strength as they endlessly competed to be the strongest. And those competitions weren't easy, because, in a miraculous century, the 10,500 people Damien picked up from the outside had become a force to be reckoned with. 10,500 people who had just entered divinity, each with their own individual divinity that couldn't be found anywhere else in the heavenly world. Under Damien's guidance, they didn't just become regular demigods. They became real geniuses that could even compete with the young talents of some massive clans. This was proven through the exact same competition mentioned above. The geniuses of the 4 Grand Duke clans were suddenly forced to work 10 times as hard as anyone else. Because before they knew it, they'd been outshined by everyone else. Before, they'd only been under the Void siblings. They were content with their position, thinking they were doing okay for their talent level and didn't have to compete against people born superior. But they were being challenged by people who couldn't even be argued as superior to them, and they were being defeated. They were ashamed and motivated at the same time, a similar feeling to what some of their seniors felt as well. The only ones left out of the storm were the Void siblings because of their status. Still, they didn't skimp on training. It started because nobody wanted to challenge them. They were too important for any common person to stand up and say they wanted to fight. But at some point, the siblings came themselves and began challenging people. As time passed and they kept winning their challenges, people also started getting over their fears. Perhaps Damien's siblings didn't have some sort of newfound motivation like the rest of the army, but their old dreams were more than enough. Damien was the only one. He was the only one among them who thought about bringing the palace back to its prime and actually acted on it. The rest of them could never get past the mental barrier, let alone the heaps of physical hurdles. Damien gave them an opportunity. With it in front of them, none of them could continue to suppress their desires. They also wanted to see Void Palace grow. They also wanted to see it thrive. When Damien returned to the palace, he found this atmosphere waiting for him, along with an army far more stable and powerful than he ever expected before. This is great, Damien's eyes sparkled. Since it's a lot better than expected, it might be about time to start. For their first large move, for the move that defined the beginning of the palace's rise, they were going to secure their original borders. But before that, I learned quite a lot. During my time in the southwestern region, thought they were going to score a win the Divine Order could never see coming. Chapter 1436 Strike 1. Here's the plan. Damien gathered them all after spending a few hours observing and checking their progress, from those in high positions like his mother to those who achieved squad leader positions in the army. Anyone who'd be relevant for the next move was gathered. Damien already had the plan thought out. He was wondering if his people could properly execute it, but after seeing how they'd grown, that wasn't a concern anymore. Damien was excited. He was particularly excited to see how a few key individuals performed, because from what he'd sensed, they'd made progress that even their peers didn't know about. Nevertheless, he'd gathered everyone so he could inform them about what had happened during his trip outside and get them ready for the next move. The first half of that had already happened. Everyone was up to date on the outside world's happenings in Void Palace's state. Now, for the second half, since you all already know the reasons, I won't explain it again. The Divine Order knows pretty much everything about us, so we'll have to do a complete restructure from top to bottom and fix any holes they could possibly exploit. Damien's intro was already a tedious task, but he wasn't an unrealistic person. Of course, that's a long-term plan. To buy ourselves time to do that, we first need to strike them where it hurts and make sure they can't do anything to us for a while. He didn't say it outright, but he wasn't just referring to the Divine Order. The Kyushu Federation was solved, but the Stria clan was still a huge problem. Damien needed to do something that caused both enemy clans to back off and bide their time. For that, just attacking the Divine Order or killing their people won't be enough. He needed something more, and fortunately, he had it in droves. It had been mentioned before, but Damien now had just as much dirt on the Order as they had on him. They were already caught up in the plot Damien set before leaving and stuck searching for a terrorist group that didn't exist, but that wouldn't hold them for long. Before they could recover, Damien had to do something even bigger. Let me premise this with an important fact that everyone needs to accept. The Divine Order wasn't an ordinary enemy. We all know their nature, but it's a lot bigger than we originally expected. The Divine Order is connected to the foreign races somehow. Damien looked around the room. For the most part, the reactions were as he expected, relatively mild. Not many people understood the horror of the foreign races yet, so the majority of those who had been in the heavenly world for a long time just thought of them as a passing threat. However, it wasn't the same for everyone, obviously. Those who came from the lower universe all had grave expressions, knowing that the foreign races were the progenitors of the Nox race and the true culprit behind their suffering. But it wasn't just them, it was Slight, but Claire, Serena, Hugo, and Persia all subtly flinched, but made sure nobody could see it. It couldn't escape Damien's sight, though. I'll have to ask them about it later, but now's not the time. Regardless, it looks like they know something more. It's good that not everyone is unaware. Damien had to somehow convince the world of the threat the foreign races posed. He was doing everything else for that purpose as well, whether it be the Veritas clan, the Kyushu Federation, or any of those who came in the future. Damien wasn't recruiting them to his side just to win against the Divine Order or the Stria clan. No, those threats needed to be exterminated not only to save Void Palace, but also to secure the heavenly world before war started with those from another plane. Damien never forgot about the foreign races, nor did their importance fade because he had other things to accomplish in the meantime. He would confront them soon. He had been ignoring everything until now because he didn't have time, but as soon as he finished securing the borders, he would finally go confront them himself. But that was for a different time. Right now, the connection the Divine Order had with the foreign races had to be targeted for a different reason. The Divine Order, as a great clan, could never admit that it was working together with the foreign races, even if people didn't treat them as a real threat. None of them appreciated their attempts at invasion. The foreign races were universally despised, and it wasn't like everyone was clueless. Just like Claire and the rest, several powerful people knew what the foreign races actually represented, and if they learned of the Order's actions, the repercussions would be brutal. Damien was planning to take advantage of the deep secret that their cooperation was and use it against them. He barely needed to raise a blade himself, but he still needed to do so. First came a warning. First, under the guise of arrogance, he'd push the Divine Order in battle and warn them about the information he knew, and depending on their reaction, he would determine his next step. There was a lot he could learn from this move and even more he could accomplish. Therefore, the current meeting wasn't one to inform those relevant parties about the Divine Order's secrets, but to target people directly involved with them. These were people of all different social classes without any sort of relation to each other, but if one knew about the hidden movements of said individuals, they'd be able to connect their deaths back to a single cause. Their deaths were his current goal. Damien didn't quite go into the why of it all with his people, since they wouldn't understand with their current worldview, but he gave them a rundown on their targets and how they were meant to move. His orders were received well. Without any questions, those who needed to move prepared themselves to head out within the next few days. Not all the killings would take place at the same time or in the same way. For the plan to unfold as Damien intended, to really shove the message in the enemy's faces, the people involved needed to act with pinpoint accuracy. They weren't worried, though. They'd had a century to prepare for this moment. If any of them still held doubt or hesitation in their hearts, it only meant they'd wasted the time they'd been given. Those who were young sprouts when they came were now experienced experts. Some of them were even older than their own parents at this point. And the wisdom they gained with that age, along with the experiences they'd had in the various illusion worlds they'd trained in, turned them into people nobody could imagine had been training in seclusion for so long. That night, over 100 people set foot outside the palace for the first time in a very long while. Like snakes slithering through the shadows, they moved, their venom primed as they approached the targets of their wrath. Chapter 1437 Strike 2 Squad 1 A Squad Without much of a special name. It was composed of the weakest members who were sent on the mission, and their target was equally weak. Their weakness wasn't a bad thing, of course. It was just a matter of time. Plus, they were still demigods. This squad was composed of Herschel from the recruitment test, along with 3 others who passed with him. One of them was also a man once called Talentless who was discovered by Damien, Elijah Lester. One was a woman who had talent her entire life, but didn't realize how wide the world was until she joined Void Palace, Rebecca Silver. Another was a woman unlike the rest who trained as a mercenary for many years before the recruitment test, Helga Rowe. And the last was a boy who didn't look older than 15. He stood out from the rest, but none of them underestimated him because of his appearance. He was the same age as them and had come from the same group. Nobody really noticed him during the recruitment test, but as they spent years training together, he slowly showed everyone his worth. His name was Butcher. No last name, his origins were unknown, and so was the reason for his appearance. He was usually silent, but for a mission like this, he was perfect. The rest were just his support. Squad 1's target wasn't just one man. Rather, it was a group of people. There was a village on the outskirts of the Myriad Principality in the most southern part of the southwestern region. It was home to only 35 inhabitants, and as it was quite far from society, nobody really noticed its existence. If there was one peculiarity about this village, it was that there were no men among them, yet, for hundreds of years, they'd been able to maintain their number of 35 inhabitants without any change. Their mystery had never been revealed to the outside world. Even if it was, it likely wouldn't have become anything big. To put it briefly, they were succubi. Every 10 years, they'd leave the village and infiltrate the nearest cities, taking life essence from hundreds of men before returning to their homes. However, they were more than just that, they were accidents. The reason for this village's continued and unknown existence was that they were being protected by the divine order. They wanted to know how their test subjects acted in the wild. Those 35 women were a product of fusion experiments between humans and members of the foreign races, similar to what Richter was trying to accomplish but with a much higher rate of success. Damien was curious about why people obsessed over the transmutation. Whether it was here or in the lower universe, people were always trying to take the traits of the foreign races and use them to enhance their own. But why? There had to be something about their bodies that these people desired. Damien had never noticed it before, but now that the problem had become bigger, he wanted to find out their reasoning. Squad 1 was being sent to that village for 2 reasons. Firstly, they were going to kill the succubi and mark the start of Damien's plan. And secondly, they were going to bring back one of their bodies for Damien to examine. With those goals in mind, they approached the village. It had been over half a year since they left the main palace. They had to travel through many teleportation arrays and cross several hundreds of thousands of kilometers on foot, but they eventually arrived. They didn't need to do too much planning. Elijah was particularly skilled in controlling his awareness. His perception spread far wider than a normal demigod, so even from a distance of several hundreds of millions of kilometers, they could see the village's situation. When night fell, they'd strike. By the time day came, they'd be gone. Damien made sure none of his people went in blind. They had more than enough information about the given targets to form a proper plan of approach. As for the task given to the weakest group, naturally it was just as easy. This place wasn't constantly surveilled by the Order. There was no need for them to actively watch over these women, since instruments to monitor them were in place all around the village and the surroundings. With Rebecca here, they didn't need to worry about the monitoring technology, and since the time for those women to feed wasn't any time soon, they didn't need to worry about stronger people coming after them, and even if they did, nonetheless, with the plan set, they waited at a safe distance under a veil that made them invisible to the surrounding technology. When the sun was replaced by a moon, they used the shadows to progress towards the village. They split up from there. Rebecca and Elijah stayed at the entrance, maintaining everyone else's cover. Helga followed Herschel. The two of them had similar abilities, so they worked well together. As for Butcher, he went alone. The second they arrived in the village, he took a single step and disappeared. Not even his own teammates could discover his location when he vanished. A knife appeared in his hand. His other hand remained open in a relaxed position. Whoosh, the wind blew lightly. He appeared inside a house. It was as if he phased through everything material to reach his goal. He approached the sleeping succubus with such lightness that his steps didn't even raise dust off the ground. She didn't realize his presence at all. Despite being a demigod herself, his knife went in the air and came back down in the same instant. Blood spurted from the succubus' throat. Her eyes widened in shock. She grabbed his arms, baring her fangs. Butcher twisted his knife, blood spurted again, the succubus eyes rolled back into her head. It wasn't just a knife. There was something else on it, something that killed her instantly. She couldn't determine its presence. Nor did it show itself in her body at all, but she died without a fight, along with 12 others in the 12 closest houses. It was a power Butcher mastered after learning the method from Damien. He only had to kill one with his own hands. The rest would die because they were unfortunate enough to be in his range. Almost half of the 35 total residents of the village died that easily. The rest didn't last much longer. Herschel snapped their necks like he was breaking pencils. Helga's axe wasn't something a mere succubus could handle. With all three of them acting together, 35 succubus who had no idea they were being attacked wasn't a task at all. They may have been the weakest of the Void Palace groups. But they were by no means weak, they were finished with their task. Butcher already took several bodies into his spatial ring, and according to Elijah and Rebecca, an unexpected factor was approaching. They could feel the aura of strong people on the horizon, but the atmosphere around them wasn't negative at all. In fact, they were grinning fiercely. Those who approached stood no chance, because as they stood together in a circle and gave the command they'd been given to memorize, they vanished. Nobody could ever be able to discover their presence here, no matter how much time passed, but the corpses of those who remained were enough. This was the first gift Damien prepared for the Divine Order. And, of course, it was the first of many. If there was one thing people needed to know about Damien, it was this: he certainly wasn't a stingy person. Chapter 1438 Strike 3. 5 years later, a lot had happened throughout the entire heavenly world, just as it had always been. Several rebellions arose, and several rebellions fell. Several empires arose, and several empires fell. There was far too much going on in the great amount of society that existed in the world, but not much of it was remembered by all. Only a few conflicts could become prevalent in the eyes of the entire general public. In these 5 years, most of those came from the southwestern region. The southwest had always been relatively calm in comparison to the other cardinal regions. But their reputation was being ruined recently. It started with the terrorist attacks they dealt with when they first falsely accused Void Palace. When everyone thought they were over, it turned out the terrorists had just switched targets. Nobody understood the connection between those events until recently, and even then, the people who knew they were connected were few. However, everyone knew the southwestern region was in turmoil. It had become far more dangerous in recent times. It started on that day 5 years ago. After the destruction of the succubus village, 3 more attacks were carried out by Squad 1 within the same few months, all in the same region. By the time they left 3 months later, another slew of attacks had already begun. There were a total of 100 teams that left Void Palace. Some were filled with 4 people while others were singular individuals, but they all had set targets from the start and communicated with each other to make sure their timing was perfect. Therefore, when the second squad began their activities, the Divine Order had just barely begun to investigate the deaths of the succubi. By the time they finished, the Divine Order was stuck with 2 disconnected cases without any clear motive. However, the motive didn't keep itself hidden for long. Attack after attack made it exceedingly obvious. Villages and facilities filled with people were massacred and left ridden with corpses, leading the common populace to believe someone was committing atrocities throughout their homeland. But it was nothing of the sort. Only those directly involved in the cooperation between the Divine Order and the foreign races were targeted. It was just that their number was high, and quite a lot of them were maintaining disguises as normal people, likely to keep their actions a secret from larger powers. Still, Damien knew who all of them were, and so did his people. They died one after another, and eventually, the Divine Order began to realize what exactly was happening. They started to get wary. They pulled their troops back into their own territory, not because they were afraid of Void Palace, but because they needed to find those responsible as fast as possible. But they still showed open hostility. Throughout the 5 years, tensions between the 2 great clans had heightened immensely. Large and small battles had swarmed the borders as Void Palace began to bare its fangs, and though the Order wanted to respond, they never saw the end of the attacks taking place within their borders. It only took 5 years because some groups had to travel excessively far distances to reach their targets, but it eventually did end, and everyone Damien wanted dead was taken out. There were no mistakes whatsoever, almost to an unbelievable degree. The reason for that wasn't strength. The people were strong, but the reason they succeeded without any mistakes was that they were supported by a perfect web of information and strategy. Damien knew everything he possibly needed to know, and as he was delivered the corpses of those he needed to devour, his knowledge only became more expansive. Plus, Hestia had taken up her position in the back lines and supported them with strategic advice that, more often than not, led to success, void palaces every member had synergy with the rest, and because of that, the Divine Order couldn't even hope to stop them when they started acting, and when they finished, they left their signatures in the dirt, making sure their presence would be known. Damien never intended to hide their identities from the start. Once all his people had safely returned home, he made it clear everything wrong that had been happening to the Order in the last 5 years. It was all a gift from the palace. The Divine Order was run by a pantheon of 12 gods. They all held equal power without anyone at their head, but there was a noticeable hierarchy among them. Nevertheless, they had held many meetings to discuss how they wanted to deal with the perpetrators of the many crimes they'd had to deal with in recent times, and when they learned that Void Palace, their eternal enemy, was the very culprit they were looking for, they fumed. It was difficult for them to reach a decision. After all, it wasn't just elusive test subjects like the succubi who died. Every Void Palace team targeted a higher value target, and the strongest palace member who acted was a sword, succubi, other test subjects, people who'd worked on the experiments, people who'd acted as contacts between other people, and even people who had extremely high positions in the Order died. At the end of it, the pantheon of 12 gods became one of 11, yet the others didn't even realize who'd done the killing until Void Palace revealed themselves willingly. Anyway, it is better for us both to pull back for now. You should completely retreat from their territory. Feign cowardice. Otherwise, can we still assure that they won't end you? The one who spoke only appeared as a dark shadow projected from a glass ball in a room just as dark. The one he spoke to was one of the 12 gods of the Divine Order, Seneca Church. Seneca acted as a connection between the Divine Order and their close cooperator, the Stria clan. As for who he was speaking to, it became clear from that they hadn't discussed the current happenings yet. The Order was expected to take care of it themselves, but the issue had blown up beyond what they'd ever expected. We cannot retreat now. Seneca voiced the joint opinion of all the remaining gods. If they retreated now, they'd practically be declaring defeat. It couldn't be allowed to happen. However, do you think you have a choice? In the first place, isn't it because of your mistakes that they learned the truth? Turtle down without complaint for now. Besides, can we even say you will surely win if you decide to fight anymore? The Stria clan representative's voice was laced with mockery, but Seneca could do nothing but accept it. They were the weaker party from the start. Of course, they had hidden forces, but how could they use those? In any case, once the thing is finished, we can directly strike them down. Until then, we must make sure no hidden variables arise. No matter what Seneca wanted to say, he knew the other party was correct. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head. I understand. Good. Then, we will not contact each other for now. I will send word first if the need presents itself. The projection disappeared as the other party cut the connection, leaving Seneca alone in the dark room with his thoughts. His eyes were practically red in anger. For now. Every single time the Stria representative said for now, he wanted to rip him to shreds, but it couldn't be done. Just like everything else. Fine. Seneca took a deep breath and calmed himself. We will hide ourselves until the time is right. However, they wouldn't drop this matter here. Whoever is running that palace, Seneca gnashed his teeth, I will tear you to shreds with my own hands. Chapter 1439 Strike 4. Flashes of light so fast they hardly registered as flashes. Pain. Endless pain that continued to get worse without any signs of stopping. Was this the end of a true god? It seemed even their lives were finite. Despite all the work they did to achieve eternity, Damien watched the memories of Patrick Holmes, the member of the pantheon of 12 gods who'd been slain by Void Palace's third sword, Yusuf Mooncrest. In intrigue, Yusuf's movements were wild and ferocious. He had the composure of a swordsman but the heart of a barbarian, and with that combination, he was able to completely overpower Patrick. The god didn't have a single chance to fight back. Such an overwhelming defeat caused Damien to question how the Divine Order managed to maintain its position at the top of the world. But he got his own answer through the same memories. It's mainly due to the foreign races. Because of them, the Order was tied to the Stria clan, and with their help, nobody could ever take down the Order. Plus, the Order had several hidden armies filled with troops like the homunculi Damien met previously that could wipe the floor with most normal influences. Of course, whether or not Void Palace was included in that list was up for debate, but the main point was that the majority of the Divine Order's status was not deserved, but given to them for free. Damien practically learned everything he could possibly know about them through Patrick's corpse. Whether it be their current plans, future plans, or past atrocities, Damien could pick between various points of Patrick's life and view them all. At this point, the Divine Order had already faced true defeat. Only, they didn't know it yet. At the current moment, with months steadily flying by after the 5-year period of activity, the Order was actively withdrawing its troops from the borders, focusing on internal defense instead. I guess it worked, Damien sighed to himself. It was one of relief, not worry. He was still somewhat concerned that the Order would act impulsively and strike back now, which was the worst possible move for both parties, but it seemed they'd held themselves back, or rather, they'd been held back. More than likely, the Stria clan pressured them to withdraw and hide for a while. As for why, Damien's eyes hardened. I need to speak to Mother. He was keeping it down. He wanted to hear from her before choosing how to react, but he was calmer than expected. When he found Claire and sat her down, she was originally curious about what he could possibly need her for. The two of them made sure to spend a sufficient amount of time together, and using most of her spare time, Claire was helping with the army matters. However, for Damien to come out of nowhere like this, Mom, please tell me. What is happening to my father? Her heart skipped a beat. Why your father, you say? Damien nodded with serious eyes. Claire could see from his expression that he wasn't playing around. More than that, she could see that he already knew something about the situation. This wasn't a question that came out of nowhere, it was merely Damien's wish to confirm the truth with those he trusted. Claire sighed. I knew I was going to have to tell you at some point, but I didn't think it'd come so soon. She wanted Damien to live in peace for at least a small while, but he had no thoughts of doing so. That wasn't the way Damien did things. Rest only came after work was finished. Until Damien cleared away everything that prevented him from resting, he wouldn't even think about it. Claire didn't know what to do. Her son really took after his father. She sighed again. Since it had come to this, there was nothing left to hide. The truth had to come out. Your father, in the eyes of the public, disappeared several millions of years ago. As you know, the amount of time is skewed because of the time we spent in the lower universe. However, she struggled to speak through it, but she endured for the sake of her son. When your father was forced back into the heavenly world to protect Earth and Grand Heaven's boundary, it was all due to the schemes of his enemies. Since the moment I returned, I have been unable to meet him. I do not know where he is. Nor do I know how he is, but there is one thing that's become clear after years of investigation. Damien's breaths were short as he listened for the main point. This was the part he knew, the celestial prison. That's what they call it. It was a cage made specifically to hold Dante Void, and it was hidden somewhere within the Stria clan's reach. Your father has been trapped for at least 1,000,000 years, unable to escape. And no matter how much we search, we cannot find the location of that prison. It was the sad reality of Void Palace. The reason for their fall was orchestrated from the beginning. Dante didn't disappear, but was forced to stay away from his people. Trapped in the middle of nowhere, Damien's reaction was surprisingly mild. Is it just the Stria clan? He wasn't unaffected. When he saw the memories pertaining to Dante, he also felt a myriad of emotions bubbling up from the depths of his soul. However, he pushed them down and replaced them with calmness. Emotion wouldn't get him anywhere. Dante wouldn't be saved because he was angry. He needed to keep his head on right so he could properly bring his father to safety. So he asked the question, and Claire gave him the answer he was looking for: no. It is highly likely that the celestial prison is located in a dimensional crack somewhere, hidden deep in the territory of the foreign races. Damien nodded. All right, he wanted to talk to his mother more, but this was the most important thing for now. Since he had a moment of freedom after pushing back the divine order in the Stria clan, Damien could finally take a moment away from the palace. Mom, can I leave the palace to you and Aunt Serena? But what are you planning to do? Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything dangerous. It's just, Damien glanced into the horizon. There's a place I need to visit. Claire didn't want to let him leave, but with his decision made, nothing could stop him. She could only nod, suppressing her worry like every mother who had to watch her child leave the nest. We will make sure the palace thrives in your absence. You just need to focus on staying safe. I will, Mom. Don't worry, he was lying. Damien had received news recently that perfectly aligned with his current goals. It was news of a dimensional crack that opened in the southern region. Since the foreign races had sent him an invitation, why would he reject it? He wanted to see what the people who kidnapped his father, tried to destroy his home, and plotted against him for his entire life were really like, and more importantly, he wanted to see if they could withstand the weight of his emotions. Chapter 1440 Enlightenment 1. Regardless of the storms outside, it will always be peaceful at home. It was a saying not everyone could relate to. But it was perfect for this moment. Soft winds breezed through the main palace. It, standing high and proud over the rest of the Bright Moon Principality, always gave off a domineering appearance, but it was never arrogant. Rather, it was comforting, surrounded by lush, green grasses and tall natural foliage that perfectly bordered the palace's territory, and the cries of beautiful beasts that resided in those greeneries, wild yet free of negative intent. The main palace had a particular aura to it today that it usually didn't possess. Countless people were gathered. Everyone even slightly important to the palace, anyone who'd gained a position from a sword to a common maid, was gathered in the palace's main hall. Those who didn't reside in the main palace didn't have the privilege to be here personally, but they were watching through projections spanning the entire territory. The main hall was decorated particularly today. It wasn't lined with long tables that could seat hundreds at once. Rather, it was a collection of seats that took up the entire hall, leaving only a single strip of land in the middle. Grand decorations lined the walls with countless precious materials that normal people couldn't even dream of, and murals with ancestry dating back hundreds of millions of years painted the ceiling. It was almost as if Void Palace was planning to host a grand wedding, but that wasn't the case. "Are you ready, my lord?" a maid spoke to the man of the hour. The reason why every chair in the main hall and even the space outside it was crowded with people, respectfully awaiting his presence. "Of course I am," Damien responded with a smile. He didn't look like his usual self today. His hair was properly tamed, flowing down to border his face perfectly and showcase his natural charm. His clothes weren't randomly put together from what was in his subspace, but instead were custom-made for this day with his measurements in mind. It was a somewhat ancient garb that felt burdensome to wear. It was heavy, colored black and purple to match Void Palace's tones, and large, as if meant to be worn by an emperor who only needed to sit on his throne. However, Damien had to admit he looked good. As he saw himself in the mirror, he questioned if he was even the man he saw. He didn't look how he remembered himself. He'd gotten older. His features became more defined and set, and an air of maturity surrounded his face and body that was never present before. He'd gotten bigger. His body wasn't just built to be optimized for battle anymore, but was versatile and perfect for a variety of things. He looked like a man he once aspired to be, and when he realized that he wasn't anywhere near his end goal, he smiled. "Well, this is a pretty big step in and of itself. Since you are ready, then please make your way to the main hall." "Everything else is already in place," Damien nodded at the maid's urging. He was more than prepared for what was to come. Today was the day he walked down the aisle, not to become someone's bride, but to officially take his post. He'd been acting covertly so his presence wouldn't alert people to the palace's revival, but the time for that was over. They'd revealed their intentions, and at a juncture like this, it was actually better for Damien to become a target and take attention away from the palace itself. He entered the main hall confidently, even as he felt the auras of those he loved and cared about, along with those he'd just recently gotten to know enveloping him. He didn't budge. For today, he needed to be stalwart in all things, giving off an image that wasn't the Damien Void anyone here knew. The main hall was engulfed in silence the moment his presence was recognized. Claire, Serena, Hugo, Persia, and the 10 swords stood on a raised platform at the end of the aisle, waiting for him. He approached them with the same confidence, his back straight and his eyes up. When he arrived in their midst, they parted ways and made space for him. They lined up in 2 rows on either side of him, creating a straight line to the final seat in the hall. This was the throne Damien would one day inherit. He looked at it intently, but frankly, he didn't feel anything. Maybe it was because this one was just a prop for the sake of the occasion, but the throne just felt so small to him. Nevertheless, it was his birthright, and he didn't plan to ignore it. He walked towards it, and in the eyes of everyone present, he took his seat. This was the day he officially became the young lord of Void Palace. This ceremony was being held because Damien had gained the respect and loyalty of those in the palace, and since it was time for him to head into the fray. Again, it was about time for them to announce his status to the entire world. The event was a mess of grand speeches and ceremonious rituals, but to Damien, it ended the moment he sat down on that seat. Now he could do it for real. He could use his authority without worry, and he could set a net for a few fishes he'd been trying to catch. Damien planned to set out that very night. While the celebration would continue for a few more days, he couldn't tell the dimensional crack to just wait for him. However, he encountered an unexpected obstacle, and it wasn't necessarily a bad one. The scenery got to him, the peace, the calm, the security. He suddenly felt it suffocating him. He almost couldn't believe this kind of harmony was possible in the world. He'd never seen it before. That much was for certain. No matter where he went, there were always countless conflicts that never seemed to end. Anytime one conflict was solved, another would arise. No place could simply maintain peace because it wanted to, but Void Palace was different. They didn't brainwash people like the Divine Order, and they didn't rule through fear or money like the Stria clan or Kyushu Federation. They didn't have the strict ancestral rules of the Dragon clan, nor did they adhere to a certain faith or ideology like the Holy Empire. they were just naturally themselves, and the atmosphere it created was so genuine Damien almost couldn't stand it. What is this feeling? There was something resonating deep within him that he couldn't understand. He couldn't focus on anything, so, in the dead of night, instead of leaving for the dimensional crack, he took an aimless walk around the main palace. He allowed the planar layers to teleport him around randomly, and somehow, he ended up outside the palace entirely. He found himself at a small waterfall leading into a creek, surrounded by only 3 or 4 trees that didn't seem like they had any inhabitants. It was a small area that didn't seem to have any relation to anything, but since the palace's teleportation led here, it must have had some meaning. Damien didn't really question it, though. Instead, he found himself sitting down at the edge of that creek, staring at his own reflection in its clear waters. Something unexplainable was happening in his mind. Almost like enlightenment. Chapter 1441 Enlightenment 2. Damien didn't see it coming. He hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy to prompt enlightenment, so he was wondering just as much as anybody else why it came now. But regardless of the why, it was here. When Damien sat down at the creek, his eyes instinctively closed, and his mind was subtly pulled away from reality. Something about the moment was perfect. In the midst of so much chaos, finding peace was a special thing. Damien didn't feel it because he never acknowledged temporary peace as real peace. However, he couldn't deny the feelings in his heart that peace was what led to the current situation. Damien felt the power of order. Order, the opposite of chaos, was one of the concepts that governed the world. Order and chaos didn't have their own laws. They were more like compilations of several laws that embodied a concept, so there wasn't an individual who could wield their power directly. However, they were always subtly influencing the world. Order was important. So was chaos. If chaos represented for freedom and choice, order was the opposite. That didn't mean it was a bad thing. Order and chaos were always necessary together. Complete chaos would turn into madness, while absolute order would become a soulless society. In a way, the divine order and the Stria clan could be used as examples of them when they reached their worst. But just as they could become terrible without regulation, when they were in their perfect forms, they allowed life to adapt and progress properly. Void Palace was a picture of order right now. Everything went as it should, and chaos didn't have much of a place outside the things it was necessary for. Being in this environment after being surrounded by chaos for such a long time, Damien suddenly became enlightened. The concept of order, he didn't know what it was before now, but information about it was steadily flowing into his head, and it wasn't something simple. No, the concept of order was one of the 6 concepts of existence that Damien was supposed to master. He just didn't expect to find it within himself before finding it in the wild. The concept of order was actually meant to come before the concept of harmony. Harmony and order acted together, but in reality, order always came first. Damien learned the concept of harmony to perfection with the help he got from the unrecorded. He wasn't supposed to have that comprehension, though. He went in the wrong order, so, as he continued to live and experience life with the concept of harmony inside him, order naturally manifested. In terms of existence, if harmony was a method of controlling existence, order was the prerequisite to do so. It didn't have much power on its own, but it was the perfect support. With order, Damien could actually take the first steps to controlling existence mana. Since harmony really only gave him more ways to use what he had, Damien's brain expanded. Once again, he was barraged with knowledge about existence itself. The scene was similar to what the unrecorded showed him, a world completely influenced by a single entity's will. The concept of order taught him how to tame the untamable. In essence, he could use his own power to accomplish something similar to what the void could do. He could calm the chaos with his existence. He could turn those disorderly forces into his own power, and leave in his wake a world where everything followed the order he established. Everything was beautiful. Everything he'd seen had been beautiful for a few days. And this was like a painting of all of it melded into one canvas. Was comprehending existence supposed to be this easy? The answer was a flat no. There was no question about it. Even if some people had managed to find the concept before Damien, they'd taken millions or even billions of years to reach a point where they could confidently say they could control it even partially. Damien was a unique case. It wasn't because of the void this time, but because of Damien Void himself. Damien's death did a lot more for him than he ever knew. That day, he met non-existence itself. He'd been embedded with a seed that would never bloom until he realized its existence. Damien already had a deep connection to existence. He could say he was one of only a handful of people who'd ever seen reality itself presented before them. Since he was comprehending a concept he had a natural bond with, he could naturally do so at a faster rate than people who did the same forcefully. It was a similar situation to what he'd felt when he was first comprehending space. it helped that order and harmony were directly linked as well. Since Damien already had harmony, he needed to gain order before looking for anything else. Putting everything together, adding over 10 years of life experience and a sudden sense of inner peace, it was only natural for it to find him here. Damien sat at the waterfall for 3 days. Slowly contemplating on many things, he didn't think about the concept of order after the first day, but the things he saw when he was being enlightened gave him a new look at several things, and he needed time to digest it all. When he was finished, he stood up and stretched. He wasn't quite sure what had just happened, but he was going to have an opportunity to find out soon, so he didn't worry himself over it. Rather, he was quite excited. With this, I should be able to get that over. With 2, he smiled to himself and disappeared. For the next few hours, he stayed in the sanctuary, where he used a time dilation to extend his time for a few days. He was working on a specific project that would be extremely helpful when the critical time came. The concept of order allowed him to perfectly disperse chaos from chaotic forces. Even the most disordered energy could become calm under his grasp. One of the many privileges granted to him by this ability was to handle souls with a touch that nobody could replicate, and with that power, Rain Winchester could be granted a second life. Damien's excitement didn't come from the fact that the sword would be revived, but from the revival itself. He'd never dabbled in matters like this. It was a new experience for him. If he happened to be successful, well, I won't become a mad scientist at least. Damien didn't think he'd get the chance to do this so soon, but since he was granted a blessing from the heavens, he was planning to use it well. Spending a few more hours to himself before leaving wasn't going to harm anyone. Plus, the skills he'd gained from this procedure were well worth the wait. When Damien appeared at the end of those hours he granted himself, he had a wide smile on his face, his eyes glowed, filled with anticipation. With this, I'm ready. There was a dimensional crack waiting for him, and he couldn't wait to greet it. Chapter 1442 Dimensional Crack 1. The Bloomberg Principality was somewhere near the center of the southern region, near one of the extreme poles of the heavenly world. It was a cold region without much civilization, but there were still several tribes that lived in the area for generations and had their own unique cultures. The Bloomberg Principality was one of those so far disconnected from society that the people were hardly followers of Void Palace. However, even they had connections with the outside world. This was because of the danger of dimensional cracks. Dimensional cracks weren't actually a rare occurrence. Just like the gates and dungeons of the lower universe, dimensional cracks would appear anywhere and everywhere with no rhyme or reason. However, unlike gates, dimensional cracks were created artificially, not as a product of the natural order. Damien had information on all the dimensional cracks that he could find, but not all of them were tracked. There were just too many, for the most part. They weren't too unbelievably dangerous, so they were taken care of by local practitioners and kept in their books, never to reach the ears of those in a much higher position than them. Also, for the most part, dimensional cracks didn't rupture. That was when they truly became dangerous. At the end of the day, the foreign races were just that, foreign. The heavenly order didn't hold any bias, but when its space was being controlled by foreign entities, its natural protections would be put into play regardless. When a dimensional crack first spawned, it would remain in a closed state. Nothing could enter the cosmos through it. However, entities from within the cosmos could enter it just fine. With this mechanism as protection, practitioners could enter the cracks and kill everything inside before they could invade the world. Just like how gates worked, dimensional ruptures were avoided in most cases. That was because the cosmos had already realized how dangerous it would be if they were allowed to turn into ruptures. This awareness of danger just didn't go further than that, which was a shame. Nevertheless, dimensional ruptures happened when the heavenly order's protection was whittled down until it was broken. At that point, the foreign races would charge through and invade, turning more and more land into their own territory until all of them were killed and the crack was dispersed. Converted territories couldn't be regained, as found through past experiences had by the citizens of this world, and, no matter how many foreign races died, they wouldn't stop pouring through the gate until it was destroyed. Spatial practitioners were an absolute necessity to rid society of these cracks, which was why Void Palace was able to grow so rapidly. The crack Damien was headed towards was on the verge of rupturing. Several teams of practitioners had been sent in, but none of them had returned. It got to the point where no local influence could handle it, and Void Palace was notified of the situation. When Damien got the news, he immediately knew he had to go. Dimensional cracks were the foreign race's method of invading this cosmos. They hadn't been trying as hard as they could, so despite their number, the actual impact they had wasn't as big as it could have been. The troops they sent to invade or fight against invaders weren't the strongest they had, nor were the dimensional cracks too serious. They didn't really have to try yet. The people here hadn't realized the threat they posed, just as had happened in the lower universe. They would slowly gnaw on the heavenly world, converting small patches into their land. Until they had more ground than the denizens, and they'd do it before anyone took them seriously. Damien understood their strategies as someone who'd fought them before. This dimensional crack was special. The people who were sent to clear it weren't weak. As weaker teams were defeated and the problem made its way up the power hierarchy, even demigods had eventually been sent. Damien used his information network to find out a lot about all the cracks he could find, and through it, he realized that this kind of situation wasn't as common as one would expect it to be, and every time it had taken place, it ended in a portion of land being transformed into a foreign territory. This could only mean one thing: there is something inside the crack. That's far more powerful than what the cosmos has seen thus far. This crack wasn't like the rest. Damien was going to send a team to the crack regardless to deal with the rupture. But the reason he came himself was because he wanted to see what made this crack special. Why were there demigod-level enemies within? What secrets were they hiding? Demigods were definitely common in the heavenly world, but that was still just because of the size. In reality, demigods still weren't forces that could be used easily, outside of war of course. Damien's ability to create them in a mere 100 years was monstrous, and for the same reason that made that true, dimensional. Cracks that could kill demigods were extremely worrying. We still don't know anything about the foreign races. Even the influences who had direct contact with them were still largely unaware of the true nature of the foreign races apart from the most basic information. What would happen if their forces were just as plentiful or more plentiful than those the heavenly world had? All these questions stacked up in Damien's mind as he approached the Bloomberg Principality. He wasn't alone this time. He'd brought 2 squads from his newly created army with them, both to give them experience and to have helped dealing with the rupture. These squads consisted of only demigods. The first was led by Tiamat and consisted of divinities from the sanctuary. As for the second, it contained both Dominic and Darius Void, along with a few talented demigods from the Void Palace army. They had come with their identities hidden for multiple reasons. Damien made sure to disguise his siblings' purple eyes as well as his own. As for the rest, other than a few who had some reputation in the outside world, everyone was a new face being introduced to society as of this moment. They weren't the only ones here either. Several demigods from nearby influences, and even some who came from a distance for this event, were also headed to the dimensional crack, and, of course, not all of them were friendly. I purposefully created an opportunity for them, so it's only natural they take it. Right now, Damien had the image of someone arrogant, an image he created by autographing his actions in the southwestern region and announcing himself as young lord immediately afterward. Leaving the palace now maintained that image, which gave those who despised him an opportunity to aim for his throat. But his arrogance was a lie, and everything they knew was a trap laid out for those individuals. Damien had done so much planning. At this point, it was hard to find a variable outside his control, so he approached with confidence that nothing would go wrong, and he laid his eyes on his very first dimensional crack. Chapter 1443 Dimensional Crack 2. It wasn't as big as he thought it'd be. The dimensional crack was roughly 10 feet tall and only around 3 feet wide. It didn't have much depth, almost like a 2-dimensional structure in 3-dimensional space. It was dark black with red arcs of electricity running across its surface, giving it a pretty dangerous look. But all in all, it was quite easy to write off as something trivial. There wasn't anything else in the area but snow. The entire Bloomberg Principality was covered in snow and ice. Even the small villages and big cities that existed here were built into it. Luckily, the crack opened in a relatively unpopulated area. It was only spotted by travelers moving between cities, and wouldn't cause havoc in the case that it truly ruptured. When Damien and the rest arrived in a group of 10, they became one of many groups present in the vicinity. However, the black and purple robes they wore to indicate their affiliation made everyone part ways for them. The forces from Void Palace. Even if their names and faces were unknown, the fact that the palace sent them meant their strength was guaranteed. Damien looked around, the others following close behind him. Not are all these people participating in the rupture? There were over 500 present. The number seemed a bit blown out of proportion to Damien, but considering how strange the crack had been acting, it was warranted. I guess they don't underestimate as much as I assumed they did. It's still too pitiful on a large scale, but the fact that people showed up like this is good too. The group walked from place to place, accepting greetings from the many subsidiary clans who came to see them. Eventually, though, Damien found a person with some actual value. "Hello, sir. My name is Inca Smith. It is my job to monitor the crack and judge the time until it ruptures." The woman who came up to him introduced herself. and after gaining his permission, led his group to a nearby set that looked like it had only recently been set up. Inside, several pieces of equipment were set up that gave off readings that the average practitioner could never understand. There were 4 people present, 5 counting Inca. According to her, they came from a nearby clan called the Pyrokinesis clan, and they've been focused on mapping and monitoring dimensional cracks for several hundred years. Damien left the majority of his group outside to their own devices and followed Inca into the tent with Dominic, Darius, and Tiamat. Meanwhile, Inca continued explaining how they managed to do their research despite the little interest the majority of the world had in the field. Our instruments measure a myriad of factors to ultimately come to a conclusion, but the main ones are mana intensity, atmospheric fluctuation, and corrosion. Take this gate as an example. Inca walked them over to a nearby machine being operated by one of her colleagues and continued her explanation. Here, we can see that the atmospheric fluctuation caused by the crack is far above normal levels. There have been signs of reality warping, which, on our scale of danger, can be counted as something above the highest degree. She started strong, letting them know just how bad the situation was. However, as we continued testing, we found something even more confusing. She pointed out another variable and continued. The mana intensity is basically nil. There's hardly any leakage from the crack, which is exceedingly rare. For the most part, we'll be able to tell what's inside the crack by judging the intensity of the mana it emanates due to their presence, but it's completely impossible this time, and the corrosion value is almost just hard to accept. Corrosion used several factors that Damien didn't quite understand to determine how fast the land would be converted when the rupture started. It was the most important variable. Because of the corrosion rate was unimaginable, then far stronger forces needed to be used to fight against the crack. If it wasn't closed within just a few minutes, massive swatches of the world would be turned into foreign territories, which had more than a few negative effects on the atmosphere. Interesting, it was a branch of science Damien had never seen before. Despite the wealth of knowledge he possessed, he couldn't understand even an ounce of the actual processes behind their conclusions. I'll have to meet with them again after all this is over, but for now, they couldn't focus on the details of the science. How long until the rupture occurs? Damien asked. That was apparently the final goal of their research, but clearly that was a lie used to interest people in their work. Predicting ruptures was at most a byproduct of their efforts. Still, it was their hook for a reason. It was the reason Damien came, and he needed to hear that before everything else. Inca and her colleagues were obviously a bit disappointed by his words, but they understood as well. Plus, Damien showed a clear interest in what they were doing, unlike most who visited them, so they didn't immediately lose hope. They wanted Void Palace's backing. With support from such a large influence, they'd be able to do so much more with what they had, and to succeed in gaining that backing, they needed to properly impress the group that came to investigate this crack. 30 minutes, Inca spoke without hesitation, giving not a time frame, but a specific point when it would open. I like your confidence, but are you sure? Damien responded, I'm sure. Just watch, and you'll see soon enough. Damien smiled slightly. I like her confidence. Inca had the eyes of someone who'd make it big. After taking note of her existence, Damien left the tent with his people and began preparing for the rupture. You believe her? Tiamat asked. Why wouldn't I? Damien returned, I don't know. It just felt a little fast. Tiamat had been in the sanctuary for the majority of the time Damien was in the heavenly world. She wasn't familiar with this place's environment, but she knew not to be so trusting of people she just met. However, Damien just shrugged in response. Scientists don't like to lie. There's no harm in trusting her abilities. Even if she's wrong, it just means her confidence was a lie. It doesn't affect me much. More than that, Damien could read souls now. He didn't really need to worry about people with hostile intentions, since he'd always know beforehand. Nevertheless, it was just a question out of nowhere. Tiamat also got ready to attack the crack. Her complaints were no more than words. The group was given strange looks from all around for their actions. Some just laughed. Some questioned Void Palace and called them cowards, while others took note of them and followed their actions, preparing for the crack. And as 30 minutes ticked by with Inca on the edge of her seat watching its movements, the crack began to fluctuate. A huge aura was revealed from the previously sleeping beast. Hundreds of people were thrown away, with only those who sufficiently readied themselves beforehand able to keep their footing. As Inca predicted, exactly 30 minutes after Damien and the rest arrived at the dimensional crack, it opened its jaws, and a flood of otherworldly beings poured out. Chapter 1444 Dimensional Crack 3. The beings that came out of the crack didn't bear any resemblance to the Nox. Especially not the higher Nox. They shared the same pitch-black ink-like skin of the lesser Nox, however, their forms were defined. There were 5 types of creatures that rushed into the heavenly world. Some were large, some were small, but regardless of their appearances, Tiamat felt a connection to them all. It was an extremely disconcerting feeling. From the moment they arrived at the crack, she'd been on edge. It was the reason she asked Damien why he trusted that scientist. She felt the need to voice something, anything, because if she stayed silent she'd be pulled into the crack. She could feel that this was her origin. The place beyond that crack was the place where the people who created her race were. The people who led to their tragic fates, but that didn't have anything to do with Tiamat. She was hardly a Nox. No, rather, she never once had anything in common with them. She was never subjected to the same restrictions as them, and no matter what she did for them, they always regarded her in fear. The Nox species had no right to associate with her, but standing in front of the crack, she couldn't help but feel like she was one of them. The undeniable urge to go beyond and find what lay on the other side was hard to resist, but Tiamat wasn't a weak character. When she set her mind on something, nothing could stop her from accomplishing it. She'd given her life to Damien. Right now, she had to trust in him rather than her instincts. Besides, he wasn't a man who knew how to disappoint. Her wishes would be fulfilled somehow, so until then, she just needed to focus on the task she was given. The second the foreign races started pouring out from the crack, the battle started. The experts who'd gathered in the vicinity all charged in, claiming areas around the Terran reality that they would guard. This was a method used to make sure nobody would interfere in another's battles. The territories claimed by each influence would only be handled by them, and, of course, Void Palace had a spot in front of them all, just a few tens of feet away from the crack. Dominic, Darius, and Tiamat led their squads to that spot and started fighting. For Dominic and Darius, this was an opportunity to measure their growth and use the skills they'd accumulated in the past century. For Tiamat, it was a sort of cathartic relief. She just wanted to get rid of the feeling haunting her. Damien stayed back while they moved, observing the battlefield from a point where he was unaffected by it, though he wasn't skimping on his duties. As explosions filled the air and it became hard to distinguish friend from foe, nobody could really notice as several otherworldly enemies disappeared from the crowd. Especially since there were hundreds of them already in the heavenly world and hundreds more pouring out every second. Several tens of them disappeared from reality together every few seconds. Their existences were purified. The foreign races were beings of chaos. Damien didn't even need to directly see them to confirm it. With the new concept of order he'd comprehended, Damien was given the ability to remove chaos from the world. Against that power, combined with the weight of Damien's league, these creatures, despite being demigods themselves, stood no chance. He devoured them in droves, intaking their existences. It was almost too easy for him. With such a simple action, Damien learned so much, but, at the same time, he didn't learn anything. Their strategies are still the same. The creatures that everyone was facing now were just manufactured soldiers meant to rapidly invade other worlds. It was the exact same strategy the Nox used in the past. These were the equivalent of unintelligent lesser Nox whose numbers and durability were their only advantage, but, as expected, it's to another level when it comes from the original source. Unlike lesser Nox, these creatures actually had purpose. The, with lack of a better name for now, lesser foreign races, came in 5 types, each with its own specialization. The ones being taken care of by the weakest of the present influences were called grunts. They were short and fat, with malformed bodies that looked more like blobs than living organisms. They were the most like lesser Nox, since their numerity was their speciality. They came out first, swamping their enemies and creating openings for those who came later. Second came the Titans. Titans were massive beings that were 20 feet tall at the very least. They had monstrous physical strength and bodies that couldn't be penetrated without special means. Third were the sword demons. Like their species' name suggested, they were really demons of the sword. Their arms, 4 of which each of them had, were blades themselves, and with the ability to use sword aura and sword laws, they could dominate any battlefield. The fourth kind was sentries. Sentries acted from range like archers, barraging the battlefield with attacks and precisely eliminating those who dropped their guards. And finally, the shadows, assassins with extreme speed and concealment ability. Together, these 5 types defined the invading army of the foreign races. They didn't really need to use anything else. After all, each of the archetypes complemented the rest. When all 5 were used together, they hardly left any openings to be exploited. Naturally, they could still be defeated with enough power, strategy, or numbers, but despite their low intelligence, they were able to fight back against much smarter foes toe-to-toe without a problem. The problem was, they were artificially created like the lesser Nox. Damien couldn't see the process through their existences. likely because their memories were distorted by the differences in the laws of the two planes. But Damien could at least see the dark facilities in which they were made. There was a reason the Divine Order was able to create homunculi. The entire process had been given to them by the foreign races in return for their subordination, or, at least, that was Damien's assumption. Regardless, the details of it all could be figured out when he entered the crack himself, but before that, the invasive forces had to be defeated so his land wouldn't be corroded into theirs. I'll leave my squads to take care of things on their own. As for the rest, Damien glanced around. There were a few impressive people, but for the most part, it was a lackluster show of power from these subsidiary influences. Since Damien wanted to contain the spread of corrosion as much as possible, and these people would definitely hinder him from doing so if left alone, I guess they wouldn't mind if I gave them a little help. Damien smiled and called on his power. A change began to take place on the battlefield. A subtle aura was exuded by his body, but nobody present could feel it. But somewhere in the distance, a certain being's head turned in that direction. That is, a grin formed on their face. Void, Chapter 1445 Dimensional Crack, 4, Boom. 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 Tiamat's death authority was just as powerful in the heavenly world as it was in the lower universe. Along with Iris, Tiamat was one of the strongest people in Grand Heaven's boundary. They may have come to a place where stronger people existed, sure, but that didn't discount the amount of time they spent growing and training. They were already high-ranked demigods. They'd been at that level for thousands of years, unable to progress much further because they were near the ceiling of their current power level. Tiamat was a top powerhouse even in the heavenly world. Perhaps she couldn't have the level of authority a god could hold, but under that level, she was practically unparalleled. The enemy vanguard completely collapsed because of her interference. Grunts were durable. They didn't have much power, but their bodies could take hits like no other. They didn't have much use offensively. But that wasn't how they were used. Once battle commenced, they became living shields who would willingly jump in front of their allies to absorb attacks. Their allies would also pick them up and use them as shields before throwing them like blunt weapons. They were like human-sized meatballs. Despite having no power of their own, if their weight was used as a weapon by others, it became quite dangerous. There was obviously a limit to how much they could endure, but that wasn't Tiamat's problem. She was at the very forefront of the battlefield. The first thing she did when she saw how the grunts were being used to negate incoming damage, she spread a web of her mana over the ground and used her skills. Skeletal hands pushed out of the dirt and grabbed any grunt they could find. Some were suffocated in the ground and killed, while others were pushed towards the periphery forces who were tasked with taking care of them. While she was manipulating the web, the grunts were powerless and effectively useless. Naturally, Tiamat was left unprotected while skillfully manipulating her mana like this, but the current battle wasn't an individual one. If there was one thing Tiamat tried to learn more than anything else, it was cooperation. She trusted Damien and she trusted Iris. There weren't many others she trusted, but because everyone else she worked with was related to them, they were given something of a pass. She'd never had a reliable family around her that she could give her back to. Since she considered this one able to become that, she didn't hold back in trying to learn new things. Of course, she didn't become more sociable. Her personality wouldn't change so easily. However, when it came to battle, she was absolutely confident in the team she'd trained and learned to work with over the past 100 years. The sentries immediately started shooting at Tiamat when they noticed the grunts being hindered. However, two shadows appeared before Tiamat and blocked all the incoming strikes. Bang! 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 The two women who protected Tiamat withdrew their swords and charged forward. Keeping the path ahead clear, they didn't need to worry about titans or sword demons since Dominic and Darius had led their teams to deal with the giant monsters and bladed beasts, but there was still another power they'd seemingly forgotten about. From Tiamat's own shadow, a black being arose, its knife aimed at her throat. Shing, the sound of its blade cut through the air. It approached, just inches away from Tiamat's throat, yet, that strike never completed its trajectory. Black blood sprayed out of the shadow's neck, hitting the wall of mana that Tiamat always maintained around her and dripping down to the ground. The head of a spear stuck out of the shadow's throat for only a second before it was ruthlessly pulled out. Leaving the creature to die, Tiamat had 3 squad members, not 2. These 3 women were handpicked by Damien, or rather, Damien's avatar. While they were still in the sanctuary, they had situations similar to Tiamat's, though to lesser extents, and their personalities were good as well. These were people meant to support Tiamat and become her arms and legs, so naturally Damien picked the best of the best. With years of training together, these 4 women knew each other better than They knew themselves, so when they found themselves on the battlefield, they moved in such a fluid combat formation that not a single attack could get past their barriers and inhibit them. The foreign race vanguard was no match for them. When the other forces supporting their every movement were also taken into account, the battle situation became almost magically advantageous. The subsidiary influences found themselves without roles after just a few minutes of combat. With the way both Tiamat's and Dominic and Darius' squads tore through enemies, they were left with nothing to do but kill a few stray grunts that were left on the outskirts of battle. Boom! Another explosion rang out. A massive head, at least 5 feet long, flew into the air and crashed into the ground near the tents set up for research purposes. Compared to Tiamat's battlefield, the one Dominic and Darius led was far more brutal. Heads were flying everywhere. The blood and guts of enemies piled up on the ground, and if that wasn't bad enough, the stench of burning corpses breezed through the air. Ever since Darius unlocked his sun and moon divine flame and learned to properly wield it, he'd become a monster like Void Palace had never seen. Even now, the way he moved his arms through the air like a conductor and used the brutal flames of the sun to incinerate massive beings far greater than himself was demonically beautiful. Dominic was forced to work hard to compete. He never thought there'd come a day when his family's space and time techniques seemed dull, but they paled in comparison to the abilities Darius showed. Therefore, he was given no choice but to improve. He took those space and time techniques and really looked into them. He searched for their essence. He wasn't anywhere near the end of that path, but the second he started treading it, he realized that space and time were far more than he ever thought they were. He'd been looking down on them because everyone around him could use them, but those who could bring out their full potential were few and far between. He planned to be one of those people. As he held his sword in his hand, reality warped around its blade. Space and time became his to command, his to sever. Every time he brought his sword down, tens of sword demons would split in half at once. It was similar to the technique Damien taught Butcher, but executed at a far higher level. The brothers were a perfect combination. Dominic had speed and pinpoint accuracy. Meanwhile, Darius had a huge area of effect and power from a ranged position. When they went into battle together, their squad wasn't left with anything more than morsels. They still did their jobs regardless. The performance of their squad leaders invigorated them. They were like barbarians acting on pure emotion, letting their valiance show on the battlefield. Void Palace. This was Void Palace. Those who thought their mother sect was falling, those who worried about the future of the southern region, as they watched the scene, they felt that feeling in their hearts. This wasn't the Void Palace they knew, it was a far stronger version of its past self. That was the greatest comfort they could ever receive, and as Damien's people earned those feelings, he himself was nowhere to be found. To know where he went, time had to be rewound by just a few minutes. Chapter 1446 Old Burned Bridge 1. A few minutes back, as Damien was watching the battle, he felt a sudden aura fluctuation in the distance. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. It traveled in such a strange pattern that nobody else could notice it, but that pattern led straight to Damien. This was obviously a summon. No, rather, he was being alerted of that person's presence. Damien was a naturally curious person, and on top of that, he didn't necessarily be present at the battlefield. His people were more than capable of taking care of this situation themselves. The corruption was guaranteed to not spread too far. With nothing holding him back, Damien took the opportunity to investigate the incoming aura. His search led him tens of millions of kilometers to the west. Not just that, he found himself descending into the earth through a ravine and finding a cave hidden deep within it before he started to feel the aura strongly enough to indicate its closeness. There, hundreds of kilometers below the surface, Damien traveled through a cave for another few hundred meters before he found its end. Along with the source of the aura, Damien didn't say anything. He had to take a second to process what he was seeing before speaking. Is this even a living being? Damien thought Rain was beaten up when he found him, but the being in front of him was in a much worse state, to start with. He only had the top half of his body. That top half was a sack of bones just barely held together by skin and muscle that had worn away with time. His head was like a sunken skull, his eyes just barely dots of light left in the abyss they represented, and those eyes were staring right at Damien, emitting the aura of someone far stronger than a man who was left like this. You daughter, not him. Those were the first words the man said to Damien. Not him. Not him. Not him. Not him. The man clutched his head in his arms and rocked back and forth. His torso wasn't equipped for so much movement, causing him to fall over as he continued to chant the same two words. Not him. Not him. Not him. Not him. Damien didn't know what to think. Whatever he expected to find here, it wasn't this. The aura he felt wasn't inherently hostile, but it had something evil about it. He investigated because he thought it was his enemies hiding in wait, but he was completely wrong. This being had the strength of a god, according to the aura he gave off, but his mind was obviously not all the way present. Combined with the state of his body, Damien wondered how this man managed to continue living for so long. The man completely ignored Damien after that first sentence. It was as if he'd genuinely forgotten everything outside himself, and those last words he said, "I'm not him?" The man's aura was obviously calling Damien here. Damien wasn't someone who could be confused with others easily. His aura was unique, and even that was to those who could sense him in the first place. There was nobody who could mimic Damien's energy, therefore, it was practically impossible for anyone but him to be the one the man was looking for, unless, the resemblance wasn't in power, but something else. Damien was beyond curious. Should I just read his existence? This man had sentience, so there wasn't a guarantee that he wouldn't be killed in the process, but it doesn't look like. I can get him to cooperate otherwise. The man's mind wasn't right. If Damien could enter his spiritual world or scan his soul, he might have had a chance to help him, but Damien couldn't do any of those things. The man's condition was too strange. His power was fully present, but everything about him was gone. In this state, if he rampaged intentionally or unintentionally, it would be extremely dangerous. Damien tried to think through solutions, but he couldn't necessarily find anything in his. No, there is something, a new ability he had yet to understand the capabilities of. Does this state count as chaos? He didn't know, but it didn't hurt to try and find out. If chaos could be purified, couldn't this man's mind be brought back to normalcy? Damien immediately put his theory into action. He summoned his mana, infused with the concept of order. For the sake of it, Damien also added the concept of harmony, knowing that the two went hand in hand. He didn't quite know how to control the mana. When he was purifying the foreign race's vanguard earlier, he didn't have to think about it. He just directed his power at them and they fell. However, for a more precise operation like this, didn't he need to be delicate? Is that even the case? Damien's sudden thought surprised him. He followed the train it led to, seeing where it went. Every time my power has gotten stronger, the need for delicacy has lessened. He no longer needed to finely direct the output of his power or put the majority of his thought process into controlling it. Those processes took place automatically. When he became more powerful, he'd end up reaching a point where his wish became the universe's command. Treading a path like that, Damien was actually returning to simplicity. All the complications lay in actually getting to a point where he could use the powers in his hand. So when the time came to actually put those forces into motion, can't I just will it? Damien knew what his intent was, and as long as he knew his intent, his mana would know it too. He allowed it to flow as it desired, leaving his palm and entering the ill man's body through his 7 orifices. The man's chanting came to a halt. His hollow eyes widened along with his mouth, and his hands went to his throat. Strange sounds exited his throat, almost like he was choking, but more like something was forcefully crawling up his esophagus. The blackness in his eyes slowly faded, leaving room for his pure white sclera and bright green irises to shine as his eyes bulged out of his head. It was a gruesome scene, but Damien watched with interest the entire time. He could feel his mana working. It went into the man's mind and began changing things, and not only that, it entered his body and swirled as if it was being circulated. That was the cause of the man's suffocation. Something Damien didn't realize the existence of was being pushed out of his body. And as his mind became clearer and clearer, and as the visage of the man before him became clearer too, the man's eyes welled up with tears. He prostrated himself on the ground, his body shook demonically, his head jerked, and heaps of bloody red liquid and a slug-like black substance were vomited out of his mouth. The disgusting substances wiggled on the floor like they were alive. It wasn't just one of 2 of them, but hundreds that eventually exited the man's body as minutes passed. It took a very long time for the process to come to an end. Far longer than Damien was ever expecting, but, eventually, the shriveled up half of a man that he saw when he first entered the cave finally gained some life. His bluish-purple skin returned to its original bronze color, and his muscles gained a little bit of vitality, just barely growing enough for him to somewhat function. "You are not him." The first sentence the man said was the same one from before. Damien almost thought he failed. However, "You are not him," but the man's face was still streaming with tears. His body was still prostrated on the ground. "Who are you?" He asked another question, one that meant far more than what it seemed on the surface. Chapter 1447 Old Burned Bridge, 2. Who am I? Damien repeated it back. "Who are you?" The man was still coming to consciousness, so he couldn't say much more than the words he was already saying. But the look in his eyes was desperate, as if his entire life hinged on Damien's answer. Is there really a need to lie? He'd been concealing his identity whenever he left the palace, but he didn't feel the need to do so this time. More so, he felt like it would be wrong to do so. I am Damien Void, he answered truthfully, removing his disguise. When the man saw his purple eyes, when he heard his name, his face morphed once again. Void. He knew he'd felt it properly before. The aura of Void, he'd sensed it when Damien acted earlier. It was because of that aura that he called Damien over, but Damien wasn't the man he expected to see arrive. Void, it became clear at that moment. This man had indeed confused him for someone else, and that person was nobody other than his own father. Were you perhaps looking for Dante Void? The man shook upon hearing the question. As expected, the name Dante Void meant something to this man, and whatever that something was, it made him so desperate he sent out a pleading call without any hope for an answer. Damien frowned. He didn't know a lot about his father, however, he knew who his father had positive relationships. Within this world, Claire told Damien everything about Dante when she heard he was curious. Since he was a grown man now, he deserved to know the hidden truths behind his birth. Those hidden truths included the origin story of Void Palace. The origin story of Dante Void. In that story, everyone was mentioned. Whether it was the Veritas clan, Holy Empire, Dragon clan, or even Kyushu Federation, almost every influence was filled with people who had relationships with Dante Void. Most of those were positive. Dante never went out of his way to make enemies, and since Damien was going to take the reins of Void Palace until Dante was back, Claire made sure he knew all those people by name and appearance. That way, he could always turn to others for help when he encountered something he couldn't handle alone. The information given to him for the sake of his safety came in handy at times like this, because there was nobody among Dante Void's associates with an appearance like this. Damien didn't know if this man was an enemy or just a random man who got a look at Dante once in his life, but it didn't matter. He's not a friend, which meant he was a foe until proven otherwise. Damien didn't have any mercy for foes. His arm flashed out, he grabbed the man's head, prepping his mana. It would be extremely easy to read this man's existence, all he had to do was try, but why was he hesitating? There was definitely a real chance that this man wouldn't be left in one piece when Damien was done, but did that matter? He could have the information he wanted if he just pushed for it. He didn't need to wait for this man to recuperate. Plus, what if he was an enemy? This man, no matter his state, was a god. If he was given the chance to use his strength, Damien wouldn't be able to stand it. That was the main reason Damien healed the man's mind and left his body alone. Everything pointed towards doing it. Damien couldn't find a good reason not to, but there still was one: morality. He didn't want to lose it. Morality was a precious thing that could only be possessed by those in fortunate positions. He didn't have any when he was suffering in the first dungeon or surviving after that, but as he became older, as he became more powerful, he started caring about others again. He didn't want to ruin his morality by crossing a line he shouldn't cross. And that line was exactly what kept him from taking the easy road this time. He would rather take some more time and effort to get the answers he wanted than open the gate for less morally acceptable means against people who hadn't been proven guilty yet. It was hard to fight against power. With power, Damien could have everything he wanted. He tread his difficult path because he wanted to see the light at the end of it, but power corrupted even the most upright of men. Power made it easy to cross the line. Damien fought because he refused to be corrupted. As someone close to the natural order, he knew exactly where his line was and what he needed to do to stay away from it. It was because he knew that he couldn't bring himself to simply read this man's existence, and, if that wasn't enough, that shit on the ground is. Damien thought it was something along the lines of impurities at first, but seeing how those globs of black slime wriggled and gathered together like a living organism, Damien figured it had to be more than that. With that size, it's hard to tell how long it's been inside him. Carrying a parasite was usually a sign that someone had a story to tell, a brutal one, at that. For stories like that, isn't it better to hear it from the mouth of someone involved? Damien wouldn't understand the emotions behind it anyway, or maybe that's all just excuses. He didn't care. Those excuses helped him justify his decision to ignore ease, so he allowed them to flow like running water. It took quite a while for Damien to get a hold of himself. He didn't want to admit it, but he was definitely feeling a serious sense of urgency after learning about his father's situation. His emotions were desperately wanting to burst out, but he kept himself calm. The problem was that Damien was always an emotional person. If the right stimulus appeared, he couldn't guarantee that he would stay calm, but this wasn't the time for him to explode. He loosened his grip on the man's head and stepped back. He could see the man's fear-filled eyes staring at him. But no words were exchanged yet. Since the man didn't seem capable of starting the conversation, Damien decided to speak first. Who are you? He repeated the question back to the man in the simplest way he could so the man's mind could process his words easily. The man's eyes lit up. He was excited that he was able to understand something, and his mouth opened. Words didn't come out first. The man had to cough out several mouthfuls of blood first, but he got them out somehow. The words he knew best, his own name, Alex West, and his most earnest wish, please. Read my story. Damien's eyes widened. Those weren't the words he expected to hear, but, as he thought them over, a strange thought came to his mind. He thought he was crazy, but he had no choice but to wonder, does that mean what I think it means? Chapter 1448 Old Burned Bridge, 3. Damien hesitated for a moment, but seeing the man's pleading eyes, he stopped holding himself back. Those words, read my story, they weren't words that alluded to a story that could be told. Damien was told to read the story, not listen to it. The problem was that his ability to do so wasn't something others were supposed to have. This man was assuming that Damien could read his story, or, at least, that was Damien's assumption. When he put his hand back on the man's head and felt with his mana, though that assumption became fact, there's no barrier. The man's mind was now open like it wasn't before. Maybe it's because I healed him. It may have been an instinctual reaction towards his savior, but it also could have been something deeper. No person, no matter how mentally crippled they were, would willingly open their mind to others without a basis of trust. That action held great meaning that every living being instinctively knew. To allow another person into one's soul was an absolute show of trust. To do so without trust was an absolute show of submission. The natural response of a human being was to protect his or her independence. As long as ego existed, it was impossible to invade another person's soul without injuring them. Even for Damien, who targeted existence rather than soul, this logic held true. He's looking for Dante. Can my father also? Damien shook his head. He asked me to read his story. Whatever it is, I'll learn it when I do so. He allowed his mana to flow as it wished. He entered the man's mind, entered his soul, and read the truth of his existence. Alex West, he had a more important part in Dante's life than Damien thought. In the beginning, there were 6, Dante, Hugo, Alex, Serena, Persia, and Claire. They were a group that traveled and did everything together. They were the ones who created their legend together, and they were the ones who created Void Palace together. 6 of them, not 5. Among them, Alex was the one who knew Dante the best. They grew up in the same city. They didn't actually become friends until their teens, but they'd been acquainted through mutual friends and on good terms since they were kids. Their relationship wasn't a shallow one. When they actually found themselves becoming friends outside their mutual groups, they realized they had a lot in common. As Dante began his adventures, leaving his hometown and traveling the world to become powerful, Alex followed him. When Hugo was recruited, when Serena and Claire joined, and when Persia was saved, Alex was there. He was Dante's right-hand man. From the very beginning of his journey, Alex had been his most trusted comrade. They went through countless struggles together. They grew together, becoming people their old peers could never imagine them as. They fought together, cried together, and almost died together. No matter what happened, Alex was always standing by Dante's side. There was never any resentment between them. It was surprising. There was hardly ever a time when relationships like theirs could remain pure. Dante's talent began to show early. The longer they stayed together, the further Dante went as Alex lagged behind. Still, Alex didn't resent his or Dante's talent. He just tried his hardest to keep up, gaining his own opportunities and chasing his own goals. But Alex made an easy target. Unlike Dante, he didn't have overwhelming strength, and unlike the rest, he didn't have any great background. The enemies the group made through their travels always targeted Alex when they found themselves unable to touch the rest. Of course, for a while this led to chances that let Alex get stronger. However, the level of their enemies eventually became far too much for him to deal with. It was a story as old as time, one that had repeated itself an immeasurable number of times over the course of history. One day, when Alex was out on an expedition, his enemies found him, and they overpowered him. He didn't have the luck to find a way out. Instead, he was captured. He wasn't killed, but instead tortured for several days without pause. Unfortunately, his enemies were smart. They didn't keep him locked up long enough for his allies to get concerned, and they didn't announce his capture at their hands. Alex was left hopeless, and in that state, he was infected with a parasite that took control of his body. His mind was locked away, forced to watch the actions of his body through a screen. That was the state he returned to Void Palace in. As if everything was normal, his body continued acting. He watched as days turned into months and months turned into years, but no matter how much time passed, nobody could tell that he was no longer himself. Until that fateful day, that day when he stabbed Dante in the back. At that time, Dante hadn't become invincible yet. He was still in a phase where he couldn't stop everything with power alone, and, when he was weakened after a huge breakthrough, Alex struck, with a blade coated in the worst poisons known to man. He drove a blade through Dante's heart. It was a terrible day for Void Palace. Not only did Alex betray them and fatally wound Dante, but he also destroyed several of the palace's facilities and killed several of their rising geniuses before escaping. None of his old friends could stop him. All of his bridges were burned that day, and he could do nothing but watch as he was slowly driven to insanity within the confines of his own mind. His body started working with the Stria clan from that day forth. The parasite had all his memories and experience. It acted perfectly as if he'd truly become a traitor. The Void Palace group had multiple encounters with him over the coming years, but they were never able to see the oddity within him. He desperately pleaded for them to save him. He wanted someone, anyone, to see what was happening to him and tell his friends that he wasn't the man they thought him to be, but it was impossible for him. He was forced to work as a slave for the Stria clan under the control of the parasite for thousands of years, or was it millions? He couldn't tell, but it went on until another fateful day. Dante Void disappeared, and suddenly, Alex West became useless. The only reason they used Alex was because of his relationship with Dante. It gave them the ability to maneuver around a lot of obstacles to get to him, especially with the knowledge Alex had accumulated from spending years together with him. When Dante disappeared, they lost the need to use Alex. As for what happened to useless tools, the answer was clear. Alex was thrown away. He was meant to be killed, but with the last of his sanity, he managed to overcome the parasite for barely a second. Fusing into its consciousness, he became one with the creature, and, as his mind evolved due to its influence, it started acting on his base desires rather than the orders it was given. He escaped the Stria clan because of that fusion, but the only place he could go was into hiding. Nobody would accept him anymore. That was how he found himself in the cave. His bottom half was severed when he fled from his captors, and his mind was in pieces. Millions of years passed once again, and Alex's state only got worse. All hope was lost for him, until he felt that aura. The one he thought he'd forgotten after so many years. Void, Chapter 1449, Old Burned Bridge. 4. Damien sucked in a deep breath after reading Alex's existence. It was a truly sad life he led. One where he was never able to accomplish anything he truly desired, and where he only felt suffering without any light at the end. He'd been rotting away in this cave for millions of years. It didn't seem like he was using mana to keep himself alive either, so he was probably trying to kill himself before he sensed Dante's aura from Damien. He was a traitor, but he wasn't a traitor. Damien couldn't imagine how he'd feel if he was forced to betray his allies while trapped in his own mind. He would have raged. He would have done everything possible to rid himself of the parasitic existence. Because of his fortune, he would eventually be able to bring himself out of that predicament. No, in the first place, the Void would never allow that predicament to occur in the first place. But Alex didn't have the Void supporting him. Alex didn't have anything supporting him. Damien sighed. It really was a cruel fate. His mother didn't mention Alex even once in their conversations. His name was even erased from Persia's compendium, banished from the records of the palace. It was evident that the people of Void Palace still held hostility towards Alex in their hearts despite all the time that passed. They didn't have a single clue that their hostility was unwarranted. It's concerning as much as it's sad. Damien's father and mother were the strongest people he knew. For them, along with his aunts and uncle, to never realize the truth behind Alex's betrayal was extremely concerning. There was no way they didn't consider the possibility. If they did so and still didn't get a clue, it meant the parasite controlling Alex was a supreme entity beyond their perception. Alex left their group before my father reached the heights that made him the strongest, so I don't know if he was able to figure something out, but Damien glanced at the black slime on the ground. It was already dead. Its lifespan was practically nothing when it wasn't within its host body, plus, this one was connected to Alex. It was a true copy of him with his desires and emotions. Alex's desire for forgiveness and understanding stayed with his mind, and his desire for death to end his suffering died with the parasite. What was left was the Alex from before he was ever corrupted. No, he'll probably never return to that point, but he was at least freed from his suffering. His mind could heal with time as long as it was allowed. This man doesn't deserve a fate like this. Damien didn't have any mercy for traitors, but this situation was different. He could see through Alex's eyes and feel through Alex's heart. He knew exactly how much Alex valued his friendships. It was why he managed to grasp onto any string of vitality he could find to call Damien when he sensed his aura. It'll be a task to explain everything to Mother and the rest, but he couldn't abandon this man here, not after all the talk about morality he was doing earlier. and definitely not after seeing the life this man led. The heal trait was no longer a trait anymore. It was now included in Damien's body as if it were a natural process, and it was extremely enhanced through the authority of samsara. Alex's body was in a terrible state, but it was mostly caused by the parasite's existence and mana loss. Most of Alex's vitality could be returned to him as long as mana was put into his systems, but heal was still necessary to kickstart his godly regeneration and completely bring him back to his previous state. It took several minutes to bring luster back to Alex's skin. It took even more time to regrow his legs and recalibrate his entire body so he could use it like normal. However, his mind couldn't be easily fixed. The problem wasn't something Damien could fix with his current abilities. Just like when he had to heal Iris in the past, he would need to control non-existence to bring Alex's mind back. But, of course, there was no easy solution like the Void Daughter title for Alex. It would be a slow process of bringing back function and ego, but Damien was certain Alex could eventually be returned to his past self. Until then. Can you stand? He wasn't just testing if Alex could move his body, but also if he could comprehend the words spoken to him. Alex stared at Damien for a minute with big eyes like a clueless dog, but eventually, he shakily put his feet on the ground and lifted himself. Damien took a step back, Alex took a step forward. Damien raised his brow, taking another 3 steps back and 1 to the side. Alex mirrored his movements, taking 3 steps forward and 1 to the side. It's worse than I thought. Damien expected Alex to have at least regained some sort of intelligence since he was speaking earlier and could understand words now, but it seemed it was selective healing. Alex was able to follow orders as they were given to him, but he wasn't able to think on his own yet. His ego almost completely died. To bring back an ego was far more difficult than bringing back an entire soul. Egos were ethereal, non-existent representations of identity that managed to exist in reality. Since Alex's egos only contained his base desires and nothing else anymore, he could only act on things that followed those desires. Damien held Dante's aura. Damien was related to those desires. Therefore, Damien's commands would be followed. It could be dangerous to bring him into the real world right now. It's uncertain what he'd do in response to external stimulus. For now, it was better to keep Alex contained in the sanctuary. I can slowly introduce him to stimuli until he's become accustomed enough to interact with society. He had a lot of work to do without a lot of reward at the end of it, but Damien was going to do it regardless. This man was too pitiful to leave alone. For Alex's sake, and to resolve the pit in the hearts of his family, Damien was willing to put in the work. That was enough for him. Damien didn't have trouble taking Alex into the sanctuary. He created a new space to contain him and made preparations for his future healing. Left alone in the cave, Damien sighed to himself again. Unfortunate situations and tragic fates were everywhere. Alex had a terrible life, but it wasn't a unique one. The same thing that happened to him had happened to countless people throughout history. Of them, he could be considered lucky, because only a rare few of them had people like Damien who could save and redeem them. But that was something for Alex to realize on his own when he'd returned to normalcy. I've been gone for a while now. Damien had to return his attention to the matters at hand. The battle is probably coming to an end right now, so I should start making my way back. Dominic, Darius, and Tiamat had been putting in a significant amount of work while Damien was gone, so the battle was indeed almost over. But the scene there no longer looked like it did when Damien left. In the middle of the snowy biome that held its own brand of ethereal beauty was now a rotted circle, a mark of the foreign race's corruption. Chapter 1450 New World 1. The original goal was to stop the spread of corruption into the heavenly world. Tiamat and the rest did their jobs perfectly. They eliminated the incoming threat with speed and precision so that the corruption didn't get further than they wanted it to, but they couldn't stop it completely. The corruption began spreading the instant the foreign race's vanguard entered the world. There was no way to stop that. By the time the battle ended, an area the size roughly 100 square feet in size was left rotted. In the pure white scenery of the principality, it stood out quite severely. When Damien came back, it was the first thing he saw. The people who'd come to deal with the crack had already retreated to recuperate. Tiamat and the rest were the same. They were waiting for Damien to return while entertaining those who tried to make connections with them. It was good practice for Dominic and Darius, who were part of the ruling clan of Void Palace, but they didn't have the eyes necessary to know how to treat each and every person. Luckily, Tiamat was different. She could judge people well with her years of life experience, and she'd been taking time throughout the battle to see how everyone else was doing, so she knew better than anyone who to associate with and who to shun. With her help, the two gained social skills they never thought they'd need, and even the belligerent Darius learned how to be eloquent when he needed to. It was a convenient few minutes of growth that would become useful in the future. Damien saw them second. But seeing how his brothers were acting, he decided to leave them alone for a bit and study the corruption. It's gross. The ground was reddish black and flaking like polluted skin. It had a disgusting mushy texture, and as Damien stood on it, he could feel himself being subtly affected by its aura. I see. Even this is an offensive tactic. They weren't just claiming land, they were creating traps for their enemies. Thinking about how many of these corrupted patches exist in the world makes me want to gag. Foreign territories weren't as rare as they needed to be. It was a real concern. Damien knelt down, putting his hand to the ground. Can I purify it? He closed his eyes and felt the world. I'm not sure. Damien could definitely do it. If he could purify the chaos in Alex's body, there was no question about whether or not he could purify such a small foreign territory. The problem was something else. These laws don't feel natural. He recognized it somewhat. These laws function similarly to the demonic energy in Damien's possession. As expected, it's different over there. Just like how the severed world had its own laws. Just like how the sanctuary had its own laws. The place the foreign races came from had a unique set of laws. Until Damien comprehended them, he wouldn't be able to properly get rid of the corruption or anything related to the foreign races in the same way. It ends up coinciding with my original plans, so that's good. Damien glanced at the crack in the distance. Despite the battle being over, it hadn't closed yet. This was routine. Dimensional cracks would remain open for several hours or even days after the foreign race invasion. There was a possibility of a secondary invasion, but for the most part, they'd easily close once their energy was dispersed. The problem was that their energy would enhance the surrounding foreign territory, which not only made the corruption spread, but also worsened the negative effects experienced by those in its vicinity. The usual solution to this problem was to bring in spatial practitioners who could close the crack prematurely. But Damien had other plans for this one. I'll have to wait until the others leave. He couldn't do it outright. He also couldn't evacuate them all under false pretenses, because the processes for such a situation had already become streamlined across the entire world. But, since Void Palace was in charge of closing the crack and there were several research teams present to take measurements of the strange structure, there was still an excuse to use. The first wave ended too easily. For a crack that killed so many demigods to be cleared without a problem could be amounted to Void Palace's interference. But to guarantee safety, it was better to excavate the area so the palace's experts could investigate properly. Or, at least, that's what Damien had his people spread. It was somewhat suspicious, but did Void Palace have a reason to lie, other than the researchers, who were given a few more hours to finish getting their readings and pack up? Everyone left, and once they were gone as well, Damien finally approached the crack with his people. I'll have to leave most of them behind. He was planning to go alone, but he gave that up in return for giving his brothers a good training trip. But someone has to stay back to command the rest. It had to be either Dominic, Darius, or Tiamat, but it couldn't be Tiamat. This trip meant more to her than it did to anyone else, so she was definitely coming. Of his two brothers, Damien didn't know who would be more suited for a trip like this, but Darius will probably grow more. His power source was a heavenly flame. Heavenly flames were extremely adaptable, and even if put in a situation where the universal law or heavenly order was completely reversed, they'd be able to maintain their power. It wasn't the same for Dominic. He'd be essentially crippled until he learned how to maneuver around the new laws. Alright, Damien just had to break the news to his brother now. He really expected it to be a huge argument. Surprisingly, though, Dominic was quite receptive. He pretty much understood Damien's reasoning. He was a smart man. His intellect was one of his specialties. Since he knew why he wasn't chosen and knew what role he was necessary for in the heavenly world, he readily accepted Damien's plans, promising to hold down the fort while the expedition team took care of business. With everything settled, Damien approached the crack with Darius and Tiamat. They stood before it, feeling its chaotic energy. It was dark and malevolent. But it was also something unique. This kind of aura just couldn't be found in the heavenly world. Not because the heavenly world was all righteous, but because it simply couldn't configure its laws in such a way to create it. They stood there in silence. They weren't hesitating. They were taking a moment to digest the weight of their actions. It had been done before. Cracks were entered all the time, but not in this manner, and not with Damien heading the expedition. This would not be something normal. They would likely see many jaw-dropping things from this point forth. For that, they needed to mentally prepare. A minute passed as those who would remain in the heavenly world watched them. Damien looked between Darius and Tiamat, seeing them nod back at him. With his eyes wide open in search of something amazing, he took his first step forward, to enter the homeworld of the foreign races.